Join us for the DNC. What did I call it? The Dank Nug Chronic. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the other DNC. Of course, you might even hear the other DNC in the background. Let me mute myself. Go for it.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over here to be here. If not, you have to get the flying clock out. Cheers, everybody.
Pretty much.
What?
Sound like that dude that does the boxing. Anyway, ladies and gerbils, geographers rather today. Thanks very much for joining us. Like I say, Bud Kilowatt first in chat with the green light. Good to see you, Bud. I just switched to live chat like you folks should all do. Please hit the thumbs up button if you could. That would be very helpful. Most importantly, though, if you are not subscribed, please do subscribe to the channel. That's by far the most helpful thing. I mean, I don't know. Actually, that's one of the most helpful things. It would also be helpful if you subscribe to our Discord if you're not subscribed. If you guys are interested in testing, I'm going to basically be testing some seed lines here in the very near future. So best place to get in touch with that to basically see what other people are growing, see what everybody's talking about, basically kind of join the conversation, the discussion. Perhaps you'd like to be a tester in the future and you don't know what it's all about. Well, hey, that'll be a great place to figure out what it's about because you'll see other people. In fact, many people will be very advanced growers. I'm pretty sure that Organic Soul Gardens still wants to do it, so he's going to be a wonderful example. Spectacular grower, spectacular photographer. He and Get Up Gal both. Obviously, for legal reasons, we'll give Get Up Gal all the credit, right? Organic Soul Gardens. Anyway, but both of them spectacular members of the community. Honestly, cool people and good growers. You'll get to see them growing. You'll get to see how they do it. And if you want to join in next time, because I'm saying I would like to keep the testing regime going or regimen, whatever I'm trying to say. I'd like to continue testing. So if you guys would like to join me in those testing programs, can't do it without you, basically. So I've always thought it was really a win-win situation because the breeder gets a lot of really cool, useful feedback. Also gets a little bit of a hype on Instagram sometimes, ideally. Photos, it's difficult sometimes to get photos of those lines. You have to grow it yourself and then get it photographed. If you're not a photographer, well, if you get other people to photograph it for you, how cool is that? And then also you just get word of mouth, you know what I mean? So anyway, there's just an absolute variety of reasons why the breeders love it, and of course the testers. I've always thought it was cool because you get free seeds for one thing. How could you argue with free? And then of course you get cool shit that a lot of other people don't have. You know what I mean? You basically have something that very few people get a hold of. And if for whatever reason it doesn't meet the criteria of the breeder, you'll be one of the only people that gets it. And don't forget that just because it doesn't become a seed line doesn't mean it wasn't good. Sometimes something wasn't aggressive enough, or it didn't particularly hit a specific metric or something. In what's the show Barry? They make fun of Netflix for having taste clusters. They have this show that basically they make, and it's apparently a really good show, but Netflix basically shuts it down within like 24 hours because it doesn't meet the taste clusters. Well, what if the new breeders are using algorithmic whatever the shits? Doesn't mean the taste clusters. They shut down that line. Well, you got to be one of the few or 10 or 15 or 20 people that grew the fucking thing. I think that's pretty spectacular. If you agree, if you think the testing is cool, I'm looking for testers, ladies and gerbils. You've probably signed up before. I've asked for a couple times. I know. It's ridiculous. But what can I tell you? It's been a really challenging year plus, honestly. I hope that it's going to start getting a little bit less challenging here in the near future. I think it will because I'm back home at least and all that kind of stuff. So, good time to start a new testing regime, again with the regime. Anyway, whatever, testing system, testing plan, whatever the fuck. I knock on wood, hopefully have some new lines coming. Basically, when I was in California still, I thought that I got some news from the caretakers that, oh my God, the garden looks terrible and da 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 da. Well, it doesn't, it's not my best photographic garden, that's for sure. I'll be frank with you. It definitely has seen better days. but it survived. So thankfully, pretty much all the plants survived. I'm actually surprised that basically nothing died. I was expecting to come back to another carnage. Honestly, I was not looking forward to it, but thankfully things were all right. Candidly, they weren't what I wanted them to be, but hey, that's about the best result you could possibly imagine. Anyone who's been gone, I was gone for God, I was gone for longer than first of all, longer than I thought. That was a big one, and then second of all, longer than I wanted to be perfectly honest. I think I was gone for about 6 weeks. That's a long fucking time to be gone from your garden. So the caretakers did the very best I think that they could have possibly done. So it looks like the seed run is going to get pulled off, or is going to come through rather, because that's sexual. Then the outdoor plants are still healthy, and so on and so forth. So I guess I don't have to get into all the details. But anyway, long story short, there's going to be some seed lines. So I'm not going to tell you exactly what's what yet, because of course I'm still a little superstitious, I guess, with that kind of stuff, because I want to see the nice brown fucking zebra striped seed shells first before I say anything, right? But I'm pretty sure there's going to be some good lines. So, a couple different lines available for testing. We don't have to get into all the details right now because honestly, I am in the end going to send you anonymous seeds. I learned my lesson the first couple times I sent out testers. I don't want people immediately turning around and breeding with my lines. I don't want them to immediately go around and do random shit. Like, God, it's not worth going all the shenanigans I had. There, of course, were some great testers, and to this day, some of you folks have been hanging from the very beginning. It's really quite something when you think about the fact that people hang with you as a breeder for years, but what am I trying to say? You're going to get basically anonymized stuff. Some of you will get non-anonymized stuff. And of course, if you feel that you've, I don't know, been a trustworthy enough person, just request and say, hey, Fumi, I want such and such to test, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure I can send it to you. But long story short, I have the Jack the Ripper crosses. And then, of course, I have the two different Sam Olsen crosses, basically from the Midwest, the Fumidoro Skunk Works, basically. Those are bookended coot special crosses, basically on two sides crossed cookies and runts, and then basically we knocked a couple of those together, basically for shorthand. We don't have to go into details right now because I'm sure you're interested enough. Honestly, both of those are interesting crosses. I think both of them should have the hopefully the power of the coot special. It's been a pretty consistently excuse me, pretty consistently rewarding high. Everything I've grown, everything that my testers or customers have grown so far, they've liked. I haven't heard anyone say, "Oh, Fumidor, this is fucking da 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 da." None of that. So basically, I've liked, and it's been consistent. It's been a very powerful sativa. In many cases, ethereal. In some cases, a little bit psychedelic. It's definitely not one of those ones, so don't expect that. But definitely a little bit of colorful lights and stuff. Fantastic for listening to music, going to a festival or something. Spectacular weed for that. Uh, I'd love to add some interesting flavors into that was my thought, right? So what could be more interesting, frankly, than forum cut cookies and runts, a couple of the superstars of the last probably 15, 20 years, honestly. I could have thrown in Gorilla Glue too, I'm sure. But
You
anyway,
know,
let's start with what's that, Smash?
I've seen a lot of like apples and bananas, grape gas
Oh,
right
apples and
now.
bananas is spectacular. Grape gas is super underwhelming. I think people basically grow that because the name is wonderful and the breeder is really good. But even ask Bud, he's been on the show a couple times. He's like, yeah, the grape gas it's good weed. Don't get me wrong, it's good weed, but it kind of tastes like ice cream cake. It kind of looks like ice cream cake.
I've
It's a
seen
little
ice cream cakes make a
more.
comeback.
It's a little
Yum.
bit more. Oh fuck! It's a little bit more something than ice cream cake is. It's not. You can tell it isn't ice cream cake, but just if you've grown ice cream cake, like if you hadn't grown the two, you wouldn't know the difference. You could just change the labels and you wouldn't fucking know. And for me, like grape gas should be goddamn grapey. It should be grape and gas, right? So I'm actually surprised that it basically tastes creamy and gassy. That's not what grape gas should be, honestly. But then again, apples and bananas doesn't taste like apples either. So sorry, Smash, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm seeing ice cream cake make a comeback too.
Oh yeah, no, it's just
Right
legit,
on.
honestly. Apples and bananas is scrumptious. So as I've said, from the
Huh.
same guy from Compound, I guess he bred them for cookies or whatever. So they probably, I don't know, they probably own them now or something, whatever the legal issue is. But it's just legit good weed. The apples and bananas, as unimpressive as the grape gas is, that's how impressive the apples and banana is. Like it's basically better every time you smoke it. You find more flavors in it, more aromas, more like the high is super nice. Like you get to kind of appreciate it a little bit more. So every time I smoke the grape gas, I'm like, wah, and then basically I'm for the fucking apples and bananas. It's delightful, honestly delightful. What was I gonna say? So yeah, if you can find apples and bananas crosses or apples and bananas, I would snag it. Thankfully, the clone is actually available. So it's one of those things you assume would be more rare, but actually, the modern weed world is so much different. It makes it puts the lie to the private circles. Basically, it's kind of annoying when especially some of the kind of snobby breeders and a few other people really hold some stuff tight to the vest. I understand trying to make a dime, trying to make a living off something, but I also don't understand hoarding something like fucking Smog the Dragon. So anyway, whatever.
Oh, I
Uh,
found a couple of
let's
them.
introduce. Oh, I'll finish my spiel basically for the testing, and then we'll move on to
Oh,
introduction smashed. So that was the Runs of Eden crosses, the cookies cross, and then of course I have the Jack the Ripper crosses that I was alluding to. A couple different ones that I want to get some testing from, specifically the Pine Sol to JTR. Pine Sol is one that I absolutely fucking love to death the flower, but the plant does not grow that well, except for its very specific circumstances. It grew well outdoors during the hot part of the summer, and then started to grow poorly during the colder part of the year, basically because we were in Oregon. But then in indoors, I continue to struggle with that plant, even as a veg plant. Very bizarre. So I don't know. I guess I have still to this day kind of a little bit colder garden. We'll figure it out. One of these days I'll crack the code with that fucking plant. But in the meantime, there's always something that you have to do, and then boom, the plant is happy. But what was I gonna say? The flower, it's just inarguable. It's fantastic. It's very gassy. It's one of the most fuel gassy things that I've grown in a long, long, long time. Maybe the most kind of fuel gassy for just a really long time. I'm growing a couple things now that I'm about to harvest that might contend with that, but up until now, it's been exquisite. Really, 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 really fuely. Um, Little bit of pine notes, a little bit of earthiness, I guess, but gosh, that consistent fuel, and it has this really clear but stony high. It's really nice. It's not super stony, so it doesn't make you fall asleep. Ice cream cake, sometimes friends of mine will smoke and they'll fall asleep. It makes me a little relaxed and drowsy for sure, but thankfully I don't fall asleep on ice cream cake. Uh, Pine Sol doesn't have any of that. It basically relaxes you, chills you out, kind of gives you focus, I guess I would say. So probably yeah, I would say a really good strain for video games. I've played, PUBG, kind of smoking out on the porch, and oh, some of my best kill ratios probably were on Pine Sol. I have to be honest. Wonderful weed, wonderful weed. So that crossed with the aggressive lemon, skunk, power, and sativa of the Jack the Ripper. I think that's going to be quite exquisite. I think that's going to be some nice crosses. I have a couple of the Jack the Ripper Pine Sol Jack the Ripper crosses, thankfully survived. So not a whole lot of flower, but I think I'm going to be able to harvest them here in the near future. So we'll see. Knock on wood. I'll get a chance to enjoy it. I was hoping to have a chance to enjoy more of it, but again, you can't possibly expect more from being gone for 6 fucking weeks. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, I need testers. So basically, there's a couple other lines. We don't have to get into all the goddamn details of every single thing, but there's a couple other things that I think I've alluded to in the past. Bedrock Boogie to the Jack the Ripper, a couple other things. Also, for what it's worth, the Super Boof. I don't currently have Super Boof, but I guess I can always get it. It's available. It's really easily available. I think Archive sells it. I think other people probably have it too. So pretty easy to get. So might as well, right? I bred the seeds, might as well fucking test them. I don't think I have enough of them to release as a line, so actually even better, honestly, to send them out as testers. Super Boof, definitely a really fruity one. It's been a little overplayed by this point, to the point that a lot of times people are like, fuck, really more Super Boof at the dispensaries and stuff. But I think cross to that Jack the Ripper, it's going to give it some legs. It's going to be basically what, like Ideally, probably like a lemon Marionberry skunk lemonade, something like that. I think it could be fucking exquisite. So that's one in the mix too, ladies and germs. If you want one of the more fruity ones or one of the more gassy ones, don't hesitate to request. That's certainly in the wheelhouse. Even if I do send you the anonymous ones, I'll know what I sent you. So there's always a chance to request. What was that, Smash?
Bro, I just yawned.
Oh, by the way, before I cut it out here, of course, you're wondering yourself how to contact me. Probably not through psychic powers because I might not pick up. But if you do email me, fumidor@chronictable.com, I should be able to pick up. If you email me from a Gmail account, don't be surprised that I email you back from a slightly different address. It has to do with Gmail doing a good thing, arguably, but it's challenging for me to fix. I have my own account, at chronictable.com. Basically, I pay for that address and then basically change the address on Proton Mail, right? But basically, it pings against. It's essentially an anti-spoofing provision from Gmail. So basically, to avoid the anti-spoofing measure, you're supposed to basically register your address and da da da. But they fucking make it very challenging to do so. So I just honestly haven't fixed that. That's the issue. That's the confusing issue. If you wonder, like, oh, Fuminer, what the fuck is the weird issue? Well, it's again, arguably, it's a very good thing that Google is doing. How many the LA court system just recently got fucking ransomware basically through a spoofing attack, essentially. Anyway, we don't have to goddamn weeds, but that have actually affected me. How ridiculous is that? That significant thing right there might end up costing me a few $1,000s just in the goddamn delays. It's ridiculous. Anyway,
Oh,
but yeah, they say that court cases can go for 2 fucking years these days. Oh no, it's really something else. So anyway, fuck was I trying to say? I was saying email me, fumidor@chronictable.com. If you don't have a Gmail account, disregard all that nonsense that I just talked about. For example, if you have a Yahoo or Hotmail or whatever the shit, right? It's not going to matter. I'll just email you right back from fumidor@chronictable.com. If you would like to DM me on Discord, please do. If you're not on our Discord, that will be a good two birds with one stone kind of situation that I'm told dinner is ready, so I'm going to probably bounce here in a couple minutes. If you want to be a tester, like I said, the best way to do so is to join the Discord. Many times, not all the time, thankfully, because it's really useful to use people's photos. I'd say some of the time, the minority of the time, I probably should have said it. Some people don't want to be publicized in any way, not their photos, not their reports, even nothing. They really don't want to take the chance for whatever reason, even if they live in a legal place, because I've had people that were that private, even in legal places. Perhaps they had an ex-husband or wife or something that was a stalker. Perhaps they had a shitty neighbor, whatever. There's always there's not always, it's often a reason to want to be private. There's plenty of people who like to be private, I understand. So if you, by the way, if you are a tester and want to be private, please do request that. How would I know otherwise? I'm going to assume that you don't care because a lot of people have Instagram accounts and stuff, unless you tell me. I might remember to confirm it with you, but I usually confirm with people if I'm going to use their photo. I just kind of double check with them. But if you want to sort of participate and stuff, let me know. That would be really helpful if you want to be private. But Discord is basically behind closed doors, so I think a lot of people relax their um, paranoia a little bit. Again, it's not necessarily paranoia, right? I'm not trying to make fun of you, but they relax their whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. They
oh,
relax a little bit behind the doors of the Discord. So hop on over to the Discord if you guys would like a link. Just ask in the chat. D or somebody else, I'm sure, would be happy to provide you with that link. We do, like I say, keep it a little bit private because we've had some real fucking idiot shenanigans in the past. Thankfully, those people are gone, so we don't really have to deal with them anymore, and we basically just kind of keep it low key, so we don't really have to deal with those people anymore. Those kinds of people, right? We just nip that shit in the bud if it ever crops up. So hop onto the Discord, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be super fun. And of course, the last option I would recommend is Instagram because Instagram's just fucking weird. Probably know by now. I've said a million times. Instagram's weird. It doesn't really treat weed people very well. It certainly hasn't treated me very well. So I don't have any particular reason to hype Instagram and stuff. And then not only that, but people's chats just get lost and stuff. So last option is Instagram. For some reason, that's the first option everybody goddamn uses, whatever. But please don't. Please use email or Discord first. And last possible option is you should use a fucking didgeridoo before you use it. You should literally use harsh
Use the force.
the wind before you use goddamn Instagram. I candidly fucking say. But anyway, Big John, by the way, in the chat, let me say this before I hand it off here, has been growing Pacific Days. Good to hear, Big John. He's saying he really likes the looks of it. He could test, but only likes to do 1 or 2 strains at a time, so I have to do a few strains. But everyone's different, Big John. That's something you can let me know as you sort of apply as a tester, I guess. Do you want to grow a couple things? Do you want to grow a few things? Do you want to grow one thing? I don't know. Do you have a big garden? I mean, some people, D, for example, has a gigantic plant count. He could probably never get through all the shit I could send him. Do you have one of those gardens that you literally could grow everything that I send you? That's useful information. Please let me know. Do you only really grow one thing? You kind of monocrop? Hey, that's understandable, especially if you have a very small garden. Let me know. Those are different circumstances. So please let me know. Both can be accommodated. It's very easy to accommodate them. Cheers, folks in the chat. By the way, I know I just lied and said I was going to hand it off, but let me just say hello to everyone, and then we'll hand it off. Cheers, Crime War. Staying Man's in the house. Miss Chronic's hanging with us. Good to see her. Love her plans. Couch Flyers in the house. Good to see a Couch Flyer. Of course, our inimitable D Zombie is in the house. The head moderator, so don't fuck with him or he'll eat your brains. Who else in here? Well, that's about it. So, like I said, lurkers, non-lurkers, welcome everyone. What's going on, D? What's the good word, buddy?
I'm just chilling. How's everyone tonight? I hope everyone's having a great night. Before you go, Fumi, I'd like to know, what are we having for supper tonight, my friend?
We are having tacos, my friend. Today is Taco Tuesday.
Oh,
yes, indeed.
oh, dude, I'll be right over. Snaps,
Right?
let me use that
Come on over,
squirrel
buddy.
suit.
That's it.
Anyways, I'm hanging out. I got 24 karat gold. I got this one that's supposed to be one kind, but it's not. It's another kind. I'll get into it later. Hope everyone's having a great night. Don't forget to check me out on YouTube. I do shows on my channel, videos at DZombie_745. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers,
Go
D.
for a smash.
D-doo-doos. What's up,
You
man?
do.
I have an event this weekend, Sunday. Come hang out at Boston City Plaza. Me, Miranda Family Farms, and a bunch of other miscreants will be there. Smoking weed. So come smoke with us.
Sweet.
Other than that, I got a feminine seeds coming. I'm trying to make. This is my first time ever trying it. That's about it. I'm trying to concentrate now because it's about the time where I got to start spraying and stuff.
Mm.
I'm hoping I don't have.
Hope it succeeds.
I got a kosher kush out there that Stone Root gave me a bag seed, and he's got it flowering right now. It looks fucking great.
That's cool.
Right
So I
on.
was like,
Annoying. I have I was intending to get clones of everything that I got before I left. I'm basically testing some new clones, right, that I picked up. One of them, I've been hunting for this Jack Harrer cut that I basically got a couple years ago, and then through the move and everything, I lost this goddamn cut. Oh, my absolute ass. It's fucking fabulous. It's a really aggressive cut rather. It smells and tastes splendid. It's got this tennis shoe aroma to it. It hits like oh, it's splendid. This is the one. Wouldn't you know it? It's like week 9 now, I think. Yeah, I think according to the calendar, it's week 9. So I don't know. Taking clones of that fucking thing is going to be challenging. So we'll see. I don't know. I was looking at Portland. I was like, "Fuck, is it for sale now?" It's gonna take 6 months probably before the people have it again. Anyway, whatever. It's so lovely. Like it's so greasy. You touch it, oh, it just explodes with like lemony tennis shoes. It's fucking nutty. It's wonderful. Oh, it's so unique too. Yeah. Oh, it's great. Anyway,
I wish
it's
clones were
a brand new
more
situation. I found the clone, but I can't fucking fuck off. Piece of shit.
Another clone.
Anyway.
I wish clones were more
So,
accessible
all
here.
right, folks. I'm gonna go have some tacos. What's that, Smash?
I said I wish clones were more accessible here.
Yeah. Hopefully they will be soon. They
We
definitely are
can
on
go
the
to
West
Maine.
Coast, so it has to change on the East Coast too. Folks, I'll just really quickly say, do hop on. You're more than welcome to come on the show. It's not a closed panel. One day it may be a closed panel because I am getting a little bit sick of some of the complaints and stuff. It's not to say that the complaints are unfounded or something. Don't get me wrong, but it's a feedback loop basically that I kind of get sick of. But in the meantime, we're still here, ladies and gentlemen. So do join the conversation. You're more than welcome to join the conversation. The only real proviso is don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Uh, Please come on here and don't come on in a bad spirit. Don't come on in a bad vibe. Basically, come on here in the spirit that it's intended. Basically, we're here to enjoy weed with each other. We're here to enjoy good conversation, maybe just some good vibes with each other, even if nothing else. And hopefully, all of the above, honestly, and perhaps even leave a little bit smarter at the end of it. We've had some fantastic stories told on this show. We've had some spectacular tips being unveiled, rather, on the show. Whatever, ladies and gentlemen. We've also had just some good times just hanging out, right? So you're more than welcome to join that conversation. Like I said, just simply don't be a dick, don't show your dick, don't be a douchebag, don't be a fuckwit, don't come on here to start a fight, don't do anything your mom would be embarrassed by. Other than the weed smoking, right? That might be an exception. And hop on up, ladies and gentlemen. Just ask for the link. It's very simple. We don't pin the link anymore because, like I say, it sort of feeds into the whole idea that I think that this is a privilege, basically, to jump on here. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you'd like to hop on, please ask nicely. We'd be happy to provide the link, and that's that. D is basically the boss, although I've only made him co-host for now. So if you guys do want to cut the show or something, text me. But I should be back hopefully in the near future, maybe to smoke another joint or something. So, ladies and gerbils,
Oh, I still got some
do
power. I
hop
can
on.
talk to D.
What's that, Smash?
I said I might not be the boss. I'll just talk to D.
There you go.
Oh, it's getting cold, man.
Yeah, man. I
Cold night
froze
right
this.
now.
I was freezing this morning when I got up.
Yeah, I wore a jacket out. I mean, I still had shorts on, but it was still a little chilly.
Oh, dude, I have to put I'm gonna have to bust out my long johns soon enough. It's getting to
I
be
know.
that near that time.
Fucked up thing is, my outdoor is just starting to flower.
That's crazy.
I'm making seeds, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah,
They're in the ground too, so it should be good.
nice. Right on, right on. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, all you, the 21 people watching. Hope everyone's having a great night.
I
Sorry,
can't
Smash.
wait. I can't wait for Sunday.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be fun, man.
Yeah, we have.
That's-
It's gonna be fun because something happened and it made it even better. We'll put it that way. And if you know, you know. But it's just gonna be a lot of our homies hanging out here now.
Yeah, right on. Fucking paper and stick. Right on, Big John. I'm gonna start calling you Long John now. I wish I can change your name. That'd be pretty funny. No, I can't.
Ugh.
Long Johns.
Trying to. I want to go visit the West Coast again.
Right on. Whereabouts?
I don't know. I'm not going to. Well, not going back to Vegas this year because
Yeah.
the show's not happening.
Vegas, the class?
Yeah, Las Vegas isn't. I think they're done for good.
Oh shit, eh?
Um, but they're pretty much in bed with another convention that they've
Uh-huh.
worked on for a while, I guess. Um, but there's champs in Atlantic City, Maryland. I might go visit when champs is coming up because I've never been there and I heard it's fun.
Yeah, there's a girl I follow on Facebook. She does a lot of shit every year at Champ. She goes through it every year. She's like a helper. She helps her, does something anyways.
Trying to go to Maine, either tomorrow or Thursday.
You say Michigan? You cut
Maine,
out. Oh, Maine. I think you gotta go to Michigan. You think, wait, what?
Maine is our Michigan, pretty much.
Oh yeah, right on.
If you got a fucking license, dude, you might as well go to Maine. It doesn't make sense to buy weed in Massachusetts.
Why? Because of taxes or better product or why?
Just both better deals, better product.
Yeah. What about taxes?
I mean, you don't get taxes either state
Oh, nice.
if you have a medical card.
Yeah. Doesn't matter here. You have to buy from the rec. Legal, technically, you have to buy from the rec center. We have no medical market, but technically, but yeah, you get taxed up the ass here.
Oh, I got a friend that moved to New Brunswick. If anyone knows where to get clones, hit me up and let me know.
Where?
New Brunswick.
Oh, I know. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, they're looking for somewhere to get clones.
Oh shit, man. You should stop by. Yeah, never mind. Actually, yeah.
Um, I do want to visit Canada too. That's another trip on my list.
Canada, eh? Just
I
watch
heard
out.
it's,
Watch out for
it's
the Canadian. Go ahead,
just
Smash.
as the comedian put it. I went to Canada the other day. Just pussy America.
Hey! Whoa, buddy.
You guys are exact same. It's like you guys were brothers, and the family broke up, and Canada went to go live with the mom, and the United States went to go live with the dad. The mom coddled him. The dad gave him a cigarette and a beer and a gun. I forgot what comedian that is, but that's a comedian. I forgot which one though.
That's funny.
I think it was on Kill Tony. Honest, I watch that every week now.
Right on.
I love comedy, man. Comedy is honestly one of my favorite things. I like comedy, like comedy movies and everything. Like I've always, if like there's a horror movie or a comedy movie in theaters, I'd go see the comedy movie. I don't really care for horror.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I like
I'll watch
old.
it.
Yeah, there are some old horror movies that I do like, but I won't go and freaking watch like Saw, any of the Saw movies. That's
I
fucking
like
stupid.
Saw.
Oh my God, that's so. Oh my God, yeah.
The first one
That's
was really good. They kind of overextended it, but the first one,
yeah.
they made it seem like it could be real. It could be a real psychopath. You know what I mean? And then they kind of
Okay.
really threw it off.
Yeah.
With the two was okay. Three is where they really fucking started to blow it. They're really good, like production wise and stuff. And it's not
Yeah.
even really a horror movie. It's more of like a shock and awe movie. You know what I
I'm
mean?
more.
You're
Mhm.
scared, but it's more of like the head blowing off, or it's more of like like a gas movie. I don't know how to describe it.
Hmm. Um, I'm more into like House of a Thousand Corpses, those movies. Rob Zombie. Well, actually, me making the movie, the zombie. Oh, he
Uh,
found a place. He found a
oh,
place, but it's a bit of a drive. Smashed
nice.
clone. Hmm.
Um, my grandfather, when I was little, He's played the Leprechaun, the horror movie.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That shit fucked me up. I was scared of that and Chucky for the longest time.
Oh, Chucky's awesome. No, I'll sit and I can watch the Chucky movies. That's awesome.
I watched it. I probably watched it too young because I was
Mm.
scared for a little bit.
I have a friend, I know a guy that, do you remember Ghostbusters when Slimer runs to the hall at Bill Murray and he slimes him?
Yeah.
Every time that scene happens, a guy I know when he was a kid, he used to run up the stairs scared. So what did I do? I rewound it, played it again, rewound it, played it again.
Ghostbusters was a good movie.
Mm.
They did a good job.
Yeah, no, they have a new. Oh, what's that movie? This is Dave.
There's a couple remakes. There's the kids. There's the girls. The kids
Mhm.
one's actually not that bad. It's like the grandkids of like the
Mhm.
people. It's actually pretty good. But the middle one was kind of funky. It's Model Car Week in California right now.
Right on.
All the most expensive cars in the world are
Primo grows. If you want to get some good beans, check out FreeMaduro.com. Use that coupon code BRAINS, BRAINZ.
He's got a package on the way.
Not not promoted or not sponsored, by the way.
He's got a package from me on the way.
Oh, right on.
So we should have some seeds soon. Hopefully they get there. I'm trying a new method of sending stuff. It's still with a
This is
stamp, but it's the traditional method, but I'm using like a really thin bubble envelope. And I'm hoping it gets through.
right on.
It should. I don't see it not, because like some of the shit I pulled out of the mailbox, I'm like, how the fuck did they send that? I've seen letters with like 20 pages.
Holy fuck, dude. That's crazy. My cousin used to do that. We used to fuck around and send seeds back and forth, and he did that too. But it was in Canada, so it wasn't like crossing the border. That's crazy.
Fast Bud Spain used to send me my stuff in like CD cases,
Yeah.
like DVD.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is so dumb.
Yeah. I know, hey. I
You
used to
get
get
it?
my
I didn't order a fucking DVD. What the fuck?
hmm what? I used to get my seeds mainly from the UK. I'd order from the UK to come to Canada. Because the seeds I wanted, which is funny story. I'll talk quick. Some of you might have already heard this story, but House of the Great Gardener, he's a seed company in BC, really good beans. Anyways, I couldn't get them here, so I ended up having to order my seeds all the way in the UK to get BC seeds. So seeds basically went from British Columbia to the UK, England, then to here in Ontario, Canada. So they went worldwide, oh, around the world.
Logistics. Oh, dude, I was at a show maybe 2 years ago. Um, and someone gave me BC Godbud seed. And it was from BC Bud Depot. And he's like, "Oh, I
Yeah,
bred these." So I think he worked for BC Bud Depot. I think he was one of the main guys. It was really cool.
Yeah, but he didn't have Great Gardener. I was all about it at the time about House of the Great Gardener. This works. It's awesome. Flora knows a bit about him. I think it was Flora. Oh, I just got a head rush from that last hit. Oh, 24 karat. Oh no, it's the they screwed up. This company screwed up on me. It was supposed to be moon bows, but they must have put mint, the mint one. Um, check it. I can't think of the name of it. Not Astro Mint. Um, anyways, they screwed it up, which is good for me because it's some good shit. Still have
Yeah.
your nighttime. Thank you.
I just smoked the last. Actually, I have one more joint on my gastro pop.
Uh-oh.
I still have some of my Cindy cake,
Nice.
and I still have some Molson Otter pop. I'm at week like 5 or 6 in flour. Um, I got a pretty big harvest, so I still got plants going.
Uh-huh.
I might switch the big room to a veg cycle, shut down my veg tent for a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I want to clean everything and stuff.
Hmm.
And it's gonna take me a while to trim up all that fucking blueberry kush. There's like 6 plants of it.
Nice. Yo, that's dope. I love blueberry kush.
Did you see the picture I posted of like the Donatello?
Yeah, that's some crazy shit, eh?
Looks so great. It looks crazy.
Apparently, someone said in chat last time you talked about it. So I don't know if you saw it or not, but they're saying a lot of Rasta Jeff stuff does that kind of thing, especially that strain.
I didn't look at the cross.
So I don't know. Anyway, yeah, beans instead. Well, mm.
Uh,
Oh yeah, thanks by the way to Bud for that link the other day. If you're still here, that was awesome. Didn't have time to go check it out, but I'm gonna go look at it anyways, see if anything happens. Might show some stuff, dead stuff. Mr. Crymore. Hop on, guys. Come and hang out with us. I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours. Anyhow, if you guys need the link, just let me know. I can put it in the chat. Inside these nugs. Oh, Big John. That's funny. Long John. Big Long Johns. Right on.
this phone's gonna go crazy.
I just feel medicated for some reason. Wow. Really
I've been
good.
munching on these gummies.
Nice. Well, those are like the crazy 2000 milligrams or whatever.
I got a 1200.
The 1200, that's it. 2000.
There's a 4,000 milligram gummy bear I want to get. It's $100.
That's crazy. One time I seen they did a giveaway. This cannabis one of the reserve places did a giveaway. You had to buy tickets for it, but it was like this great big gummy bear. It was like this big. And it was medicated.
Yeah,
Like
this one's pretty big.
that's awesome, dude.
It's literally one big gummy bear, almost 4,000 milligrams.
That's cool, man. Oh, maybe I'll just bite his hand off, and that should be good enough for me right now. Bite his face, bite him in the face.
Hmm.
Anyhow, well, I'm gonna roll another one of those joints. That was freaking good. I need to roll another one of those. I had some. What was this? Bubba Kush the other day, and it was freaking awesome. I'm gonna have to get some more of that. It
You know
was
what I'm
really.
actually having a hard time finding?
What's
Pure
that?
distillate carts or reasonably priced lye resin, like real terps.
Yeah, live terp. Or, I mean, yeah. Whoa.
Puffco just released a new um, little machine, only $220, and supposedly it works really good. So yeah, this is the
Oh, right on.
Donatello.
Yeah, I never grew any Rasta Jeff stuff. I have had his lemon Jeffrey, and that's friggin' awesome. Lemon Jeffrey's good.
It's not even gonna be like a real nug though. It's I don't. Yeah, it's so weird.
It almost looks like that one I grew, that weird one. Um, shit. What's that weird? What are those? What's that weird one I grew a while ago? It goes all crazy. Shit. Can't think of the name of it now. My mind's blank. Anyways, that's what that kind of reminds me of. Freak Show. Kind of reminds me of Freak Show.
Yeah, I don't know. Reminds me of like a straight sativa.
True. Another good, another good one. CTC is um lemon sorbet. That was a really good one. I knew a guy that hooked me up with some of that, and it was even a year. Like I think it was like 6 months old or something. It could have been, and it was still like tasted fresh. It was really good. That sucks. CTC. He doesn't have access to clones either. You guys got to get over to. Oh, I guess not. You need to like someone like Green Goddess place. That's what you guys need. A reserve. Man, could have been. That was still like tasted fresh.
Shut up.
Well, he doesn't have access to clones either.
Shut up. There we go.
Sorry.
No, no.
I know.
I'm trying to pull up chat for the first time in weeks.
Right on. You guys should check out. Hold on, let me find the site I use. And you might be able to find something. Even USMAF might be able to find a delivery service. They have state US. It does US as well. Um, how the fuck do I do that again? Oh yeah,
I
I gotta
mean,
bring.
there's places, but they just charge outrageous money.
Oh really? I've seen that too at some places. Some places want ridiculous. Like they want like 300 for an ounce. I'm like, fuck off, man. I'm not paying 300 for an ounce.
Um,
Ridiculous.
yeah, I'm trying to go back to me. Want to grab another ounce of flour, couple carts, and I can get an eighth of oil for $30.
Oh, right on. What kind of oil?
Um, Ice cream cake, diamonds, I think really whatever. Consistency.
Cool, man. Um, I really want to try get some of that apples and bananas, and I really want to get some more permanent marker. That stuff is fire.
Yeah, I like permanent marker. I like duct tape.
I want to try
Uh,
apples and bananas. That's what I want to try. That's my next one. Top of the list.
shit. Apples and bananas is a good one.
What's that?
Apples and bananas is a good one.
Yeah, that's what you guys were saying. Even people in chat too. Some people in chat a couple times I see you saying it was really good as well. Okay. Come on. Like 6. Wow, TCT2, that's crazy. He's seen some phone sites saying they want 100 to 150 bucks each.
I could download one right now. The guy probably wants $1,000 for something. Hold on. What do I do here? Nope, wrong button. Did he just drop out? Oh shit, he just dropped out. Um, this phone's way slower than that. All right. Last menu I got was August 19th, yesterday. Menu. Dude, this phone's so slow. Jesus Christ. Why is this thing taking forever? I'm waiting for D to come back in. I'm gonna have to. Well, I hope I can let him back in. All right, finally. Now it's frozen. God damn it. All right. So the prices are grape cayenne zittles, $50. Milk and cookies, 150. Apple fritter, 400. Blue sushi, 1,000. Blue nerds, 1,000. Cereal milk, 800. Chem 400. Crosata, 300. Detroit Runts, 300. Double Driver, 2. Gary Payton, 8. GMO Root Beer, 2. Hippie Crusher, 5. Lemon Cherry Gelato, 500. Lemon Mints, 500. Runs, 500. Superboot, 800. Tropmana, 200. Yeah. So, and he's one of the bigger names around here. I don't know if I can let D back on. I might not be a host. Um, Hold on, I'm pulling chat up. I think D dropped, and I don't know if I can see him coming back.
Right on. Well, we can just cut it for the evening. You want to keep talking or what?
I'm just chilling.
All right. Excuse me. What the hell is on my arm?
I think D's gonna come back. I don't know.
Oh, hopefully. All right. Well, I'll roll a joint, I guess, in the meantime.
I was just telling everyone the absurd fucking dude. They're still charging $400 for apple fritter here.
That's a bit much. I think they had apple fritter for $10 in LA. Seriously, $9, actually, nine something.
You want blue sushi? 1,000.
Wow. What's blue sushi?
Hold on, I'll tell you that the cross in a minute. Supposedly that's one of the big ones right now. Blue sushi. Zittles,
Oh, I
the
mean,
Cushman's 11.
oh, they have Cushman's. I think Cushman's 11. Excuse me. Okay, now I can't swear it's the number 11, but Archive was selling Cushman's number 11, I think. All right, we'll just say Cushman's. Cushman's is available in LA too, I think, for $10 or whatever the shit.
That's what I'm saying. Then they got Blue Nerds, which is blue sherbet to Zittles for 1,000 from Sherb Money.
Fuck, who are these people charging these cuts? Is it for shipping or is it local?
Nah, this is local.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's something else.
This is
Because
one of the
these
bigger,
places that
bigger
I'm talking
guys.
about, that charge, I don't know. No, wait, now that I'm thinking about it, the one that charges like $10, they don't ship. But this other place, Buds and Roses, I want to say, in Ventura, or no, Studio City, they apparently ship too, but their shipping price is much higher than their local price. I want to say the shipped prices are about $75 a clone, whereas their normal prices are about, they have some stuff for $50, but it was like normally $25 a clone, something like that. It's more like archive prices, basically. But yeah, like their shipping prices, I guess they'll ship wherever, at least in the US, for like 75 something dollars. Not too bad, honestly, when I hear the prices you guys are charging. Holy crap. They had some nice stuff. They had peach rings and a couple other things. I was thinking about buying a couple of those things, but I just kind of changed my mind. Or just never pulled the plug, I guess. What am I trying to say? I don't really care about the stupid hype either. I wouldn't. I don't know, man. I don't think I would buy that. Just trying to envision circumstances where I would pay 500 or $1,000 for a clone. I'm like, even Jesus, even the stuff that I really want, like cherry pie, I wouldn't pay that money. I wouldn't. I wouldn't pay.
Fuck
I
that.
might pay $100, because I'm like, fuck, I've been looking for it. I had it. Flora sent it to me, and then it just stupid shit. It got lost in the excuse me,
I just sent it to you on
lost
Instagram
crap.
because I'm on
Pardon?
my second phone. I just sent you a picture of it on Instagram. I'm on my second phone. I don't have Discord on this one.
Back to you, by the way.
What's up, D? Yeah, I seen you drop it. I was like, oh,
Folks, do hop on because I have some stuff to do. I don't plan to stay here the entire evening. Um, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to have a show, ladies and gentlemen, hop on, join the conversation. Otherwise, we'll just cut it. Boston Clone Co. is the link. Yeah,
I
they've
don't know how much I'll be here.
they've got Great Canyon Skittles for $50. They got Milk and Cookies, which is cookies and cream by Triple OG. Okay. Probably a nice cut, honestly. $150. Apple fritter, you weren't lying. $400. Lumpy's cut. Literally, Lumpy's cut is the cut you get on the West Coast. Um, Archive specifies it that it's Lumpy's cut, but if you ask around, anytime you find apple fritter, why would they sell something else? What else? Blue Zushi, like you said. Skittles by Cushman's $11,000 they want for that. $1,000 of human
that's what
money.
I'm saying. People are getting reamed in the butt over here.
I mean,
Better come with a blowjob right?
yeah,
A
and
hot
in
woman.
immortal words of Artie Bucco from The Sopranos, they're nonstop ass rape. Blue Nerds, Blue Sherbet by Skittles, $1,000 for that. Again, Blue Sherbet by Skittles. So Blue Sherbet will be Blueberry by Sherbet. Lovely cross, I imagine. I mean, could be shitty cross, of course, but if it's a good blueberry, and if it's, of course, the sherbet that everybody knows, that was the progenitor for a lot of cool stuff. Heavily cookies, so basically blueberry cookies, you could say, by a different name with a little bit of that pink panties kind of OG. Across the Skittles, very, very flavorful, very fruity, but $1,000 they want for that shit. Cereal milk. Cereal milk is available on the West Coast. I've seen it a few times. Why Life by Snowman,
He needs some
$100.
milk.
Mere $800 for that. Chem 4, now we're starting to talk about a little bit. Chem No Mass Sales, so I guess it's probably the legit cut from Chem Dog we were talking about. And that they're charging $400
I picked it up for $75 though from ChemDog.
from him. Yeah. I mean, you did say it had spider mites, so still.
I think it might have had spider mites, but
That's the savings right
or
there.
no thrips.
Crostata, I was looking at that. Speaking of buds and roses, I was literally looking at Crostata and I was thinking about that one. Uh, I decided not to get it because they were charging $50 for it. And I was like, oh, do I really want it? Just thinking about it, and I had some really funny names for it too. Yeah, I'm not going to get into it. They don't have the cut, but I had some really funny names. I was like, fuck, I should get it just so I can name this one strain, this stupid fucking name. I passed, but I could have gotten it for $50 from, yeah, I guess the finest cannabis. I remember that. $300 here in Boston. Detroit Runts by Pancakes. What's Detroit about that?
I don't
Everything
know.
about that is LA and San Francisco. What the fuck? But anyway, the Tiki Cut for $200. Now we're talking somewhat reasonable. Devil Driver, Sunday Driver by Melonade. Probably a lovely cut, actually. $200. Gary Payton. They were selling Gary Payton for $25 at I was too cheap to buy the $25 Gary Payton. I was thinking about it and I was like, fuck, do I really need Gary Payton for $25? I decided no, I don't need Gary Payton for $25. So I could have had it for $25, passed on it. They are charging $800. 800 fucking dollars for the same GMO by Root Beer. That's probably good, actually. They say it's from Skunk Tech and Mean Gene. $200. Hippie
Not
Crash,
bad.
Wedding Crasher 31 by Kush Mints, Seed Junkie. $500. Lemon Cherry Gelato. Lemon cherry gelato is a legendary cut on the West Coast by this point. It's not maybe legendary, but it's been it's well known. People grew the fuck out of it for years. It's a good cut, real nice cut. It's not very cherry or anything. It's not super lemony either, but it's like a fruity, gassy thing. It's super fucking nice. Got a little bit of purple in it. You can get it at you can get a verified cut basically at Archive. I want to say they only charge like 40 bucks for it. Maybe it's because they usually price stuff at like 30, 40, or 50. And then some stuff will be a little bit more like their Rainbow Belts 2.0. It's like 80 or 90 or something. Used to be 100 or 120 even. But I want to say that the lemon cherry gelato is only like 30 bucks. And I saw lemon cherry gelato in LA too for again like I want to say I want to say they never had it in stock, but the place Green Dragon had it for like $10. $500 they charge for this piece of
Look
shit.
at
Jesus
Holy
fucking
fuck.
Christ.
probably
Great
could have got
cut for $500?
Super Booth too for 20, 30 bucks. It's 800.
Super Boof, you say. Super Boof, we're skipping the list a little bit. I like that I'm not looking ahead at the numbers because I continually am surprised by this. Super Boof, of course, that's Trop Cherry or Trop Cookies by Black Cherry Punch, rather. Good shit. It's actually a specific cut, rather than a strain. They call it Blockhead Seed Mobile J cut. Yeah, exactly. It's literally a cut. $800. 800. If you went to your mom's favorite fucking dispensary on the West Coast, I think there's still
Uh-oh.
1% chance that they have a cut of Super Boof for less than $50. I mean, I swear to you. Like Archive has that shit all the time. In LA, they have Super Boof. Jesus fucking Christ, $800.
Oh yeah, right above it runs for 500.
Seriously, Runts for $500 now. All these years after Runts has been famous, and now it's still $500 they want to charge for it.
And a minimum order of 200.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I guess one cut is the minimum order, unless you're
Jeez.
buying
Hold on,
regular
fucking
stuff.
holy bashfulness. Holy fucking shit. I mean, I don't know. Is this a long-term play from them? Like, are they going to be able to sustain this in the future? Like, once people realize that clones don't cost that much, uh, I, someone not going to fucking firebomb that place? I mean, holy shit. Imagine you spent 5 grand on clones one year for fucking 8 clones, and then the next year you realize you could literally fly to California and bring back the clones for less money than that. You could literally fly to California, have a fucking baller vacation at the nicest hotel, stay at the Chateau Marmont, pick up fucking 20 clones or something, hold them in the hotel room with you, and then fly back because clones are fucking legal. Nobody gives a shit. They don't have any THC in them. The THC basically can't do shit to you. Um, I guess you'd have to be nice, maybe, but honestly, you could just mail them back to yourself because who gives a fuck? They're literally just clones. They're totally legal. You would literally save yourself a few $1,000s. Can you imagine that shit?
First
Holy
time
fucking shit, bag. Wow.
I met them in 2021, I'm guessing, because that's the first email I got from them.
Wow. Hmm. Yeah, I can almost understand it. I still can't really understand it, but I can almost understand it when they're shipping the clones, because then you actually have a different business model. You have to figure out the legal ins and outs a lot better. Yeah, locally, that Jesus Christ. Huh.
Even shipped, they add 50 bucks just to ship them.
Um, I mean, that part I guess I won't criticize because packing clones is not that easy. 50 bucks is a little much, I'd feel like, but hey, compared to $1,000 clone, I hope they package it right.
I
Wowza.
like
It
those.
says USPS Priority Express shipping, 50 bucks, first 10 plants, $5 bulk plant bulk. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. If someone came here with all those clones and opened up just a clone store, probably make a lot of money. But it's clones are weird over here still. Like they're not really accepted at all.
What was that?
I don't know.
That's
People
crazy.
see a plant and they're like, they don't want it. Like even at events, people really don't want plants there.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Dude, I've been following this Dalton like mayor situation. That shit is crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you haven't
Yeah.
heard of the tyrant mayor? She took over like two towns. One day, she was using taxpayer dollars, bought herself like a $150,000 Tahoe, but she bought like four of them. And
Huh.
then they were like looking over the charges, and she charged like $40,000 on Amazon with the city card.
Sarah Huckabee
Well,
Sanders did the same shit the other, I don't know, a few months ago. She'll probably get away with it.
No, this one, like
Or-
she really, they're talking millions of dollars.
Oh,
Police were getting overpaid.
wow.
Somehow they were working like 120 hours overtime in a week,
Oh, wow.
getting $14,000 paychecks. Yeah, she really fucked up. The feds are there.
Mhm. That's paddling.
crazy. Motor friend.
Someone
That's a
went on
good one.
a robbing spree in Worcester, Mass. Three pizza delivery drivers robbed at gunpoint.
Huh. Wow. That's the kind of job you don't want to be robbed at gunpoint for. Can you imagine?
The thing is, when I did that, like when I do delivery, I never bring that much money with me. Especially if I'm making money, I'll leave money at the restaurant. I'll bring enough for a tip for a 50.
Mhm.
If you want me to tip 100, I gotta go to the store. And most of the time, if they're giving me 100, their order's probably about $50 anyway. So I just give them what's in my pocket. Um, this is a big headline. It's been popping up a lot lately. Illegal cannabis shop NYC
Hmm.
bust. They've been busting them left and right. All the bodegas, all the little stores, little dispensaries, pop ups, all over the place there.
LA had the same thing for years. They had all these illegal dispensaries, and the police, I guess, would go in and bust them from time to time. But they were making money hand over fist, so I guess they didn't give a
Oh
shit.
yeah, I seen one where there was like a back door with a there was a cut in the wall to an apartment, like
Yeah.
a trap apartment. They'd walk in the back of the store, they order, and they had like pre-rolled joints and shit. It was crazy.
Huh.
I want to
Thinking
check out
about Jake,
the native dispensaries, D.
they're awesome, and their prices are right, and it's actually good product, not crappy Canadian government run crap shit. Shitty
But
cannabis.
someone fell into the third rail on the subway. That's crazy.
Well, people, I'm gonna roll a joint.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
a slow night.
it could be that yeah, it could be that these shows are. It could just be a slow night. You never know, but it has been a little slow lately, so we'll see. If you guys would like to join the conversation, now is the time. Um, kind of can't have a conversation without you. So
I really wish I lived in
we have to
Oregon,
move
bro.
on with these shows. What's that, Smash?
I'm so envious that you live so close to the actual Nike outlet.
Yeah,
I'd be there like every other day checking for shoes.
No cheating.
Well, the thing is, where Fumi is, you can get actual rare pairs at the outlet sometimes
hmm.
because he's where they make them. Like they'll actually like around here we can get New Balances. Like I can get
Farm to
any New
table
Balance I've
Nikes.
ever wanted because New Balance factories around here are like the main store. And Nike always does these rare release, like they always do collabs. They're one of the smartest shoe companies you'll ever see because like they have a lot of the athletes on walk. Like that's a big thing. Is
Police.
they have a lot of the athletes, and then they sponsor random people. Like there's, and then they collab with like artists and stuff, trying to be like trendy, I guess you would say. But like they're the only company Louis Vuitton has worked with for shoes, other than Louis Vuitton's own shoes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those shoes are
What the
wear.
hell?
I
I
think
understand that there's no accounting for taste, but I walked by the Balenciaga store at the
they're
Beverly
so
Center a few
ugly.
weeks ago. I
So
thought
ugly.
I was talking to my friend. I was like, yeah, I swear to you, if I won like a shopping spree, I wouldn't keep anything. Like I probably wouldn't take anything from that store.
Some people say Balenciaga is a social experiment
I believe it. Garbage. The
because
fuck?
like they released like look Google real quick Balenciaga tape bracelet. Just Google it and see what pops up and how much it's for. You're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Never know. There you go, hardcore.
What's happening,
What's
everyone?
bud?
What's up, bud?
Hey, bud.
So it's literally Balenciaga duct tape.
Yep. It's clear. It's clear tape. It's packing tape.
Yeah, how do I close that? No thanks. I'm not interested. This is something else.
Then look up the Balenciaga metal shoes.
So it's a roll of packing tape that they had the printer changed to
What the fuck?
Balenciaga instead of Scotch. It's basically a roll of Scotch tape. Yeah, they sell
For
Well,
$4,000.
like I got my experience with rolls of packing tape. I think that's a kind of cool bracelet. Like I don't know about the designer part, but just the idea of like, yeah, having a roll of packing tape on your wrist.
The metal shoes are pretty fucking crazy too.
so stupid. I just can't even.
Wow.
They've done like you can buy like I think it's a Balenciaga chip bag. That's like a backpack.
I've never even, I mean, I've heard of some of the designer brands. I never heard of that one before. What'd you call
They're
that?
they're one of the weird ones.
Spanish, I think, right?
I don't even know. It's got to be with that name, Balenciaga. Italian or Spanish?
See?
Hold on.
Hardcore says, the moment I thought to myself, I better do some more drugs first, Buddy pops on the screen. That's fate. Like
Yeah,
your drug muse.
yeah. I banged my head like today. Okay, between the two rooms, we have four split minis. And partner, who he's very agile, lighter than me. We've done them together where I manage the bucket and the wastewater and clean up afterwards. But he gets up on the ladder and puts the bib. You have to put a bib over the AC, then use like a pressure, uh, clean the the coils and the fan, all this built up shit. And then it all flows into the bucket. And then the one that we couldn't get to, we did it with plants in place because if you do it right, you don't spill water. That's what the bib is for. So he started a construction job, and then today's the day the room's empty where I can move all the trays, put ladders at the final one, and we were going to do it together. But no, he couldn't make it. So he pep talked me. He's like, dude, you can do it. See what I do. And like 2 phone calls later where I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like, he sent me like a YouTube tutorial 2-minute video where I was like, oh, why didn't I think to watch that? It was just a 2-minute thing where the company that makes the bib shows you which way it goes, what the whole idea is. And then I finally was able to do it, but the job doesn't take that long. But what made it a pretty long time is like I had a lot. Luckily, there were no plants in the room because, yeah, I had to get the mops and the shop vac. As much water I caught in the buckets and collected, I also got all over the place. So I had to mop it all up and do with it. And I remember my third try, which was finally the success. No one's here, but when I say this to myself, it's a reality check. When I go, I'm getting too old for this shit. That was after I banged my head, right? And it was bleeding a little bit. I was like, yeah, I'm getting too old for this shit. Like, because now, I'm 61. Like, I remember when the whole idea was you retire when you're like 63 or 4 or something. And now the goalposts changed where I'm like, yeah, there's no stopping now. Like, why I'm not that skilled with servicing the AC. He worked for trade, but my AC guy, oh, he loved that when I call him and say, oh, can you come? Because I traded him barter, and he was a professional, and he'd come in and had the fucking technique and everything and keep those ACs because if you want these things to last, you have to take care of them. You can't let them get all nasty on you. And at this point, they're the most expensive tool in the grow. Split meaning AC. They're come down in price a lot, but that's a pretty good investment. And if you take care of them, most of ours, they're good ones. They're not like cheap rebranded ones. Fujitsu, Daikin, legit brands. Yeah, 10 years and stuff, they're still just coming along. But I know I've seen other people that didn't take care of them well. Yeah, they didn't last that long.
9,000 for that layered jacket.
Holy fuck.
And we used to do that here. The AC guy here is different. He doesn't work for trade, so it's just cash. After you watch these guys put a bib on it, it's not that complicated, right? Like I could do that. Like, no, we do it ourselves here because that's just money you don't have anymore. Like at the end of the month, you wonder, oh, what's profit or whatever. Oh, then you look at the numbers, you realize a whole bunch of things that you could have just done yourself is the money that you could have had.
You see, I'm fuming. You can't tell me that's not a social experiment to see what people will fucking wear.
It fucking must be, man. The fuck?
Chip bags, fucking trash bags, fucking layered jackets. Like, what is this? Like, how is that fashionable at all?
What it is the people who buy it literally have no conception of money. It's like from Arrested Development. It's a banana, Michael. What can it cost? It's people who literally they have parents who just don't give a fuck. I mean, like in LA, there are people. There's a couple houses in LA for sale for $68 million fucking dollars. A couple of them. Those people are the kinds of people whose children go to Balenciaga at the Beverly Center, and they have their parents' credit card. They just buy whatever the fuck.
Even at Paris, at the big high fashion thing, most of that stuff is so ridiculous that it isn't really like wearable, right? It's like this. It's an art piece, or even some of those dresses from the top designers, they need like that's a person that not only can wear the dress, but have two handlers following them around, making sure that the that it doesn't fall off of you.
Already.
It's like unrealistic. Like most people are going to wear something that has some functionality to it, right?
So these bags here, I don't know if you guys in the States have these type of shopping bags, but we don't use plastic bags anymore here in Canada. It's like a fabric reusable bag. And I've seen people, this was like maybe 5, 6 years ago. They're going around and wearing clothes like this, making clothes out of these, cutting out armholes and cutting out the bottom of
Well,
it, wearing a shirts
I
and shit.
mean,
It's crazy.
it's more of a costume, but like at a certain time after the Depression, people wore gunny sacks, right? The gunny sack was like a bag agriculture uh, potato sack or whatever. Like people were so poor, they only wore couldn't buy clothes. They just wore like gunny sacks.
Mhm.
We've been there before.
But yeah,
Pigman is saying in the chat, those people would pay $90 for a 2 gram pre-roll, and I'm just thinking to myself, imagine if Balenciaga opened up a dispensary. Like
They
all
did.
the
It's in
shit would have
Vegas.
holes in it. Like the blunts would have holes out the side, so you light it and it would just canoe. But it'd be like $9,000 for a fucking blunt.
There's that place in Vegas that has like $100 ace.
Oh,
That's
that's not
Valencia.
even $100 eight.
holy fuck.
That's like with that kind of markup. What the fuck? It was a trash bag for
Well,
$1,800.
I
It was a
remember
chip bag
seeing
for
that
1,800.
guy
Like
Two
it's got to
Chains.
be like fucking $500 for a joint. You know
It
what I mean?
was
The
leather.
guy Two Chains had a show for a while where a couple of the episodes he went to cannabis places, but whatever he went to, it was the most expensive fucking thing. He went to Vegas to some cannabis thing that it was. I think the pre-roll was like gold leaf paper,
Oh
like just
yeah, it
this
was a 14. Yeah,
ridiculous thing that like it was priced this. But that place is in business because there's this certain class that if they can spend that much, yeah, money's liquid to
it
you.
was like a
And if
private
you
party.
think that the best thing is going to come at the price, makes it better.
I don't think that's the rich people that buy it, but I think it's the people who want to pretend to be rich people who buy those
Well,
things.
that's true
And so
too.
they go to Vegas and they show off to their expensive
Because I
escort,
got to be honest,
whoever
the
they've
average
got on
rich
their arm. They're
people
like,
I
"Oh,
know,
look at this $200 cigar."
like in my life, they're the tightest people with money ever. I with the few times I've been around rich people, I'm like, no wonder you're rich. Like you never spend any money. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of them are tight as fuck with money. That's how they got rich.
Well, they got rich because they were in the right place at the right time. It has
Some of
nothing to do with
that,
their quality as a person.
but
It's who you know.
There's always an exception, but for the most part,
yeah, I don't know. We live in a weird time when it comes to
I
that.
don't worship the rich at all. In fact, I would say the rich are often dumber than the
If I ever got like super rich, I'd still wear black t-shirts. I'd have nicer shoes probably.
Come here.
I'd
That's
buy
one of the
like my
reasons why something like fucking Balenciaga, goddamn, what was it, an $1,800 trash bag is so ridiculous when you think about it. You go to the Bay Area, for example, all the hyper rich fuckfaces, billionaires, literal billionaires that work at Apple and OpenAI and all those, they all wear t-shirts and jeans. Like they don't wear Balenciaga, whatever the fuck. Holy
There's
shit.
like quality. I mean, yeah, there's like better fabric, like shoot, like you got money, there's some nice products out there, right? Uh, yeah.
so there's a pair of shoes. It's you can probably get it on the market for about $8,000, but like they're one of the first Nikes to ever go over 10 grand, I think. And I don't know why. Back when they released, I fell in love with them. I really wanted to get them, and I just couldn't get my hands on them. And now this many years later, they're worth fucking whatever X amount of dollars. And if I ever got rich, I'd probably buy them because I've liked them since they were $120, $100.
That's what happened to guitars years ago. I've told this story probably a few times on this show. But years ago, I found myself over on the Sunset Strip because there used to be, I mean, when I was growing up, there used to be just tons of guitar stores. There's still a few, I guess, but there used to be rock clubs up and down Sunset, really up and down Sunset, honestly. But most of those are closed now too. And guitar stores up and down, and music stores in general up and down store. And so a lot of rock bands, Guns N' Roses and so on, literally got their guitars there. Like Guns N' Roses started down the street at Cantor's over on Fairfax. So really in that same neighborhood. Anyway, okay, neighborhood over, I guess you could be more accurate.
Well, I know one
Anyway,
place that still exists. It's in the valley on Van Owen in Tampa. It's called Norm's Classic Guitars, right? And
No.
it's on the corner. And yeah, that guy has like, and you can pull up his website. Yeah, his customers, like all the big names when they have money and want like a whatever year Les Paul or whatever. Oh,
Once you
you go to Norm, he's got it. It cost a pretty penny, but yeah, and he's like old school. He's been there forever, but he's still. But like you say, guitar centers and instrument sales. Well, most of it people just do it online. They don't need a store.
well,
And
not only that, but the story was this basically. I walked into this one guitar store and he was like, "Oh shit, you caught us just in time." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, it's our last day." And I was like, "Tell me more. I don't understand." And he's like, "Yeah, we're going online only." And so he gets to the story. And basically, I just had these two guitars that I was curious how much they were worth. They weren't worth all that much. They were only worth maybe a couple, $300, $400 each. But anyway, that used to be a normal question, right? Like, how much easier could it be than basically to take a guitar into the guitar store and see what it might be worth, right? But no, they basically told me that he was like, "Hey, see that wall behind me?" And I look behind him, and sure enough, there's a bunch of guitars, right? It's a fucking guitar store. And he's like, "That guitar is worth $37,000. That guitar is worth $50,000. That guitar I'll probably sell in the next couple of weeks for 70,000." I can't remember all the different numbers he told me, but basically that's the gist of it. Right behind him on the wall, there was probably a good $1 million worth of guitars because there was probably a good, oh, I don't even remember, 30 fucking guitars just behind him. And he was
yeah,
like,
it's all
I
about
got
what
those
year.
guitars. Well, he was telling me he got those guitars a few years before for a few $1,000s, basically. He said literally that entire wall was probably a few $1,000s.
just
And
need
now,
a
like I
run.
said, it was probably $1 million. And basically what he said was he told me the story a little bit more. He said that over the last few years, this is probably 8 or 10 years ago now, but basically a number of years ago, cheers, Captain. Guitar prices it absolutely exploded, and one of the reasons why was that basically, like Smash was describing, people who used to be, I don't know, 18 or 19 years old and couldn't afford the guitars when they were being played on the fucking radio, they grew up and became software engineers and I don't know, owned companies and whatever else. Some of these guys struck it fucking rich, and they could finally afford the guitar of their dreams. Literally, not even just a replica
And unless
guitar,
you
but
thrash it,
the
it, it
guitar of
doesn't
their
it
dreams.
doesn't go down in value like that. It's one of the steady climbers. Oh, the big climb is slowed down, but oh, if you spend X amount on a certain guitar, chances are it's only going to go up in value. There's no, as long as it's like cared for.
So long story
Because
Yeah,
short,
and
I
like
don't know how
like the truth is, like really good
Gibson
guitar
Custom.
players, like yeah, if you're that good, then like there's guitars are like unique, and there's only so many of them. The way they modern produce
Sunburst.
instruments don't even come close to like the craftsmanship of the 50s, 60s, even into the 70s, and then yeah, most of them, the production ones are made in Japan or made
Japan
overseas.
in China.
Les Paul's the real big name in guitars. Ibanez,
So that's Gibson. I mean, there's Gibson and Fender. Those are the two, like, oh, there's independent. Oh, and if it comes to an acoustic guitar,
way
Martin.
different. Way
Like
different.
Martin
Martin.
has been around like 200 years. I think they started in Pennsylvania. And yeah, part of it is the woods, the way they put them together. But like myself, I've heard a lot of guitars. I can tell if someone's playing a Martin. That's how like they just sound. There's a sound
Deep,
so clear,
deep.
so perfect. As far as acoustic guitars, you know it's like, oh, that's a Martin. And Martins are like, yeah, they still make them, and I saw a documentary once that showed, oh, they do everything, and part of it is they were smart and like bought up a lot of this wood when they could, because part of this whole thing is, yeah,
You
the
can't
wood,
get the wood anymore
you can't get
for
the wood
20 or
anymore,
30 years.
and the quality of the wood isn't the same as the old stock, and there was only so much wood like that, and a lot of guitars are, yeah, there's a maple neck, there's different woods have different resonance and make for a different sound.
What do you think of the PSR guitars?
No, well, that's Paul Reed Smith, and
Yeah. What
that
do you
guy.
think of his guitars?
The
The
first time I
sounds
got
of
hip to
that?
him is when Phil went from playing Fender for a few years and stopped playing Olympic, he went to Paul Reed Smith basses. And then he makes some of the best guitars. Like John Mayer plays Paul Reed Smith, Jimmy Herring plays Paul Reed Smith,
Yeah.
Santana is Paul Reed Smith. He's a custom guitar maker. Yeah, his guitars are like, he has some models you can get for like $7,000 new stuff, but most of them are like,
Yeah, my 15,
I've
20.
seen it. Yeah,
Oh,
and
weird.
you get what you pay for, because they're handcrafted. They're yeah.
One of my favorite musicians had a guitar, like it's an acoustic guitar with a bridge. It looked like a bridge in the middle of the
Yep.
hole.
Billy
Yeah,
Strings has one at the front.
there's all
And
kinds
I
of
was like,
instruments, stringed instruments, and pedal lap guitars and steel guitars. Like there's all kinds.
I don't
Okay.
know. I was just wondering why they would have it there, and I think it made the sound higher, the note higher.
It just amplifies it.
Yeah, it wouldn't change the frequency. Making the note higher would change the frequency, so it might just change the overtones or something. Just change the way it sounds.
It takes a acoustic into electric, basically. An electric acoustic. I was thinking about trying the steel guitar, the slide. Well, at least I don't have to put my fingers on direct chords and things like that, which I don't have the dexterity to do anymore. But it does take a lot of dexterity with your right or left hand, whichever one's dominant, because you're just not using like two fingers and a pick. You literally have like four picks on your fingers, and you're playing it that way.
I hear banjos.
So how's everyone doing tonight?
Oh, doing all right. What's the word with you there, Captain?
Well, I had an interesting drive the other day. We have a sharp curve in downtown Cleveland on the freeway, right in front of Burt Lake Airport. And it's literally a 82-degree turn. And as I was going into this turn, I lost my
How do you know?
brakes.
Oh, you lost your
Uh-oh.
fucking brakes. Holy shit. I was going to ask you how you
Man.
know about the degrees of the turn, but that's more interesting. Continue.
It's called Dead Man's Curve for a reason.
Oh.
Either way, if you're going too fast, the one way you hit the wall, and you can possibly go over the 6-foot wall into oncoming traffic, or you go too fast coming into town And as you're sliding off into the cement pillars that hold up the
I mean,
railroad tracks.
82 degrees is basically a 90 degrees. So how fast are you going around there?
They say 40 miles an hour, 45. It's got a good angle to it, and it is 5 lanes wide right there. And I used I used 3 of them.
So you said you lost your brakes? What happened?
Yeah, I popped the back brake line, and a rubber piece went at the same time.
That's pretty bad luck.
Wow.
Yeah, the pedal went straight to the floor, and I went, "Oh fuck!"
Let me ask you this: have you recently been interacting with any of the characters from The Wire, specifically or Sergey? Has anybody put out a hit on you? Marlo Stanfeld, for example.
No, but I
Hmm.
did call some kid out today because he tried ordering me around, and he says, "Well, I'm 17." And I said, "Well, that gives you 2 free punches. Let's step outside."
Wow, Mass
But
State
no,
Lottery has a fucking ad on Facebook to buy lottery tickets. That's kind of crazy.
I think if someone did put a hit out on me, I don't think it would get a green light right now.
Oh, okay.
Because I just spent 8 hours today not scrubbing, but literally taking a 4-inch blade to a kitchen. And I was only able to do like a small part of it in that time. But hey, it had passed the inspection in that area.
I mean, hey, who are these people?
So I got 7 hours and 15 minutes again with no breaks. So the first hour was walking back and forth between Home Depot and the shop getting what I needed, which actually gave me a chance to smoke another joint and like 4 cigarettes.
Go.
Could you believe a restaurant didn't have a fucking screwdriver, Phillips?
What's up, CTC? I see question mark coming from CTC over there.
Does your ice cream machine work?
Oh, cheers, hardcore.
I was at the Italian restaurant today. I wasn't at the ice cream place. That's tomorrow. 3:30 to close, and then Thursday is open.
Wait, you work at an ice
4:30.
cream place too? Did I just uncover that?
Custard and mustard.
Holy shit, I'm psychic as fuck. Wow, I just blew my own mind.
I had 53 hours in last week. And in 4 days, I'm probably going to have close to 44, 45.
Oh, that's fine.
Have you talked about the ice cream place? Like, is that subliminal forethought?
Yeah, I posted it on IG, but I had to take down the one post because it said, that I was kind of like working there, and I can't have working down in anything right now because I'm applying for state 7. I qualify for 7 state assisted programs. I can't get SSD, but I can get 7 of these shitty ones.
Can you get free cuts through them?
No, I get free pills though.
What about free cheese?
Oh, dude, I
They,
have that that's what I eat at the ice cream shop. I eat the fucking mozzarella cheese.
do they still do that? I wonder. Does anybody know if those kind of things give out free
No, I
cheese?
mean, it used to be
Is-
government
is-
cheese is like a term because when you
No, they
were
don't
like
make it
on
anymore.
food stamps or whatever, when
Well,
they
I think they
gave
still
you
make it,
the
but they don't give it
actual
away.
food stamp, they also gave you this big block of cheese. It was like what they call government cheese. It wasn't sliced or anything. Maybe it was
No,
a 6 pound block, and it probably wasn't very the best cheese.
People said it
But
was good.
yeah, I mean,
Actually,
it wasn't.
government cheese. That's
uh,
All
it.
this dairy
And they had
material.
some
Wahlburgers
other
is making.
items that they would give you food supplement, and then they also gave you the food stamps. Now everything's on this thing called EPT or something. It's just like money on a card. There's no more
yeah.
handouts of food. But when people first had food stamps and government assistance, yeah, they used to give out cheese. Was like somehow that's where the term government cheese comes from.
So Wahlburgers, if you ever get a chance to go in there, they might have had to change their menu, but it said for the cheese, it said government cheese, because supposedly back in the day when he was poor, blah 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 blah, they had to eat the. But anyways, he made his money on that. That was like a staple for his cheeseburger. It was kind of funny.
I think you're supposed to pronounce it government.
No,
I don't know.
Hardcore.
I like string cheese incident better.
I think the government owns like a 2,000 or like $1 million worth of cheese or something like that. Well,
Hoarding.
Guys, I'd calm down with all the cheese talk. J5 is probably getting riled up.
Well, now
Being
there
from
was like this
Wisconsin.
program where the big dairy states would
No laughing
like,
matter for those
like
guys.
a tax incentive to make this government cheese. So it also helped the dairy industry because the
Government.
government bought like a lot of cheese. It was a hey, it was a different time and a different era, and yeah, we did some weird shit.
Yeah.
fuck.
Let me just interrupt for a second. It's been a long time since I've had any really good news, but I just got some pretty spectacular news. So hopefully it continues. But for the moment, I'm really fucking happy. I'm gonna go roll a joint. I need to grind up a little bit more of this ice cream cake. I'm gonna smoke some ice cream cake that we were talking about earlier.
Nice.
I'm gonna add a little bit more to this joint. Hopefully you guys are enjoying something as well. Don't forget to hop on here. We have a couple folks
Wait,
here
you
joining the
just have
conversation.
plain
So,
ice cream cake, not frosted anything?
nope, this is just ice cream cake.
I miss ice cream cake. I grew up for a few years. I don't know why we stopped,
I could
but
send you a cut of it.
there's grains that when people bring them up, I'm like, yeah, I miss. I wish I had like there's so many that whatever you move on and you get different things. But then some days I'm like, yeah, that was really
Yeah, we
good.
were talking about that, Bud. We were talking about kind of the same thing before the show, or not before the show, at the beginning of the show. I don't know if you heard us. Well, you probably heard us talking because you were first in the
Yeah.
chat. Like Smash was
Yeah.
talking about those cuts in Boston, and not one of them was something that you couldn't get on the West Coast. And I was just thinking to myself, like, would you pay, like you personally, would you pay any of those prices for any of that? Like they had cuts for 500,
But
800, a
here's the thing:
thousand.
the one or two times I've gotten cuts from like a service or whatever, I don't even think they were what they said they were. Like that, like the like, and then that part would always be a thing. Now, if it was from somebody smaller craft, more reputation on the line, then okay. But like from the clone nursery things that I know of, it lists like they're like there's not a strain that they don't have on their menu, which I always found that like, wow, how much work is it to have like 250 strains and have clones of those? Because I
I'm
don't think they
300
really
deep.
do. They just put a list because somebody wants that, And then, oh, they don't have that? Well, give them this. That's close enough. Like, I really think that. Like,
Can you look up?
where a lot of the things that get passed around that aren't even what they are
Blueberry
happen
French toast
in,
string.
in the nursery clone business, where yeah, they'll just sell these clones and say that they're these varieties. That's you know, they don't
Unless you come to my nursery and then you get proven clones that have been tested 3 times for hemp lane virus and other viroids before I even put them out. And I'm going to keep the California model here because I hope a lot of people in California help me out.
What's the
And
California
we're going
model?
to keep those plants at $20-25 a piece. And if
Can I
you're
pay
a
with imaginary
veteran,
money?
you're going to get 20% off. If you're disabled, you're going to get 20% off.
What if you're Canadian?
I'm looking at.
Then you got to
We're
get
gonna
like
try
90% off because you're that disabled.
triple.
So if you mean we missed that.
Can I get a free cut?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll get.
well,
I was making fun of Canadians.
I'll charge you a
Like-
couple extra loonies.
there's different minimums, like clone nurseries.
150, 200.
Yeah,
You got to
because
fill a
they're
room.
really interested in selling you one clone at like that.
Canadians will give them the
even
shit for free out of
the
pity.
one I did, I got 5 different varieties and 5 of each one, and I forget, it wasn't that much money, but oh, I had so much expectations. I remember going over this list, the list of all the varieties they had, like 10 times to narrow down 5, right? And it was like a fantasy, like, oh my God, they listed every strain there was, right? I was like, oh, the only one that I think was close to what it was, because I ran it a couple times, was this Ghost OG or
Huh.
Ghost Green 8 or no, Ghost OG.
Well, at least that one because Ghost is a
That was maybe
$1,000
legit.
cut. Famously.
I forget the names. This happened a few years ago, 5 years ago, or oh, it was a complete waste of time. And I was like, oh, fuck those places.
Well, what do you think about your nephew's place or
well, he had what he
your
had,
relatives?
but like a lot of his things, he doesn't try to sell individual clones. They have contracts with commercial growers, right? And yeah, depending on the volume, they sell clones for like $5 to $7, and like some of these are more than clones. They're like semi-teens or teens.
Teens.
Some of the way they bill those people out is like on the time and space. So like some of those facilities, they would rather have these stretched out like clone because they can just plant those and go, right? They don't want to start with like little rooted smaller clones. They want them like semi-teens. But yeah, like $7 each. But these people are ordering thousands of them, and even the numbers go lower. And that's his business. Like
I may order
it's
100.
competitive. It's competitive, and a lot of it is you got a few of his clients supply the genetics, and then you're that doesn't mean he can sell those or give them to other places. That's proprietary. You sign an agreement, and
You
then
have contract.
you just clone their stock for them because a lot of the business models had X amount of square feet, whatever. Over time, they realized, wait, we have the clonal room, we have this, we have all this space, and then they went to this thing of like, yeah, just flower and change the light cycle for a week or so in the one room, to veg for a period of time. That's how they can maximize everything, right? And so a lot of those facilities contract out the cloning and mothers, and they don't want to have to deal with all that, which makes sense. Like a lot of times that's the vector for diseases, that's the vector for bugs, all these things. You get a good relationship with, even it's been a few years, but when I was in more contact with them and went out there and checked it out, a lot of the customers they picked up were like, because they had just kind of got in the game. Some of the other brands had fucked up, like, oh, gave somebody bugs or didn't have them on schedule. The biggest thing in that whole contract is they want them in this window that they already have mapped out. Like, you know, when the room's empty, they ready for them. Boom, you got to have them healthy, ready.
Every 7 days.
When that is, and that's important, because if you can do that, then okay, we're rolling. That's not always easy to do. There's factors, like, well, and
I
so
had to put out
they have a bad
275.
experience with whoever they're contracted with, and then that's the end of business there. They move on to someone that can handle
My
it.
contract was for 250 clones. I gave 275. That way they had a 10% where they could just toss if they weren't good enough for them. But those clones, yeah, basically they threw them under the light, vegged them for like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and flipped.
Yeah. Mhm.
They said the clones at the end that I was giving them, they were only turning the lights on for 10 days and then flipping them because they were so big
There's
by the
plenty of
time they were
people
getting them.
that don't opt to do that and keep everything in house, have like, unique stuff and try to hold on, not every, but some of
You
the,
can't do that anymore.
even in this area, Delanto or wherever, it's like a cannabis oasis in the middle of the desert. See, complexes where there's all these brands. When you go in, you see the sign. You're like, wait, that brand,
Area
this brand, this brand,
420.
and these other brands that basically white label, like, yeah, there's brands that don't even really grow their own weed. They sub it out to somebody else.
I've been looking at this strain blueberry French toast for a couple of days, and I think I might grab some to try. And what I can find is when I look it up, I get two completely different answers. I can't find like a straight up answer of the cross.
Is it on the blueberry side of it that you're having the problem?
Yeah. Well, kinda. It's so if you look up blueberry French toast, a couple companies come up that have it, or Leafly, and it says, oh wait, that doesn't even have the cross in it. Hold on.
Yeah.
This one, Lucky Green Ladies. I don't know what that is, but they say it's an indica dominant blueberry French toast. It's lineage Paris OG to Face Off OG BX2. But that's the lineage for just French toast. And if it's truly blueberry French toast, I think it's
DJ Short's blueberry.
yeah, I think it's
Or
actually DJ Short Thai blueberry whatever to the French toast Paris OG Face Off OG.
now there is another blueberry that a lot of people forget, but it did win a High Times Cup, and it was
Humboldt
put
Seed
out
Company?
by Noon Coffee Shop, and this was the High Times Cup of 2000, I think, is when they won. It's more of an indica, and they're more round fat nugs instead of more longer, skinnier cola type buds. Excuse me. We have very damp weather tonight.
See, I'm going back to Portland, Maine this weekend.
This weekend, I'm going to actually have 2 days off, Friday and Saturday. I'm
I
going to
just lied
go
to
up to
you guys.
Clio, Michigan for the Clio Cup.
I just lied to you. So I'm going there Thursday. This weekend I'm going to Boston.
Well, this weekend I'm going to LA for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Billy Strings is playing at the Forum on Friday and Saturday.
That'd be a killer show. I want to see a show at the Forum.
Wasn't there just something?
And then the weekend after that, yeah, like I said, that's my birthday weekend, and that's Hookahville. So I got a killer deal off my friend that gave me the free tickets to Hookahville too. So right before COVID, he changed his whole PA system over to JBL because they gave him a deal. So he changed over everything. It was like 1.2 million, 1.3 million. And he had these speakers that are Wi-Fi, and they have covers over them so you can put them outside even a little bit. And he says, like, this is all I have. I don't have any of those speakers that we were talking about left anymore. And I said, well, what do you want on these? And he said, well, I paid $793 for the pair of them. How about $800? And I said, well, can I give you $300 and make payments? He says, you picked me up so many car parts for my car in Aruba that was built in Thailand. You just pay me back the rest of it over the next year. So these are JBL. They're Bluetooth.
I thought you had
And
six
they're
digits in the bank.
1800 watts. You mean
I've
a
got a
trust?
I've got a 1200 watt. What is it? A Rockford old school Rockford Fosgate punch with a 12 inch woofer and a bandpass that I made by myself. It's all fucking mad scientist bandpass where the speaker faces inside, and it's got like a labyrinth that it goes back and forth. It's got like PVC pipe cutting slivers down the corners so it's nice and round corners, and there's like spray foam behind those and shit. Thing fucking
But these speakers, you can plug right into the back of them.
if they're Wi-Fi, you don't even need wires, right? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but if you had a band and you wanted the band to play, they could plug right into them, and you can run it off of a computer program. Because it's really not about moving knobs anymore. You basically have a laptop.
Love on my knob, like corn on the cob.
God, I've only been here like 7 weeks, and I'm already thinking about what I'm going to be doing when I get back to Thailand. That is one cool thing, though. I did give myself 1 month off. Go over some Songkran for the water festival and Thai New Year. That could be like 11-day party. Like tonight would be an awesome party with that big blue moon up there.
I just saying blue mute or blue moon on mute, and it sounded better than you were saying. And your audio is shit smashed.
Streams.
Yeah, you don't even have a mic.
Just look at the streams.
Yeah, you're all faded out and gargled smashed. You're in a can. No, but Ryan, come on. Would I rather take money out of a bank account or over the 2 weeks that I work before I go to Michigan, I basically make the money for the speakers over the next 3 to 4 weeks. I'd rather take the payment plans at 0% interest and give myself some more pocket money in case something comes up, like a couple nice clones. Or a nice girl that wants to go out to dinner.
There you go. That's what I thought you were going to say, Cap.
Well, you should have heard about the other one I was going to say about Thailand.
Oh, what's that bar? Shit, is it down by that bar there? I can't think of the name of it right now, but yeah.
Soy cowboy.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Cowboy.
I literally, if I got a like room on the back of the hotel, I could see the soy cowboy from my hotel room if I'm up high enough. But I think they don't have smoking rooms that high up in the hotel.
Something tells me that's
And
not the first boy you've seen from your room.
Right on.
no, I see plenty of them and plenty of girls that I wish I could have ran down to the street to meet.
And plenty of girls that are boys.
Hello,
Well,
Joe. How are you?
You've said that so many times, Ryan. I think those are the girls that you'd go out with.
I just don't take them home to mom.
Ooh.
Well, there you go.
Oh.
Don't show, don't tell.
Mm.
I wonder how you
LOL.
feel if she pulled
And
out her
that's what
dick
usually
and
the
it was
Thai boys
bigger
try
than
to do,
yours.
isn't it? Don't show, don't tell.
Well, sometimes they got to pull it out. That's what I was telling Hardcore. Don't feel bad if, the girl pulls out his dick and it's actually longer than his. I was going out
Oh,
with this
Johnny Five
girl.
is still alive.
That almost
Eh.
made me puke.
Then I won't even
Oh,
tell
ho,
the
ho,
next
ho.
story if that almost puked.
Oh, Lily. Oh, ho, ho. Would you like to see my muscle? Oh, ho, ho.
Man, I'm gonna have to have like an X-rated video.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Yeah. Me?
I have seen so much shit. I thought I seen shit here, and then I thought I really seen shit in Europe. But when I got to Asia, it yeah, there it by hands down, it's like
Can you hear me?
really someplace you have to go.
You mean
Mic
pants
check.
down?
Mic check. Mic check.
Much better.
Hello. For me?
5x5. Nah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been looking at streams. I can't decide what I want to grab. I keep the ice cream cake keeps jumping out at me. The picture they took is amazing. But they got cookie dog. I was looking cookie dog, Gusher mints, uh, some stuff like I've never heard of. Yeah, gelinade, fritter cookies, pineapple
Ooh.
burst, watermelon rush. I just don't know what I want to get.
You
No,
know,
no, 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 no,
I hear a
no.
lot of watermelon lately, but
You can spread those other ones out.
when I've tried cannabis that's had watermelon, I really don't get hardly any watermelon, if it at all.
Really? I do. When I smoke watermelon kush, it's friggin' awesome. It's been a
Yeah.
minute. I haven't had that. Once in a watermelon kush.
So
No, no, no,
So
no, 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 no,
how
no,
many
no.
words after that?
my fucking other phone's not working. Well, it's working now. Facebook's not working.
I'm sorry. This is another Weed and Whiskey Wednesday takeover for me.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm down on my hands and knees with a 4-inch fucking blade knife taking shit off the floor. I was able to buy like the $60 gel knee pads for like putting in tile and shit. But
Knee pads.
yeah, I need something for my back.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fruity Pebbles OG, Dog Walker, Carbon Fiber, which I've heard a little bit about. I heard it's pretty good. Cereal Milkshake, Great Cream Cake, Snake Eye, and Cali Octane.
All
I
in
really-
one
Holy
strain?
shit.
No,
All
no, they're all
10
different.
mothers. Okay. I was about to say that's 10 different mother plants. Holy shit. And father plants.
I'm looking. I think I'm gonna like. I haven't had Fruity Pebbles OG in a while, and that's one of my favorites. But this ice cream cake's screaming at me, so I might have
Get
to
one
split
of
it up.
each.
Dude,
That's right. They're just not
I have
close
a-
to each other at all. The two
I have a
dispensaries.
I have a purple ice cream.
Purple ice cream.
Yeah.
I just remember, I think it was Emerald Cups. This was a few years back. That ice cream cake won back to back, which like that hardly ever happens. That something goes back to back. Like when it was at its peak, it also like won the Emerald Cup, flower, and all this shit. And then the next year did it again. That's how good it was back then.
No, you can't
But that-
deny it. It's a good strain.
it was one of those things where, yeah, that it happens where too many people or production of one particular strain that's hot at the time, and then it burns out the consumers. Like they just are like something so hot for and grown, and everyone's doing it, the version. And
We're
then
closed.
some of those strains you look back and go, yeah, why did everyone like turn from that? Oh, because they were bombarded with it for like 2 years. They were like over it finally. You know what I mean?
Oh shit, the bar's closed. I can't show it. I was gonna show Soy Cowboy, but it's closed right now.
Dude,
Never
cookie
mind.
dog, I haven't had it in a
Well,
long
yeah,
time.
because it's like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. in the morning. And during that time, if you look at a live street shot of it, there's probably a whole bunch of people cooking food on that street because it turns into like a local food eatery place.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I can't show it right now.
What you want to go down to is check out Nana Plaza and stuff like that.
Oh shit,
No,
Because
no, I
the
was just
Nana area is like really popping.
show. We were talking about that place. I was just gonna show everybody in chat what we're talking about. But yeah, go for
someone
Smash.
set up a website where you can go to any camera, like traffic cam in New York, and take a picture of yourself.
Uh,
That's
That's
kind of illegal.
yeah,
Probably.
that's like secret
Well,
agent.
you're patched into the government or into the
Well, wait,
state,
I
city,
haven't
state, and
watched it
government
in
computer.
in a while, but this forget the name of the website, YouTube. They basically 24 hours a day have different cams, cam 1, cam 2, cam 3, that's in Kensington, the Philly, where the craziest dope spot you ever seen in your life is going on. And yeah, the website people have hacked into the police cameras that are set up there, right? So what you're watching is the police cameras, right? Sometimes there's something that goes on, and most of the time they're on this automatic where they're just moving. But if there's some kind of action or like someone looks like they might be OD'd, the camera operator can like zoom in and operate it, right? Yeah, supposedly they're just hijacking the the
The cameras
cop,
are already there.
yeah, from the cops. It's like, yeah, that's why it looks a certain way, because those are like the cops that are basically got cameras watching this open air drug market in
For years,
full.
I used to watch. There was this channel on YouTube that was a guy from Russia, and it's still a channel. I'm trying to think the name of it, but like, because in Russia there's so much fraud from people that like fake that they got hit by a car and shit, and they try to sue for it, or fake that someone caused their accident. That like the percentage of people that have dash cams is way bigger than most other countries. So there's all this
And
crazy dash cam footage of Russia. And this guy, like for years, he's put out a new video every week that's just like just insane stuff that happens that got caught on camera on dash cams. And it's
in
fucking
Thailand, every car has one because people will hit you and swear up and down that they never hit you. You backed into them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
and they catch a lot of there's also like a lot of
What if
scientific shit that get like solved, like like at night there'll be like shooting stars or something like that would only get caught on these dash cams just because there's so many of them in existence that people have been able to
Well, and
discover a lot of
now
things.
I'd imagine in a place like you're describing, the percentage of people that have car insurance is probably really low or isn't even mandated. Like here, you have to have insurance. That's part of having your registration and It's like a lot wasn't always that way, but I don't know if every state, but California, it's mandated. You own a car, you have a car,
Yeah,
drive
here
it,
you got to show proof. I had to show proof of insurance, and I just got my new tabs.
And then the reality of our insurance is, yeah, like there's no reason for a confrontation because they deal with it, right? But if you lived in a place where, yeah, there wasn't the whole
I won't
insurance
be surprised if
network.
they make you get a dash cam there for insurance.
Yeah, I imagine some of those countries aren't as developed where they have like everybody has to have car insurance, like because that's probably creates a lot of the.
Well, here you just need to
crazy.
show proof of insurance technically to get the
When I
tab.
was in Chiang Rai, I asked this girl to go to the driver's license bureau with me. And she looked at me and said, "Why? No one in Chiang Rai have driver's license."
And you're like, okay, then never mind.
So I've never had a driver's license in 8 years over there.
Well, even
I'm telling.
it's a weird thing here that like your ID, you can get an ID that isn't a driver's license from the DMV, but your basic ID is your driver's license, right? Like, I mean, you can also have a passport, but like police are like expects you to just give over your ID. That is issued from the Department of Motor Vehicles, whether it's a driver's license or just an ID. Like they've been tasked with like identification.
As long as I'm not pulled over for a crime, they're not even getting it.
Fire OG. I haven't seen that in a while.
Well, I mean, I'm crazy, and I've seen these videos of these people that like I don't know what they call it. They believe in some certain right.
Sovereign citizens.
Sovereign, sovereign fucking.
Now, over the years I've seen some videos of those guys.
I can use the roadways to publicly.
I am traveling. Peacefully. I'm not driving. I am traveling. That's what they'll keep saying.
Oh God!
I don't answer questions. I don't answer questions.
Yeah, that's what I say.
I say yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You pulled me over for a reason. What is that reason?
No, actually, I got
good enough.
Like a few weeks ago, or wherever it was, when I was doing my little pottery thing during our street festival. One of the nights, I've got a friend that owns a consignment store in town, and they have like they call it crazy days, where the sidewalk sales for all the businesses during the day, where they bring all their shit outside. And she let me set up all my pottery shit outside there. And it went until like I kept it open until it got dark because there's a fucking live band playing right around the corner at a bar. So I figured I'd try to get some fucking drunk people business at the end of the night. But it was like maybe 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night, and it was dark out. And I had a headlamp on, and I'm fucking sitting there loading up. Like, I mean, I've got like 20 fucking totes worth of pottery that was jamming my truck full. And the fucking cops came and harassed me. They had me stopped for like 15 minutes while they were trying to contact the fucking store owner, who was all they were drunk up at the live music thing, and like having to like try to text back and forth and call it back and forth. And I'm like, what are you fucking hassling me for? Because they're like, oh, it looks like you're stealing all this pottery. I'm like, so I'm gonna put it all nicely with newspaper in these totes and fucking be out here with the fuck. It's like, fuck you.
It's really you don't want to steal broken glass. Shit.
But I was just like, are you fucking stupid? I'm gonna be blatantly out here just taking down this whole entire fucking truck worth of fucking shit.
George, you're the dumbest cop on the force.
What's pure mission?
And like, I wouldn't have been surprised if the store owner wouldn't have answered, and I'm surprised she did because she was so fucking drunk. Fucking, I wouldn't be surprised if they would have tried to like take me in for questioning or some shit, or like, I don't know. I would have had to sue them fuckers if they would have like tried to impound my vehicle and all this shit.
Well, that's actually what we have to do to keep them in check. because there's a lot of these new cops coming out, a lot of them coming out of the military, and they think that, they're king shit, but they never sat down and actually read the rule book or the Constitution for that fact. And that's where they fuck up. And we need to catch them and put them in line so this doesn't happen. The only way to get them to change is to sue them enough and take enough of money that they finally make them go to school and learn the law.
There's plenty of guys that just do that for a living too. Like they go around and they purposely get hassled.
Yeah, they're called auditors.
I know a guy
Auditors.
that's already up to 12.8 million. 12.8 million.
Bot?
No, that's the judgments that have been awarded to him.
I'm gonna go to bed now.
Good night. Night, Misty.
Rubies.
You should. Good night. You said we're halfway. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Benny.
High octane. A lot of these octane variants I see now too, like 93, 91, high octane, 110 octane.
Those are types of gas.
I know, but I've seen it in weed. Ooh, Miracle Animal Cookies, Mac. That looks pretty good. I haven't had original Mac one forever.
I had
Which is
some
not
last
a
night.
triploid, by the way.
I had some the other night. A friend of mine stopped by and gave me a couple nugs of it.
Drop cherry.
You didn't score a cut?
No. If I wanted to cut, I would have probably asked Spartan a long time ago.
Why would you name your company Mids? Oh yeah. So I've been looking around Maine, right? And it's the first place ever that I've seen selling trim like sugar leaves ounces.
It used to be when I was in Fresno back in like the early 2000s, you could like I didn't have a card, but my buddy's mom did I lived with him and her, and you could fucking like with every purchase you'd get, they'd call it a joint or whatever, but like it was like a honking joint. It was like damn near 2 grams, but it was their trim. Like you'd open it up and it'd be mostly fucking sugar leaf, but they'd also have a lot of fucking what do you call it, keef in there and shit too. So it was like a lot of time, or sometimes that one free joint, because they'd give you a 4 gram eighth, they would call it, for $40, and then you get your free joint with it. And a lot of times that joint would get you damn near as high as like half a bag of weed would. Like it'd be fucking, because a lot of times it'd be the same weed that you would buy. I don't know, it was fucking weird. My buddy's mom used to bring him like cake all the time and cookies and shit that she'd bake. Or even if if she was running low on time, she'd go to the supermarket and like take a cake out of one of those containers and put it in one of her homemade Tupperwares and drop it off. But, like they would give her just bags of those fucking pre-rolls for bringing them munchies. Kind of cool.
Hey, does anyone know what the Cross Pure Michigan is? I don't know. I think it's a Doug Pug thing. There's some strains I've never even heard of, like Bullpup, Carbon
Dude, there's
Copy.
like 7,000 different names of cannabis.
You ever heard of electric antelope? Because I just made it up.
That's right. And that's what happens. I was at an event last Sunday, And I
Just wonder
know
which
the guy. I've met him before. And all of a sudden, he ends up with all these Ohio cuts that were like strain only because he kind of finagled his way in with the special person here. And instead of it being the Afghani mango, it's mango Afghani. He's changing the names of it. I almost got escorted out
Not really a mango.
until I explained it. He changed all the names to the stuff.
I haven't had Dog Walker in a while. Fruity Pebbles looks good. Like Fruity Pebbles OG is hard to beat.
I think Divorce Cake was the funniest name I've heard in a long time when I heard it.
I like Cokeheaded Slut.
Green Crack is the dumbest name.
I was just kidding, by the way. That is a real strain, though. Green Crack. I've heard of that. That's come up recently again. I haven't heard that in a long time, but I've seen
When I was
like
in when I was in California or back in when I lived there, fucking that was just coming out. It was crazy because I thought I'd smoked good weed before. Like I grew up, smoking weed since I was like 14 or something like that. And I was probably like 20, probably 10 years after, like probably like 24 or something like that when I moved to California for the first winter. And it was crazy because like you could go on Weed Maps and there'd be a menu online and shit. You could see user reviews. And like,
Yeah.
even though I couldn't go into the club, like we'd wait. Me and my buddy we'd drive her to the club and we'd wait in the car and fucking,
yeah, oh yeah. That's I don't have a main license, bro. My homie does, but you're allowed to order whatever the fuck you want up there.
yeah, we just ordered online and fucking, and like, I remember there was one time where the neighbors were fucking causing some ruckus and the cops ended up coming over to our place and they came inside to fucking question us. And we were sitting there fucking, my buddy just lit up the fucking joint right next to him, you know, where there's two of them because they travel in pairs in Fresno. And fucking, the dude passed it to the cop. He's like, oh no, I'm on duty. And then fucking, so he just like, he actually handed it to the cop. He's like, pass it down. And the cop, they passed it to each other and passed it fucking, like, to the circle to his mom. Fucking blew my mind. And then I sat there and I
I
took a
threw
hit, like, and I was kind of scared too. And I took it because I'm like, oh no, I don't have my license. But they didn't give a fucking fuck.
I was I've been following this band for a long time. And basically I've been following them it was 13 years before I finally put on my first show with them. And yeah, where was I going with this? Fuck, I just lost it. I'm high as fuck.
Later, Smash.
I'll
There's Gone
remember
High
it
as Fuck by
soon.
John LaHua.
I'll remember it soon. Someone will say a word in it, sugar. That's usually what happens.
I'll have to send D a link so he can post a link to that song. Hilarious.
10 fingers
There's
deep. How's that,
there's
Captain?
10 fingers deep. Man, if it's 10 fingers deep, it's got to be like an elephant.
Maybe he's got Trump hands. Short fingers, I'm saying. Because they say Trump has small hands. Because they like to make fun of each other.
I wouldn't know.
Have you ever been high as fuck? Or else there's the song by, what's his name? The So High, Little Dicky. That was pretty funny too.
Mm-hmm.
Like technically, we could legally watch the music video and just have commentary on it, and then it would be okay. But I don't want to risk it because it's not my channel.
Yeah, exactly. She might get dinged.
But that's what like a guy should do on a channel on a show is just like watch shit and make fun of it. I mean, Mystery Science Theater 3000, they get away with that shit. They have like, oh look, I bet right now there's probably 400 people watching
Why?
their live stream. They've got. Have you ever watched Mystery Science Theater 3000?
No.
It's
No.
it's kind of like when Beavis and Butthead used to watch music videos and they would do commentary on it. They'd make fun of it.
Hmm.
It's basically that for movies, and it's usually for like old like beer, like shitty fucking movies that are done, like old, I don't know, old black and white ones or old like C rated or C star or whatever they call it shit. I don't know. It was
Yeah.
fucking. But there's there's like three guys. They're from Minneapolis actually, even I think. But they just watch like fucking or what's the fucking planet? They'll watch Planet of the Apes and they'll sit in there in the corner and Jack make fucking jokes the whole time. But they've got a live stream on YouTube. It's MST3K, and I bet there's like 400 people watching it right now. It's 24 hours long where they just because they got so many movies they used to watch. Used to be on all the time on like PBS.
That's where all our viewers went.
We're at PBS.
They've actually got two channels that are live channels. There's like a shorts channel and their fucking regular one.
There's a genetic company that put up a live and it just goes through the menu.
Yep, it's the MST3K Forever-a-thon. There's only 891 people watching right now. And that's 24 hours. There's always people watching it. Their second channel, the shorts. This one's the season 13-a-thon, apparently. That's got 380 people watching it. Yeah, and then there's another one that's got 60 people watching it. And then the shorts channel has 350 people. So they've got all in all like 1 million people watching the shit, basically, at all times.
What's that for?
Ever seen any Djibouti dubs? You ever heard of him? He's fucking hilarious. He dubs over like old infomercials and shit. Like ShamWow, only he does like fucking old ladies' voices and shit.
Hi, Billy Blank or shit. Amanda, I just fucked that.
Willie Mays.
Yeah. Hi, Billy Mays here.
Billy Mays, that's right.
Wow.
Billy Mays wasn't the ShamWow guy though. Billy Mays was everything but
Everything
that.
else, pretty much.
Yeah, he had the OxyClean.
OxyClean.
Yeah.
Hey, Green Fingers.
What's up?
Cheers.
Cheers, cheers.
We're
10 inches.
10 fingers deep.
10 inches is too big.
That's not what she said.
Yeah.
Trying to be more realistic.
The mom was saying that last night. Me.
Actually, to tell you the truth, there are quite a few girls that do have limits.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say have 10 inches. I was gonna say that's funny.
That would have been both ways. Either way you say that.
There was no easy way to say it. But after that first really stiff drink, I think I poured like half the glass of bourbon in there.
Oh shit.
So I guess when I go to work, I'm the only one that's allowed to go out and get high during work.
True.
Well, working in a kitchen, seeing everybody getting busy and everything. Yeah, you really don't want to get high or you get screwed up on your orders.
You might end up like Towley, making chainsaws for 20 minutes.
Sounds like someone's sharpening a knife.
Nice. Nice. Nice name.
Gotta get something to smoke. Oh,
That's funny. Lieutenant Dan.
pull some Roxanne.
Roxanne.
Roxanne's impressive. It's not the pheno I wanted. I gotta pop the rest of them.
Okay, if no one's going to take care of it, I will. Okay, where is it? Participants.
Uh-oh.
Man, the leaf just flew in my throat. That was random. Coughed it out. Got lucky. Get up in bed.
Who's that sound coming
Wow.
from? I accidentally hit a bunch of fucking buttons and fucking.
It's
Well,
from
it was you.
but I don't have any like capabilities. Lieutenant Dan. Yeah, I'm not a host or a co-host, so I can't mute you.
Trying to mute me?
You guys were saying Lieutenant Dan from? I did not personally understand.
Well,
You got
Bud,
magic legs.
I was like looking in the chat the whole time. I'm like, I don't see Lieutenant Dan in the comments. So then I read the screen. Never mind. I feel dumb.
I have it set up for Ohio's Captain Dank now, but every time I get on, D decides to change my name.
It's always,
So,
it's always a good
That
name.
wasn't me that time, man.
Okay.
yeah.
But I changed it back.
So next week it's going to say, fuck you. You're going to change it anyways. Fuck you. I'm getting it out of the way.
Fuck you, it's only too bad.
The first day I was at the ice cream shop, the manager came in and we got along really good. Next day she came in at second shift and she walked in the kitchen and said, "Hi, fuckers." And she got close to me and I said, "Hi, bitch." It's really bad work in the ice cream shop though, because the ice cream is like really top quality. they've got a bourbon caramel pecan ice cream. I'm gonna see if because it's a small company. I'm gonna see if they can leave out the pecans and add more caramel, and then take it to the bar and add like an ounce and a half of Woodruff's to it, or an ounce of Woodruff's to it, and sell it for like $15-20.
What's Woodruff's for us non-drinkers?
Bourbon.
Oh, okay.
Woodford's bourbon is the best bourbon for the price. It's like $60 an eighth or fifth. Yeah, an eighth for fifth. But as far as the taste goes and the smoothness and everything, it beats $125 shot bourbon all day long.
I just drank a fifth of vodka. Do you want me to try?
I don't think I can touch vodka anymore.
That was some Eminem. He just dropped some old school rap
Oh.
on you guys, and you didn't even know it.
That vodka. Put it in the
happening?
heater filter.
What's
and run it.
happening, Green Fingers? How are you? I didn't see you there before.
What's up, man?
Oh, dude. Like, because my boss wants to throw bone to the trimmers. They're in charge of cleaning the resis, the trays. Okay, yesterday they didn't do that much. So they came back today. The floor's flooded. The fucking whole thing is disarray. Oh, they moved the plants in. Oh, dude, I had to really hold back because I'll just later on go and refix it. But holy fuck, dude. People that just don't care, fuck. I told my partner that. Like, I'd rather just do it myself than but it's like throwing them a bone. Like, work-wise. Yeah, ain't cool. I'll show you later. I had to like mute and take the camera off because I had to go back there to arrange it and put the newts in the resis. And I just had to hold my tongue. I could like, oh my God.
They just flooded the half of our flowering room.
Not that bad.
Motherfuckers.
We got shot back and they'll suck it up. Basically, they moved the trays around where there's this PVC pipe that's the drain for the tray way on the edge. and it like came, it like wasn't where it was supposed to be. So then the water that was going on that tray was just basically draining on the floor.
On the floor.
Okay, shit happens.
Yeah, just be glad you weren't gone for like 2.5, 3 days, so all the water was on the floor.
Start doing the front ones now.
Yeah.
Trot the rest is good.
It's just going to be easier. I'll come and do it after.
That's fine.
Like, because then it won't be in Jesse's way. Just don't worry about those front four. The back ones.
We're doing the back two now, and then once we're done with that, if you want to do those while we.
The back ones are set.
No, Mike.
Oh, water.
The back two big tables is what we're doing right now. Once we have those placed and back, we won't be in your way anymore.
Okay, but either way, I'll come in there.
Come in there for just a minute and help me pass through one more tray.
All right.
Just because it's hard with the resi in between there and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm getting to try to go in the fall.
Well, it might be time to cut that aisle out and move the trays forward.
What we're gonna do as soon as we get those far two ones done.
All right. Just show me what you want me to do. The same thing I was doing.
Yeah, the plants from that table don't need to move over.
So basically, just keep putting them here for he can set them out there.
This table, it's the next table.
I got it.
No,
The accidental I didn't mute myself. Awesome. Doesn't he sound like a dickhead to work for? I'd hate to work for Bud.
No, I'm the one you'd hate to work for because I work hard and I expect everybody else to work just as hard.
I'm not really looking at
I'd
this
agree with
bag.
that.
Do you get rag company Viagra for that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Thank you guys.
Hold
That's
on,
what the
I'm
porn
gonna.
star said.
There you
What?
go.
Porn star sweat?
Holy
I said
fuck,
that's
the
what the
Wonder
porn star
Bud.
said. I work hard.
The Wonder Bud likes to come and work by himself. Holy fuck. Can you imagine listening to that?
Jesus.
Well,
Jesus.
what it is you have everything set up and then you have another person come in that doesn't know how you have it set up. So they have
Yeah.
to ask all these different questions. And I'm actually going to have like the people from the store come in on the last 30 days to make a big push in making clones, but I want to teach them about the plants that they're going to sell.
See, they're
Besides,
apprenticing more than they're working. The way I see
besides
that.
getting 3 hours of cloning out of them. But everybody that does cloning from me, I'm going to try to break it up to where they have a section of plants.
You're like the Joe
And
Pietri of cloning, I think.
you don't bring that up.
You got beef with Joe Pietri? Tell me about. Let's hear this shit. I want to hear some.
I ain't talking shit about no one for a while. And then it's all going to come out.
Do you have any interesting facts about Joe Pietri that you'd care to share with the group?
Yeah, he used to call me at 6 a.m. every fucking morning when I lived in California to talk genetics. And I'm like, I only went to bed at like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were they video
Plug
chats?
your phone.
No, they weren't video chats. I don't think we
Joe was
had
probably
video
calling from a
chatting
rotary
then.
phone. I say Joe probably has a rotary phone still.
No, he's got a regular cell phone.
Holy
I got
fuck.
his number.
Hi, 19.
That was another one that Eagle kind of said bullshit
Well, you
to
can just
until
go
I
to one
get
of the
and
You can just
until
go
I
to one of
gave him
Eagle's
his
videos and
last
see his number.
until I gave him his this was like before his first show, and I literally gave him his last 4 digits of his phone number.
Well, I think he gave it out on the show. You're supposed to call him to order seeds.
Yeah, but this was even before the show. It was like, hey, we're going to have this person on. And I sent a DM and it's like, oh, Joe, this should be interesting.
Yo,
And
mama.
yeah, I talked to him for quite a few months at 6
Liz,
a.m. in the
John.
morning about genetics. And here's his last 4 digits of his phone number. Because people seem to have a hard time to understand that, hey, some of us have been around for a while, so we've talked before.
I talked to the Saltwater Cowboy for 4 hours before he went on Eagle's show and on
Still got your autograph.
Westport. He just came on another show just a couple weeks ago where he had like 250,000 views in like fucking the first day or something like that.
There's Johnny Mitchell. That's probably what it is. But I'm going to go heat up my Cavadels or what's left of them.
I was going to show off my autographed book of Saltwater Cowboy, but I can't find it.
That's what I just asked if you still had it, but apparently you can't find it. So
Hey, what? I can't remember if I got it near me or if it's in my fucking storage unit.
You
It says,
don't
to
put it
my
under your
friend
pillow?
Ryan, thanks for sharing my story with the world.
It's not under your pillow. So like every night
Tim
when you sleep,
McKnight.
right next to
No, it used to be, but it got too greasy.
it.
Greasy. Oh, big force, Christoph.
No, I do got some leaves pressed that have been pressed in there since last year, though. I think.
I gave a book away with all
Let
kinds
put
of
this on. Let put this on.
Yeah, the rock sounds good. I like it.
Caption. Captions on.
Rock sound.
There you go, Christoph. Now you can follow along, bud.
But no, it's kind of weird. Like the dude, he called me because I initially emailed him about asking about to be on these things, and then like after we emailed back and forth, he called me one time, and it just happened to be like on a day where I was out in the country in the middle of nowhere looking for fucking wild hemp plants because like a chick that I knew from town had told me that there was always shit growing up at her dad's farm, which is like it's like 15 miles or something like that. It was a little bit out of the way, but like I was just out there in the country, then all of a sudden fucking I get a call from Tim McKnight on my phone, and weird just walking around out in the woods looking for weed with like talking to this fucking kingpin and shit. But that guy can talk, man. He's got stories. Bud's got stories too, but he's got workers to deal with right now.
That's funny hearing actually talk to the workers.
God.
I don't know how to smoke anymore. I think I don't know how to smoke
I
Yeah,
rolled a pre.
I could only handle it for so many minutes, and then like, oh, it's a complicated. It's just like it's my partner's best friend's mom that like thinks she's running something and has worked for us trimming for years, but yeah, like me and her don't see eye to eye. I just go along with it so I don't start a problem because my partner said, dude, just don't
Oh
ever
my.
just go let her do her thing, like whatever. And it's madness, dude. It's total madness. But I just go along with it because I don't want to like cause waves. And part of it is they're setting like 140 plants, right? With no, oh, they're keeping it each grouping of trays, but like I'll have to move all those plants around because some of them are side plants, some of them are corner plants, some of them are going to go in the middle. Like if you shape your canopy, you maximize. If you just put plants wherever because you don't give a fuck, right? Yeah, that's like, oh, it'll be more work, but all right. I didn't have to. Sometimes I've done it myself where I've had to carry them from the one room to the other, two at a time, 140 of them. So it's like 70 trips. Oh, part of what she just got me to do was stand in the middle to like make like a chain. Okay, she hands them to me, I hand them to him. All right.
Holy
Whatever.
shit.
Like I said this week when I like voiced my displeasure about the situation. Ultimately, after he told me his side of it, I was like, well, I guess some help's better than no help, but sometimes that's not true.
Yeah.
And now I see
Most of the time,
why Cap. I mean, buddy. Now I see why Bud you work so early in the morning by yourself, man. No doubt.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, look, there's a couple like whatever you call them. What do you call like weird statements? If you want it done right, do it yourself. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's certain things, and then ultimately, I used to like be like this tyrant of a leader, and would whip my workers into shape and reprimand them and talk down to them. I did all that years ago. No, I don't. No, I don't. I just go with the flow. It'll all be all right.
Sounds
With
like
all
the
good
Bob Ross is
people,
growing. Like
like
Bob Ross used to be a drill instructor.
ultimately, when it comes to the like the qualities of why you have them employed, the number one thing is they're like beyond trustworthy. Okay, well, guess what? That makes up for a lot of other shit. You know what I mean? Like Jesse, he's worked for us for like 15 years. I don't know, maybe he's autism or something. He's definitely special needs. Right? So okay, but he knows how to do the basic shit. You can't complicate it very much. You just let him do his thing.
You heard it here, guys. Even no, I'm not going to cancel the channel. Sorry, never mind. You ain't got to be a
Well,
smarty to grow good weed, guys.
over all the years of hiring people, I realized like most people that would be like the best candidates, they weren't in the pool of people looking for side cannabis work. Like, because they had like a real career and job and responsibilities. So your basic pool of prospective people, yeah, are like weirdos and freaks. Okay, that's just the way it is.
Right.
You can't expect much more out of that. Like, like if you want like all these like other type of people, yeah, they work for like 6 digits a year and shit. You know what I mean?
He looks like he's getting eaten by his background picture.
Brains. And just eat your head right off.
Or like he was giving the dude head.
No, no, no.
Think about that one. That's
No,
a smart
no.
joke right there.
That was you
He was an
literally.
anthropomorphic penis in that joke.
That's all I could see now. Now that
Receiving head from.
have you seen the Max? What is that called? Max Headroom, the movie, not the show, but the movie. That thing was awesome.
I
What?
remember when he first came out, it'd be these little shorts on HBO.
And it was giving Max Headroom head. That's even better. That makes the joke.
Yeah, that at the time, that was like I remember first watching it going, "What the fuck is this?" And then like figuring it out, and like I liked Max Headroom. He was cool.
Yeah, I know that show.
He was like basically an early version of like what we have now, right? With all
Yeah,
these bots
it
and
was
weird
like
shit,
I thought it was like
filters
Dire
and
Straits or something from a music video, to be honest.
but wait, who was the character? Because like that guy had like he had a voice and this whole character that was Max Headroom. There was like the guy that did
It
the voice,
was whoops shit. It was Jim. Hold on.
not Jim Carrey, was it?
No,
Even though there was like things that reminded me of him. I know it was a different guy that wasn't really a comedian. He was
Matt
a voice
Fewer.
guy. Yeah, he was like a voice guy.
Yeah, he was actually a comedian.
Yeah, all
Jim
right.
Brewer?
Max Fewer. I mean, fucking Matt Fewer. That was Max Headroom.
nice.
Hey, I don't know, but like in my YouTube, I got this clip I watched where at first I thought it was a fake, but it was the comedian Theo Vaughn, that guy. And
Mhm.
yeah, he has like an hour-long sit down with Trump. All
Yeah,
I
he just
saw was
did. It just came out.
this clip where Theo is telling him how much blow he did
I love
and
it.
how many years he did blow. And Trump's going, "Oh, really? Yeah, you had to like when I first saw this clip. I haven't watched the interview. I was like, oh, that's a deep fake. Like, no way
I watched the first like
is Theo talking to the fucking president about the blow he did back in the
That's so
day.
awesome. I missed it. Dang it.
Dude,
I
You
that
watched
still
I
got
Theo
the
guy's
lyrics all
awesome.
in
Cause that's like some crazy shit. Yeah, I did blow for a lot of yeah. Yeah, everyone's gonna see it because
he
that's
does
some
really good at
classic
playing
shit,
like he's dumb.
dude. He's funny as fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious.
I watched like the first 30 seconds of that interview, like because it came up on my feed right away, and it only said like
Well,
4,000 viewers on under it. I was
I
like,
get
holy
it
shit!
from like being a ex coke addict. Oh, even if you stop doing coke, it's easy to talk about it, and like because he had Billy Strings on, and they were talking nothing about like 10 minutes. They were like trading blow stories and shit.
Yeah, it's probably
He's always bringing up blow, so no wonder he brought it up with the president.
a lot of commercial breaks on that one. I bet.
Well, that one's gonna get some fucking views. That's for damn sure. Like even when at first I thought it was a deep fake, I'm like, yeah, no, dude ain't going on that show. Give me a fucking break. Oh yeah, dude went on that show.
Here's on the 20.
Like, wait, he didn't go on Joe. He went on fucking Theo. What the fuck?
That's hilarious. I gotta watch it. Is it still up or did they take it down?
Oh no,
No, it was up today.
it's his
He
new
had
Oh,
episode.
just today?
he
All
had
right, that's
Bernie
what I didn't
Sanders
see.
on within a week of now too. He just had Bernie Sanders on.
Yeah, he
See,
goes
I just
across
started
the
looking for
board.
that
It's not
one.
like
So,
he's like got an
yeah.
agenda. He goes for everybody. Yeah, I
I've been
like
watching
him.
him for a while. He's fucking what do they call him? The Rat King.
Yeah, Rat King. I was gonna name a strain the Rat King because of because of the Rat King.
Well, and I guess because he talks about it, like he's sort of independent and books all these places. I like smaller
Well, he used
type
to be on a show
city,
that what was it, The Fighter and the
and
Kid
I
or something like
guess
that, or
he gets like arena sized crowds, which yeah, that's big for he doesn't just work little rooms and shit.
well, because he floats under Joe's arm though too, like him and like that's where he got his big up comeuppance or whatever. He's under that flagship or whatever. I don't know if he lives in fucking Texas or not, but
Remember him on MTV Road Rules, or was it the other one? Was it The House? One of those. He was in there back in the day.
you're right.
He
You
was
kind of
on.
reminds me of Puck.
No, he was on one of these. I think it was the Road Rules Challenge.
That that
Road Rules Challenge.
that Joe guy from the Joe Goes videos that I fucking shot and directed. Fucking uh I forgot what word I was gonna in any case, that dude, he was on something called Freaks and Geeks or something, or no, Beauty and the Geek. It was Beauty and the Geek, where it was like it would have all these like dumb supermodel chicks, and then they'd go into a house like Road Rules style, and they would be, and all the guys were like these super high, like each one of them would have some like fucking like his thing was he was like a he's got like a bachelor's in English or some shit. He went to fucking even went to well, some school in fucking England. I forget the big college there. Like as part of his to get his master. I don't know. But like he was
Well, he's
this fucking
well, don't they call that Ivy League? There's a group of
yeah.
college
It's like
that
it's kind of like the one of the Ivy League schools. Only it's in
yeah.
fucking. It's the one out of it's in like London or some shit.
Yeah. Oh no, that's called
I
Oxford.
can't. Yeah. He went to Oxford as part of his for his
Yeah, Oxford's no joke.
summer or whatever. Like. But yeah, he was on that show. He was the first one I think to get kicked out or to leave the thing. But he's also been to a Trump rally. He's got a video at a Trump rally. Got a video at a High Times fucking Cannabis Cup.
Yeah.
His best one is the one he's got. He went to the gathering of the Juggalos and fucking he raps too. He's like this really he does fucking raps on the spot and all or I think I should be saying she because
Hey,
his I don't know how to do the fucking
I was
pronouns.
like at a Trump rally and I moved up to the front. I was like 5 people back. He was right fucking there. I just weaseled in the crowd and went up to the front for part of it. Yeah, I've always been against Trump, but like when the whole thing started, he did a rally in San Diego. I tried to bring my wife a couple that the day that it was one of those things. And a lot of times I used to say, yeah, I'm going to do this or that, but I wouldn't do it. I just stay at home and get stoned. Oh no, that day, all by my fucking self. I drove down there, parked,
Because I got
walked
high.
in, walked in,
Because I got high.
and saw it with my own eyes. I was like, holy fuck, this is some crazy shit. I was on Turn the Dead, seen every parking lot, seen from here to everywhere. I've never seen anything like that. The Trump rally was fucking off the hook, dude.
Pandemonium.
It was like NASCAR campground. Like, oh, it was all that, dude.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Some big belt buckles in that group, I bet.
Hey, this was way early in the campaign, right? I really wasn't there to be a Trumper. I just went in, right? Anybody can go in. But when I left, I wanted to get back to where the protest, like my people were, because they were like held across the street, and there was like a million cops in riot gear standing in the middle of the street, keeping them apart, right? So when you left the civic center or the convention center, they did this thing where they funneled all the Trump supporters like a mile down the road this way before they could trickle back to get to wherever their cars were. They didn't just let them come out the normal way where it would have been right into that group of people. And this was like way early, like a couple months into the whole thing, back in 2015 or 16, whatever year it was. I have video of it. It's the craziest shit.
Now Max Headroom has a D mustache. Like, don't move, D. You're like his goatee. You're a Max Headroom goatee right now. Pretty cool
Yeah.
looking. Your glasses are his mouth.
Hey, to me, any kind of gathering of like tens of thousands of people is worth checking out, whatever it is, right? Because once you start getting like tens of thousands of people together, yeah, the people like, yeah, like the true, like even here in San Diego, that was what was the shock that, oh, this was in San Diego, and there was like all these people that were like down with that. Like that, like I was like, what the fuck? And now it's like 10 years later and we're still dealing with this bullshit. What the fuck, dude?
I have a friend that just went to I guess it was just a MAGA gathering that they called it. It wasn't
Holy
like Trump
shit,
wasn't actually there.
Yeah.
But like it was up in some, it was at a town that's literally the size of like, I think the town is like 300 people maybe. But I guess there was a pile of people that went up there to go to this MAGA rally. And she said that she had to leave after like fucking, I think she was in there for like an hour or something like that. And she just couldn't stand it anymore. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever. I ain't hating on anybody because ultimately that's what the powers that be want. Because over these last 10 years, we're so divided over back and forth and whatever you call it, right? That there's like a whole bunch of things that are truly important to humanity that majority of us agree on. Both sides of the aisle agree on a whole bunch of things, like huge percentage that like nothing gets done about because we're too busy watching this fucking train wreck of craziness, right? And I think that's not by accident. I think that the real powers that be, these conglomerates and the CEOs and the money, they realize it's super profitable when people are divided, and they've like used that as a tactic over the last generation. Like it's longer than 10 years, but it's at its fever pitch right now where, yeah, the fact that we're so divided and can't even agree on anything because of that, that's profitable. That's ultimately why it's happening.
And the algorithm.
Status quo. They don't want any change. They don't want any common sense things. No, they want to like milk every penny out as long as they can, whether it's polluting, this, that, or the other.
They're in the pot.
And they put their money where their mouth is, and yep, they control everything with that. And it's all just beyond that, it's just a fucking show.
Max Headroom puts D where his mouth is. Ba-dum-tsh.
Drink too much water.
Yeah, but like Max Headroom, it completely died, right? It's like out of circulation for a long time.
It must have been because I've heard, I just know the reference of it. I don't think I've ever actually seen it myself.
Oh,
Well,
so
it
there's
was a
movie
thing.
of Max
He was
Headroom
like the
too.
first of his type, whatever you want to call that. Like
Was it or Malkovich or some shit?
and even the way they used this, like, the way the first ones were like, I don't know, it used to be glitchy or shit, like it was. Yeah, Max was cool. I don't remember his jokes and all the shit, but he was way out there. He like some of those shows I'd be interested in watching because they were kind of commentary on, the times and shit. They were like, that's why a lot of his stuff doesn't carry on because they were jokes that was like sometimes they were jokes about the way things were at that time.
Yeah. So the Max
What do you
Headroom
call that?
movie
Like dated. It sort of
is the
dated.
one. Like if you're gonna watch it, watch the movie. It's like the origin story. It shows how he becomes who he is. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I watched it a bunch back when I was little. Didn't know what I was watching. It's like didn't know what the heck I was watching. What the heck is
Well, I
this?
mean, he kind of spawned like a whole genre, like, because like when he was first on HBO, that was like fresh. That was like a whole different thing than all the other crap that was on.
Yeah, it was so cool. Like if you go back and watch them today, it's hilarious. Like it's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy.
You ever seen The Whitest Kids You Know? I
Seen
think
you
it might have been a
earlier.
Canadian show,
Saw you earlier.
but like if you
So
look on YouTube under TWKYK, it's The
I
Whitest
gotta
Kids
say
You
though,
Know.
a lot of times when you find out where certain comedians from and know all the history, I'll give Canada one thing. They put out some fucking good comedians and have been like a contribution to the
Oh,
best
here we
of
go. It's a
comedy.
perfect segue. The guy that says here, the guy that fucking Max Frewer or whatever, the actor guy is
That's
Canadian.
him.
So oofta to that
Yeah.
shit.
Canadians are funny as fuck.
Yeah. I used to watch a lot. Like everything I still watch today are Canadian.
He was in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Apparently.
Harlan Williams and what's his name? They're both Canadian. I watch them like once a week because they have a fresh show every week. So
Harlan Williams looking
outrageous comedy. Oh shit! Good thing it was not a dog under me. I dropped a jar. That would have sucked. Harlan Williams and what's his name? Will Sasso. That's the other one. I watched both of their shows. They're separate shows.
Mad TV.
Yeah, I love Mad TV, man. That's like one of my favorites when I was growing up. Mad TV. Mad over Saturday Night Live. That was always our argument back then.
I don't know.
Well,
Saturday Night Live for me, I
We were
guess.
not
he's
mature
not
enough
like
to see Saturday Night
completely
Live
like
when I was a
off,
kid.
but like the guy I miss, and I like, yeah, why doesn't he still put out stuff? Is Jim Carrey? Like, I guess he kind of like, sort of like, I mean, he still
wants
does
all, like-
art and does a couple things, but it's not like
Yeah, every
he's,
once in a while he'll put out like a speech and shit or like a fucking.
But-
He's all philosophical and shit now.
He
Yeah,
was pretty fucking funny. Like, period. Like, that dude was
He's got
funny
like
as fuck.
gazillions of dollars and just gets to fucking
Well,
live life.
you know, Rubberface was that was hilarious back
well,
in
in
the day.
some ways, like when you're like he's sort of typecast, and a lot of that was like, yeah, his age, and he was at a certain point, like now, like you say, he's rich, and it's hard to like keep the stick up. So you would have to like mature and basically become a different type of comedian, which that wasn't really his thing. He was like character guy, right?
He's all about the slapstick and the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, he's put out like commencement speeches and shit you can see on YouTube or like
Yeah,
shit
every
lately.
once in a while he gets a little active, but for the most part, he's just chilling and living off. Like he's set. You don't need to worry about shit.
Got gazillions of dollars for calling out of a
Well,
prosthetic
I appreciate
rhinoceros
people
asshole.
that choose that, like get to that point and then decide, well, I don't really need to work anymore, so I'm not. Rather than somebody that like just keeps putting out shit for every fucking year for their whole career forever. And
I feel
half
if he
the
went
shit
back
they
to
put
movies,
out's
it'd be
no
like
good.
I have a feeling if he went back to movies, it'd be like a Robin Williams type situation where like he would just do like dark fucking maybe a dark comedy, but still like it would be like a mystery or some crazy shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, the arts have kind of declined, right?
They do like a super action hero movie. I guess what are they saying that Wolverine versus fucking or what's the biggest movie out now? The fucking what's his name? What's the superhero that the guy that owns the fucking cell phone company?
Oh yeah, they're remaking that or they're redoing.
Wolverine.
Yeah, the new movie that's out, fucking
Deadpool. Wolverine.
Deadpool versus Wolverine or
Yeah,
Deadpool
yeah,
meets
yeah.
Wolverine.
That's
Well, you
what
I
got
it
to
just
is.
give
saw
it to that guy because he was just
it's
basically an
already the biggest.
actor and had some success acting and shit, and somehow parlayed that into like $1 billion deal on a cell phone company that he created. Like that's a hell of a fucking power move for some actor. You know what I
But
mean?
no, I just saw earlier an ad that said that it's already the highest grossing film ever.
It's gross.
Yeah, you got to give it to that guy because, like, yeah, he hasn't even been in that many movies and whatever, but somehow he became like an ultra billionaire.
Well, wasn't he on TV first? I want to say I recognize him
Oh
from a TV
yeah,
show.
he was just another dime a dozen actor. Like that's what I mean. He was just in there with all the other actors, plenty of them. But somehow he parlayed that.
Oh, ready for you
All right, I'll go in there and
to go.
finish it.
They're definitely.
You're doing it wrong, ma'am.
Well, so what were we talking about? What's everybody burning tonight? What y'all burning?
I don't know the name of what I'm burning, but it's fucking not the greatest. But they charge like it is.
That sucks. Just finish some Roxanne. That's the
Roxanne.
nice.
Another hey, Ryan Reynolds, another Canadian. They're fucking
Oh,
infiltrating us, guys.
the Canadians today. We got Goatee D up there. It's just a goatee of Max Headland. Double Canadian right there. That's the most Canadian square I've seen. Holy crap. I used to watch Kids in the Hall all the time. Red Green Show. What
I
other
say the
Canadian?
whitest kids you know is another one of those Canadian ones where it's like fucking Kids in the Hall or like Saturday Night Live, only it's got really raunchy bits. Like a lot of them are about hardcore drugs or there's a lot of dick jokes, a lot of fart jokes, a lot of poop jokes, I imagine.
Nice.
Or no, what's another Canadian one? Like Letterkenny is pretty fucking awesome. Have you ever got into that one or not? That's kind of a more recent one.
No, I
I
haven't
think
watched
that
it
shit's
in
hilarious.
10 years. Yeah.
Or else there's obviously the Trailer Park Boys.
Trailer
Got to
Park
give them a
Boys,
fucking shout
sure,
out.
for sure.
A shout out. Give them a shout out.
Bubbles and Ricky and freaking forgot his name.
Muscles. God damn it. I can hear Bubbles saying it.
I can't think of it right now, but I can see him holding a drink. And like,
Sylvian or something? Not Sylvian.
what the fuck? And he just walked away. Like, we can't remember his name right now. Are you fucking serious?
Fucking.
I can't remember it. Oh, man. I don't want to Google it. It's stupid. Fuck. I know
Julian.
it. Julian.
Yeah, what did I say? I said
Jesus
fucking.
Christ. Oh, God. I feel dumb for not. I watched it.
What was
so
my
much.
guess? I just said Sylvian? Yeah, it's Julian.
I had been
Fuck.
playing in the background one day, and I had somebody come over. And they didn't want to walk in because they thought I had a bunch of friends over. And I was like, "It's just Trailer Park Boys." What the hell? Like nobody's here.
There's a Trailer Park Boys podcast too. If you've never heard that or seen that, there's a lot of hours time sucked there.
Swear Network, or what is it?
SwearNet.
SwearNet. I can't remember none of this stuff. Yeah, that's the last time I watched some TV was.
There's an animated one too, but I've only seen previews of it and shit. I don't know how interesting it is.
Excuse me, that was not so bad.
Rickyisms.
Dude, their older ones were so hilarious.
Yeah, Letterkenny kind of has the spirit that Trailer Park Boys. There's just dumb, funny humor. I don't know. It's about a bunch of hicks. But there are skids too. The skids are like the druggy kids that just listen to emo and shit and do meth apparently. But they have like dance offs and shit. I don't know. I either just saw lightning or I saw a UFO because like the whole sky just lit up somewhere. But there's still a couple stars out. So that just happened.
Awesome.
Could have just been like a street light, like going, like freaking out too, like giving it its last little oomph before it dies. Could have been like the movie fucking. What was the movie where the guy was like a genius because he had lightning power or some shit? I don't know what I'm talking about. Remember Willow, the movie Willow?
Holy shit, man. You know when you like, I don't usually do this anywhere else in my life, but like I'm like, look, they were done because of course like they don't care about doing it right. They just want to get in and out, get paid, right? But I had to be all cordial. All right, I'll see you guys. Have a good night. As I look at like, holy shit, dude, that was counterproductive.
But on the floor. Have you ever smoked? How many floor buds have you smoked in your life, guys? Does that ever happen? You ever picked
Thousands
up a
of
bud?
them, dude.
Hey, the
Yeah,
worst
like
thing
a
that ever
pancake one?
happened is I used to have this old Chihuahua called Peanut. She lived till she was 19. She was only like less than a pound. She was like this little teacup. And at the end of her life, she would take these like petrified poops that were like just these little ball bearings, right? And this is back when we used to keep scissor hash and goo or keef from the weed. This is a lot of years ago. One time, somehow I picked this little pebble off the ground and went, "Oh, that's a chunk of fucking resin or some shit." And I had this really nice glass pipe, and I stuck it in there, and then I hit on it. But here's the thing: it was like a little. I kind of like crushed it a little to make it smokable, and like I got some smoke. It wasn't like that wasn't the thing. Like in a slow motion, like delayed fashion, as soon as that shit dust had hit my tongue and my mouth and then got moistened, it like it became apparent that I just sucked on a dog turd. And my wife, a couple, like there's like people there. And like, oh, everyone was laughing their ass off when like I realized, holy shit, I just smoked dog shit. And then from that point, that's a lot of years ago. Yeah, no. If it hits the ground, that's it. It just goes in, sweep it up. Don't look at it. Don't even think. No.
Bud smoked a Labrador.
Yeah.
It was Chihuahua.
Smoking the Chihuahua.
That literally, she was like only a pound, and her poops were literally like the tiniest little things. Looked like a little ball of hash.
That's so right. That's nasty.
It had diaper terps, or was it what kind of terps on there? Meat terps?
Dude, like with that dry dust from a turd, you suck it in your mouth, and as soon as the moisture of it like becomes a turd again. Like an old petrified turd doesn't really like act like it's really a shit anymore. But oh, when you
Like fresh
activate it,
frozen.
yeah,
The heat brings it
it
back.
was so gross. Like I remember like I think it was the only time I as I was at the sink trying to wash it out, it had the palmolive right there, and I was like, dude,
Poop out of my
I
pipe.
would rather fucking suck on some palmolive or something to get this fucking taste out of my mouth. I finally like I think I had Listerine or something, but oh, dude, that was fucked up because it went on your throat.
You put soap in your mouth, I bet.
No, but I most of the
In
time
my
I
mind,
don't
you
think
did.
soaps aren't that bad. I'd use a Bronner soap. Like I think on the whole thing, don't they tell you can brush your teeth with it too? Like I
People
remember
brush their teeth with neem and shit.
Dr. Bronner's.
We used to have to eat fucking dish soap, or it was hand soap fucking when we would swear when I was a kid. No
I
bottom.
guess he has less of it now, but
We
like
wouldn't
I
have to drink
remember
it. We'd have to like taste it.
like 30 years ago, the first times I saw those bottles, it would take you like it was all these little like paragraphs, like there was all these like things that they wrote on the label, like all kinds of shit, like health tips, a lot of things, ways you can use their soap. Their factory is in the same town I'm in. And there's always stories on the news, like how well they take care. It's not like it employs a lot of people, but it's where they bottle all the soap. And they've had all these employees that they've had for years. And they have like profit share, like all the cool things that a company could do, they do. Yeah. They make good soap, I guess. Kind of dries you out a little, but all right, let's check this out.
See what the damage. What the damage is.
Night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow afternoon. This noon safety meeting. Have a good night.
Okay. All the trays are empty except these 3 plants. 4. All right. Let's
From
see how
smoking
they.
shit to growing this stuff, guys. That's
All right, it's not the end of the world.
well, I thought you meant they were trimming buds, not trimming plants.
No, we took it down. Let's see. This is 3 days from the day we took it down, which the initial plan was take it down the one day and reset it the next day. But yeah, all right. So we lost a day or so, but it's all good.
When you say take it down and reset it, you mean like trim the plants and then change the light cycle?
Yeah, like all the, I don't have my keys, but this other room is like 60/60 with strings. And that's where this whole room, 8 trays, was cut down. What's today? Oh, on Sunday. So it's only 2 days. So this was full. Like even this, somehow both of them claim they're allergic to rock wool. Their job used to be to squeeze these old cubes out and bag them up. But now they say that they have allergies to rock wool. Okay. So they leave it for me or whatever. But these are all the old cubes that we just harvested. This room is on week 5.
You just turned your camera off.
Oh, wait. This room is on week 5, these trays. So now this room will be next in like
Lollipop.
4 or 5 weeks. This room is on day 1. And oh, as much as they're below the trellises and all that, oh, by a week from now, these will be like this. And then all the unders will get trimmed off. Like these are ready to blow up.
How many nodes do you keep on a plant usually?
Well, most of these been topped. So like this one, you can see has first topping, brought up the side branches. And so ultimately this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, some of them might only have 4. This one has like 4 or 5. They get topped all along the way. Try to get as many branches.
And then you just keep like 1 or 2 nodes per plant per branch.
Yeah. Basically, what grows up above the trellis, everything below that gets defoliated off. Like this. Like this tray.
Lollipop.
Used to be a lot of stuff under here. Now there's not hardly any. I could even do a better job. Just everything above it. Like this tray, which this one's rocking hard. Yeah, it's a lot of tops. All the unders have been like, even all these little sucker buds and shit. I'll come in here when I get time. Because the more of those you take off, the more you're going to get on the top end. Like this tray, I didn't finish defoliating. It's got a bunch of shit on the lowers. Little buds that basically become nothing. Like you take all that shit out and then that converts energy into the top part.
Chimera stems.
Yeah. But it's a lot of fucking work. I don't trim, but I do all the other projects. Defoliating is like a bitch. You're constant. These have been cleaned up and
I like to bend mine, like play with mine.
But like a
bend them
week from
over.
now, there'll just be all these unders, and as soon as you take off all the sucker buds, somehow a week later they put more on. Like that's just the way it goes.
The way it
We
is.
used to grow those smaller buds, and we used to pay the trimmers more, and they'd trim through all that. The current trimmers, oh no, they only work for 100 a pound, but they don't fuck with that shit. Like they're not gonna like spend hours fucking trimming up a bunch of little buds. So over the years of change, yeah, we try not to grow any of those.
You lollipop instead of popcorn. What do you got growing in there? Some fucking grape cast?
Those are apples and bananas, which these probably should have been set, but even the trimmer yesterday made a comment like, yeah, I want to kill all these apples and bananas. And I'm like, oh, why? And she's like, that shit is a bitch to trim. And it is. You have to put a little more effort into it, where the other ones, all right, you hardly have to trim it all. This is the way it goes.
If you had a joint of apples and bananas and a joint of cheetah piss, which one are you going for?
Cheetah piss. But a lot of people that have that choice around me, apples, bananas all day long. I appreciate that. Somehow my endocannabinoid system really, like, I've smoked a lot of different kinds over the years that I've liked and worked good for me.
What's your top five?
Mendos, OG, Real Kushes, Master Kush, Bubba, those, yeah, maybe I could think of another something, but not sativas and not, no, I mean, hybrids aren't bad, but I kind of miss like just the classics.
You got a Blackwater OG cut still around?
No. After 7 years, it finally just like, but these were some old, like these have to be over 10 years old, Blackwater seeds.
Wow, I'm talking
And
psychic tonight.
yeah, this is like 3 days. I tried, I had another try with the same vial of seeds about
If you put a
6
little
months
bit of,
ago, and none of them germinated because, yeah, I don't even know. I found it in
you can
like
put like a
the
weak hydrogen peroxide
storage.
solution, or you can take them and
Yeah,
scarify them. Like if you're taking like a matchbox
well,
with,
and there's also a
tape.
reality if the embryo or whatever is dried out inside, then that's the end of the party.
Yeah, I've tried swapping a bunch of old ones.
Because over
If like you do
time,
a weak
I
hydrogen peroxide solution, or you take like a little matchstick box and have sandpaper on the inside and like shake it in there a little bit.
yeah, I've tried all that stuff in the past. Yeah, with older seeds, and I guess there's hormones and there's things, and even I guess a dry one that they can, if you have enough money, they can like splice the genetic or
Yeah,
tissue
they can do
culture
that.
it back.
What do they call it? Uh,
But who has
God,
that
I
kind
can't
of
think of it.
money?
Or they do the shit with the petri dishes, fucking
Yeah, tissue culture and stuff.
tissue culture. Yeah,
Yeah, but they could pretty much start from like, well, it'd be a lot easier if the seed is, I don't know the word for it, but viable, right?
yeah.
Sometimes seeds, after so many years that the
But they
inner
still like
part
there's
dried
still
out.
scientific like there's still a way I think like they can get the DNA off it or some shit.
Yeah.
Like you hear about them like
Well,
sprouting like 10,000-year-old seeds or some shit.
yeah, I'm pretty sure if you got the right amount of money, science could just about do a lot of shit. But like
I
that's
can
some
imagine.
serious, that's some
They tried
serious money.
germanic acid. Germanic acid.
No, like I remember years ago because it was a kind of a
Oh,
thing that went on the forums that you'd use
EA3 or
like a
whatever.
a light, like you wouldn't use the micro or the grow, you just use a little bit of bloom solution in when you first were germinating seeds. Like even back then, I think there used to be these things that people believed.
I got
I
sucked into the willow water
that
conspiracy.
like I think
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
the seed is predestined, whether it's a male or female. I don't think there's anything you can do to like, oh, uh, use bloom food when you're germinating them. Oh, you'll have a higher percentage of females come out. I don't think like that part of the decision happens there. I
I
think,
think that's bro
right?
science.
Yeah. Well, we used to have a lot of bro science, dude. Trust me.
Well, like
That
I
was
did the
all we
willow
had.
water thing for a while because they say because you get salicylic acid from willow bark, which makes aspirin, and salicylic acid and like all the other, there's some other one like indobutylic acid too. I think is one of the ones that's in a lot of the seed starting solutions you buy. But like, I mean, like, I remember one year we had a stainless steel. It was a bulk tank for a cattle milking operation. So it was like this big stainless steel tub that was like fucking 100 gallons or something. And we had that whole thing full of fucking. You take like the fresh growth off of a willow tree sapling or whatever, and we'd take them and we'd have this big we actually used like a paper cutter, like those ones that would fucking slice down like a fucking like that you'd have in school and shit. Like had the handle that would I don't know. But we use that, we just chopped it into little tiny pieces. And then you can either there's two ways that you do it. One way was they would recommend that you steep it overnight or like have it on low in the microwave or some shit for a while. And that's like the quick way to do it. But like the way that you usually do it is just you let it sit for 24 hours or 24 days, I mean, or 30 days, I should say, for a month. And then you have willow water. And I fed a lot of that shit to plants. But
Huh.
I've also heard that that's after the fact that is kind of bro science too. But there's some truth to it, I think, as far as the fucking indobutylic acid and shit has to go, or the fucking I
Hey
don't know.
man, hey man, why are you talking shit about the bro science, man? Just kidding.
Well,
But shit,
some things
a
in
lot of it
bro
has
science,
validity.
a lot of things in bro science got proven out by science to be true, though. So it wasn't
Yeah,
all
so
bro.
a lot of it was true, and some of it was snake oil, like
Yeah,
anything else.
Kind of like
yeah.
KNF and some of the KNF things are just things that people have been doing. Some of them are like farmers have been making what they call manure tea, where you just take plants and you take all your weeds and you soak them, you put them in a
Yeah, you can do
fucking
that.
barrel of water.
I wanted to tell Green Fingers that I got some shit from oh fuck, well, what the fuck? Where's the box at? The Indian place, the Indian
Red Falcon.
you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I got the manzano or whatever, the apple, I think it is. And then I got the basically I got a rosin from them and I got a live resin. And they
Nice.
were both they were both in the high 90s and they were on point for flavor. The high was there. It kind of felt like the old medical days type weed actually. It was better than the Prop 64 stuff, I would say.
What's your top 5 favorite for smoking and your top 5 favorite for growing?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you, man.
Me?
Yeah, because you'd have to think about it for a minute. He's the growing
No,
one, I bet.
OG Kush and Chem Dog are like 1 and 2, right?
For both, for smoking and
Yeah,
growing, or
I love
yeah,
them all the time. I want OG Kush and Chem Dog.
yeah.
And then I really like the Grape Ape. I like that
Mhm.
Grape Pie a lot. And what else? I like the old Mendo Perps that used to be around like 10 years ago.
Yeah, and all the other renditions of Mendo into the future. Mendo Breath is pretty fucking good. Mendo,
All the different Mendo Breath
even,
is excellent. Grape
even I
Stomper.
think, I don't know, you're more genetically inclined than I am, but I've always kind of felt like a lot of the development of the grape weeds came out
Mm-hmm.
of process with Mendo, right?
Yeah, with Mendo or Grape.
Right? The
Urkel
Urkel came out of
like-
Mendo. Like Mendo is like a building block that yeah, fuck. Mendo's there's something about that. Like
When I was in
Right.
Fresno, there was some shit called Purple Diesel #2, and that shit was just fucking killer. It was out of Fresno in like the early 2000s, but at the
Yeah,
same
I
time
forgot all about like so the West Coast sour diesel, the one we had in California, like out like medical days, like a while ago. That sour diesel was amazing. It had little tiny fucking hard buds, but they were fucking just pure gas. Just fucking amazing, like diesel fuel flavor. They were good. I haven't seen those around though, in like since like I don't know, maybe
yeah, looking back,
2014.
it was little tiny buds, but it was like they had Purple Diesel
Powerful.
#2. It was the same time that Green Pack came out, pretty much. And there was a lot of Chem Dog too that was in the market at the same time.
I can
Green Crack was
remember
cool.
in like
Green Crack
the
was
earliest 80s in the dead scene, there'd be this certain musky, like if someone exhaled weed, maybe 50 feet away or wherever they were, that started coming around the dead scene. That was Mendo, right? And I guess even then, a lot of the Mendo was green. There was purple too. But the green weed had that same exhale. Like there's this certain smell, like even in a crowd of a bunch of people smoking other weed. Oh, the fucking Mendo cuts right through. Like who's got that shit? That's fucking dank
That
as
was
fuck.
that
Right?
was the way the perps were, the smell of it. I remember
And back
you could
then,
blindfold me today and I could smell it out of 10, you know.
why it was
the
called
Perps is very
Mendo is it was grown in Mendo, right? Back then, a lot of the weeds were more like that. There was already Humboldt weeds and stuff, but that Mendo had that strain, and I think a lot of it was those conditions. Even though Mendo's now been grown indoor or outdoor everywhere, yeah. Back in the earliest 80s, it was
Or
like
nowadays it'll still be
weed
like
from
I've smoked weed
there.
that's just high in anthocyanins and it gets purple, but it doesn't have that perps smell and flavor.
And
think a
from
lot
the
of
first time
not like the Perps. Like it
I
doesn't
got
have
a
that like.
hold of Mendo weed.
grapefruity, whatever the hell it was. Like
Well, I almost like think like some of the
almost like
Perps it's like some kind of like weird banana peel kind of thing.
yeah, almost like like that grape. What's that? Bubblicious meets banana almost. No, that's not right.
Even though like if you said the top five, it would be hard to say like who's number one. But
Yeah.
if I really had to search in the heart of hearts of like what I've enjoyed the most throughout all the weeds is like things that are Mendo, like that lineage of them, that Mendo, that distinct like exhale smell and the flavor, just the way it was. Like, oh, it's been things can't stay the same. Like plant acclimates and those changes, like damn, everything has changed in the last 30 years. The weather, so much, right? Technique. But Mendo's still like fucking the best, I think.
Yeah, Mendo is good. Apparently it's in like the recreational network, but I never see it for sale for like
Yeah.
I see the flower for sale like at the store, but I never see the clone for sale.
Has anyone watched or kept up on the Mendo Boys Grow Show or whatever it's called? Fucking.
No, I don't really watch them.
I saw it in my newsfeed. I guess the new season started. Well, I don't know, maybe a month ago or something like that. But I haven't actually watched it. This one. But that's kind of neat
They're
to
good
watch.
growers and everything.
They'll show you how they do how they grow
Yeah,
them
No,
trees.
the one
I heard-
place I follow,
I heard
and
about
then I'm always like in awe of the pictures and the operation and the growth. It's called Terp Mansion, the guy Luke or whatever, and his crew up. I guess they're up in Humboldt somewhere, but they're legal and they're fuck, dude. They
That
got
Luno
the one
Babe.
thing called the spaceship. It's like the most high tech mixed light. And then I forget his light sponsor. He's got the most expensive LED lights in the mix light, best wet walls, like it's state of the art. And I've never seen his weed. I've seen pictures. Holy shit, these guys are pumping it out, no joke, dude.
That Lunal Day, fucking she grows some fucking trees too. Them 30-pound fucking trees.
Yeah, there's some
I think I've
sweet
maybe grown maybe like a
operations.
6-pounder before, but never a fucking 30-pound tree.
But like this Turb Mansion, yeah, he has contract. He's like he has all the licenses. He like was in the right place at the right time as far as being able to get it. So he has his own processing, packaging, all this. So really, if you follow him, you find out, oh, Dr. Green Thumb, all the pre-rolls in Dr. Green Thumb are rolled, packaged, everything at his facility. There's a lot of
And
white labeling
that's
going on,
that's
right?
ran by the lead singer or the Cypress Hill, what's his name?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he is
Be Real,
because
right? Or
he
no?
has the packaging, like that license, which is like virtually impossible to get, vertical integration. That's the like, unless you have that, the ability to like grow it,
Boom diddy bye
package,
bye.
process it, package it, and then whether you sell it wholesale or you sell it retail, have control from the there to there. It's a trap. Like just to be the retailer or just to be the processor or just be the distributor. Well, if you had to choose any of those, I think the guy that's making all the money is the processor. Fun.
There's a Cypress Hill on a concert on YouTube where they play with like the San Francisco Orchestra or some shit.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird, man.
That's like a trend, like even in
Well,
Government
Metallica did
Mule
that
and
many years
Warren
ago.
and Bob Weir and other artists. Yeah, they team up with different orchestras around the country, and then they do
Metallica did
like
that a long time ago.
yeah. I've gone to a few shows like that. They're good because sometimes when you really hear an orchestra like fully play something with all the instruments, you're like, wow.
Oh,
Like,
especially if
oh,
you're like in an amphitheater or like a place that's built for music.
yeah.
Can you imagine what like the Sydney Opera House sounds like and shit, or fucking, I don't know. What's the one in New York that everyone goes to? The fucking
Well, I went to symphony shows there just randomly because I love music. The Hollywood Bowl, and they have like this. They have like a whole series of uh, symphony shows throughout their season. Yeah, that place is built for sound and
like
like
there's an amphitheater in fucking in Europe somewhere, like back from like the Greco-Roman times or whatever, where it was made so where the guy that was down, the speaker or whatever, the auditor or whatever, when he was talking, you could be in the nosebleed seats and still hear it like he was standing right in front of you. Like the whole fucking, and I think they were outdoor arenas too, but like they had the way the stadium, the seats were made and everything just so precise that you could hear like they didn't have to have
well,
loudspeakers and shit. Like the guy would
basically,
just
a lot of the old theaters were made to be acoustic because they didn't have technology even when a lot of those were built. But then now over the years, we have technology that can like shape the sound for whatever room, right? Where back in the days, that's like the old Fox Theater, Radio City, the Warfield, these like theaters. If you're ever in them empty, now music, oh, they use amplifiers and speakers, but if you were doing a play there, you could talk on the stage and it like be loud enough to hear in the crowd because it's like acoustic. The whole place was built to resonate the sound. They don't build them like that anymore.
yeah, I know the guy that I do those Christmas tree lights for every year. he's a used to be a traveling bass player and shit, and like he's got fucking the way that his basement is made is like it's crazy. The way that he's got the sheetrock all fucking like there are no square corners or anything like that.
Yeah, that's all important to baffle the sound, especially in like a recording environment. Yeah. I mean, in 50 years, because like in the 60s, when first concerts of that magnitude, they had the worst sound ever. Like we didn't have hardly any technology for sound to where it is today with the level of sound reinforcement and concert sound or event sound. Wow, they got it down now. There's a lot of equipment that's been designed and utilized.
Yeah, here's a story that says just basically what I was saying, where fucking oh you gotta look at ads and shit. X out of that. No, it says that the tour guides will often drop a pin or strike a match or tear a piece of paper on the stage just to demonstrate that the soft sounds will travel all the way up to the high seats.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of those type of places were built where the people that were responsible for building it didn't have any technology to prove out like their acoustic vision. They just had it and took a chance. Like, well, they knew some things. It goes back, like you say, certain the oldest uh, stages of mankind way back, like already used those
Or there's ones
rudimental
too that are
techniques.
in South America, like the pyramids, where they've got some weird sound thing where I think it was where it would repeat maybe really loud or something like that. I know they're like because there I've seen some shit where the tour guide would do something there too, where like I don't know, I'll find it here, where they got some just weird sound quality shit to them.
Well, I mean, it's like a known story, but when the Grateful Dead in 1978 decided to take their crew and family and some other people, a pretty big crowd, pay for it all, and go to Egypt and play at the base of the pyramid, right? This at the time in 78 like cost them over $1 million, and in the story that's well told, almost bankrupt them. That's what led to their record deal with Arista and all this when they came back from Egypt. Because like even one of the cockamamie things they did, well, maybe could have come out good, but even after they were there, at like a huge expense. I don't know the numbers, but a huge expense. They got from the United States like hundreds yards, like a huge line of speaker uh, wires, like PA wires, and they took speakers and put it down in one of the tombs, like way like the famous tomb at this place, right? Inside the tomb, and then had microphones, and they were going to record the show from in the tomb, right? Like I think Owsley or I don't know whose brilliant idea this was, but they spent all this money, and then uh, one of the like it was terrible. One of the mics was out of phase, so it's like worthless tape. It sounds shit, okay? But they spent all this money with the hope of recording themselves from inside the tomb. Which, like, I always thought, yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. That's how. Like, too bad it didn't work out.
The band from Metalocalypse recorded Mermaid or Underwater, I think. That's
Yeah.
for you metalhead geeks out there.
And my one friend went, but I've seen video, like there's, I think, a movie official where Pink Floyd went back to Pompeii, which that's like, or Pompeii or whatever, it's Pompeii. That's like an ancient old uh
That's like in India.
venue. Oh, I think I'm not sure really where it is, but or is it in Italy? No, I don't know. It's
I think it's in
somewhere.
India. Wasn't
Maybe
it
it is.
Bombay too?
Well, they had done this show like way early in their career there, or filmed this. I don't know. They had history with it from in the 60s, but then Gilmore, and
Yeah,
no, that
Italy.
was with Roger too. That was when they still did things together. Yeah, they did this like recreation show at that place. Yeah, that was a few years back. It was epic.
Yeah, Pompeii is in Italy. It was an
Yeah.
old a Roman site.
Yeah. It's like an old Roman, like, yeah, it's still standing, like the whatever, what humans built thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago. Yeah, they just put tickets on sale. I think it's in October, which that isn't too far for Gilmore.
That's why.
Basically, his his version of Pink Floyd. Even though he's kind of kooky, he gets a bad rap in the media, mainly because I'm a bass player guy. I, I'm on Roger's side. Like fuck Gilmore. Even though Roger gets a little like I don't know. I don't know enough about those issues that he's talked like gets involved in over in Europe, but some people say he's crazy and is an anti-Semite and all this shit. But he's the bass player from fucking Pink Floyd, so fuck that. He's my man.
You ever seen Bella Fleck and the Flecktones with
A
Victor
lot.
Wooten?
Victor
You know,
too, yeah. You know what? I when the show first started, I really like this bass player who wears quilts. His name's Mono Neon. I've been a big fan for years now. He never goes live. Somehow he's pops on live and he's on the side of the stage, like right there in front of Les Claypool, because Primus was doing a set.
I was
I
gonna say, have you
guess,
ever seen Buckethead?
yeah, I've seen it, and I love Les Claypool. But
Les Claypool with Buckethead.
Bono was
Got a
like,
step
oh,
on.
he taped up, he had whatever camera, it was a phone, but it was good and the sound was good. He was right there on the stage, basically zoomed in on Les because one bass player appreciating another. Uh, it was a pretty good set. There's a festival, I guess, on the
Les
east
was a
called
madman.
Mono Green or Mondo Green or something because Fish played there a couple nights. I guess it goes on for a week or something because Primus was playing there tonight. Yeah,
Yeah, he's an animated bass player for sure.
he's like to me like he's signature, meaning yeah, he's created his whole own line, his whole style. Uh, yeah, you can't confuse his sound with anybody else. You know what I mean? He's signature. He created his own thing.
He reminds. There's another guy too that does a lot kind of like what the fuck was his name? I can't think of it. He had a whole bunch of different bands. Um, yeah, I'm drawing a blank at it right now. You never
Over the
you
years, like
you've
I'm
seen
not
Buckethead
really
and you weren't
down
impressed
with
or
like
what?
the whole Primus sound and that kind of music, but I've always liked them because like I love good bass players. And yeah, like Les Claypool is definitely one of those. Victor
Yeah,
Wooten, oh well, he's on another level. Uh,
yeah, he's like a
I know
classical
all the
pianist.
bass players. Yeah. Thing is,
I've never heard
yeah,
that.
it's kind of a dying thing because, like, there's a few young up and coming bass players.
There's one
Not
called like
not so
Doctor
much.
Bass or something. Do you ever
What?
seen Davey 504? You probably get a kick out of
No,
that. You've never seen him
no,
before? You
no.
gotta watch Davey 504. DAVIE. I'll send you a link to him. Like he's like a I don't know, Eastern European or something like that. Like kind of like Russian sounding guy. Or no, he's Italian, but like he's got a thick Italian accent.
I even have come
He
to
does like fucking
appreciate Flea, like, because he's like actually a solid fucking bass player,
oh yeah,
right?
he can play fast as hell.
And yeah, but like when what was it, the Chili Peppers or whatever his thing was, and it was like the trendiest, popiest thing. I yeah, I was like, oh, that shit sucks. But then in the later years, I, somehow my algorithm, I think I'm not down with algorithms. Other than the best part of an algorithm is when you have something that you do appreciate and it figures it out and just feeds you unlimited, like some bass players that I follow and I came across. If it wasn't for that, I never would have. Like, and oh, there's all kinds of great bass players out there. A lot of them,
Well, Davey 504 is a
like
self-proclaimed, I
where
believe,
there's
best
only
bass
really a
player.
few women bass players in music for a long time. In today's world, some of the best fucking bass players are fucking women.
Some of the some of the highest views on TikTok ones are, I'm sure.
Well, my one buddy says, yeah, the reason you think that is because you like any hot chick you think is great. Now
That's
he
what
is
I
a
was hinting
bass
towards right
player,
there.
right? He is a bass player, and I'm always like, yeah, have you heard of this chick? Or look at this one. He's like, yeah, dude, she's not that good, dude. You just like the fucking short skirt and the whole look. And he's
I
right.
gotta shout out
He's right.
this dude named Justin Brandby. He's this fucking like I've got some buddies that have been they were like in a metal band for I mean it's been 20 years now but they back like 15 years ago or something like that they had a point where they were looking for a bass player and they were like the band like the median age of the band members were like maybe 25 at the time and they got this like 40-year-old fucking like hipster type bass player dude that like they didn't know too well or anything like that but the guy came in with the like they were figuring that they were gonna have to teach him songs for like a week because they had a little gig coming up and like he didn't even let him get through the first song. He came with his own custom made fretless bass that he had made and he let him play half a song before he just started like playing he like just improvising just like fucking Beethoven to the shit basically like he just fucking he blew him out of the water basically and then like when it came to that first gig that they had. It was like this outdoor fucking thing that they were at, and the sound guy like had him just like dominating everyone else, and it was just like the bass show for fucking an hour when they were playing. Like
Hey,
no one that
here,
was there said anything about the band. I was like, oh, did you hear that killer bass player? And that was
but
the last time that I
from
think he said
my
something.
defense, like, okay, I was a total deadhead, like from 78. But in 83, I think the first show I saw was in New York, but then I saw a whole bunch of them in LA at the I forget this theater they played at for weeks. Uh Talking Heads stopped making sense when they were like the tightest fucking band. I went like probably 10 times to the same, they did basically the same show, but they were tight. Yeah, mainly because I like it was the first bass player that was a chick. Like I was young then too. I was like, oh, that's the hottest thing I've ever seen. Was Tina Wayman. That's the bass player for Talking Heads, the blonde chick, right? Like, because I at that time in my life, oh no, there was no like, wait, she might have been like the first like big act that was a woman bass player, right? It was Tina.
My
Uh,
version of that would be the band Kitty. If you know, you know.
yeah. But then she married the drummer, which made sense. Chris Franz is the drummer. they've been married for like so many years, have kids and everything. They weren't married the whole time, but their relationship started somewhere when the band formed. So she was never single, but yeah, I had a crush on her since I was like 20 years old. Because she could, back then, a lot of the best part of the groove of Talking Heads, that's Tina. She's like, she ain't just an average bass player. She had some groove.
Yeah, I think you'd like that Davey 504 though. He's like the self-proclaimed best bass player of them all. But he like
Wow.
he's got like millions of followers on YouTube or whatever the hell it is. Like he used to
What's his name?
Davey 504.
Oh, because I know there's this
DNC.
other, there's like a bass
Well, like,
community. There's people
he would
trying
go on I think like one of his things was he would go on Snapchat or not, well, no, not Snapchat, on these Omegals or whatever they are, you know, like where they were fucking, he would play like crazy bass lines for like complete strangers and shit. Or once he started getting a big fan base, he had a lot of money to spend. He would go on a site called Fiverr, where it's like where musicians they'll like make up music for you if you pay him. And like he would pay them and rate them. And if they were like, say for instance, like a really killer bass player that would do a song for you for like $20, and you did do a good job, like it would make you fucking famous from that point. Then you can start charging $1,000 a song.
Well, you know,
I don't know.
I
Or he would
sometimes
like,
listen
or
to
he
these.
would watch the best bass player videos that would come out and like fucking.
There's this guy named Rick Pito or something. He's like a guitar player. He has like a podcast. He interviews different people in music. But the other day, he did an episode where he didn't interview anyone. It was his own thing. But he had taken the 5 songs, pop songs, that are in the Billboard top right now. He played a little section of it, but then, like with electronics and stuff that exists, like first off, 3 of those songs didn't even have a chord change at all through them. Okay, they were all like beat box simulated things. They were super compressed, and ultimately, what he showed and what he was talking about is like, yeah, this is like low information music. Like this is all it is, right? Where then he like went to some classic stuff, and then showed, oh, this is high information music. Oh, there's the changes, the note, all the complexity of it, the acoustics of it, the sound of it all. Oh, but what's being sold today is this like, yeah, like even though I'm making all this money or whatever, it's like low information music. Like not what it's saying, the data of it is low information, meaning, yeah, it's really not nothing there. Like, you know what I mean? It's this little band, yeah, it's all compressed, it's synthesized, or it's not even that. They just create it with fucking computers. It's not even music.
Yeah, like the actual file size will be bigger, you know, with more technical shit going on.
Yeah, things like that. Like
I used to listen to like deathcore a lot, and I like the really high technical bands that would just fucking, yeah, I don't know, they'd make your head hurt because you had to think about it so hard, and like how they were fucking. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Or like gent. There's a form of a genre of music called gent. It's spelled DJENT, where it's just this really crazy technical shit that's always in like drop D or I don't know. I'm fucking saying music shit when I don't
there's a
know.
lot of lanes of music, and there's people that are really good at whatever they do. Like I there's also a bunch of bullshit music, But that's a different story, right? Like
Have you
to
ever seen
me, what
Dream
I
Theater?
find funny is like especially in the hip hop and the current music scene. Not all of them, but a lot of them. I don't even those like okay, they might be making millions of dollars in the music industry, but they're not a musician. Like a musician, you know what I mean? Like, can you
They're not
play
lyricists
anything?
either.
Right? Can you play anything? What? No, I don't need to play anything. I can make millions of dollars by just this. Boy,
By
that's
rhyming
not.
words together that don't even rhyme is what really irritates me. God, you get that so much.
Yeah, like even on this thing I was listening to, I almost turned it off because he was playing these segments of these top 5 songs at the moment. I didn't recognize any of it. Whatever and what. It was bad. It was bad vibe. It didn't feel good. There was nothing, no complexity to it. Oh, mixed in hip hop, there's some well produced and people that have gone in the other direction, right? But at this current time, what's on the top 5 in Billboard is all this like, yeah, I don't know. Like, wait,
It's
is
gonna
that
be
even?
AI music soon, I bet. Because like,
Well, he touched on that and actually said that because music, this stuff is so bad that it'll be very easy for AI to create something better.
like, because I've heard some examples where it's like just where guys were playing around with it, like making it play funny lyrics, and even then it would like it knows what all the top songs have been forever and knows what notes to hit. Kind of like, if you ever seen that, there's a I forget the name of the band, but they do this. They do a song called Four Chords, where it's like they play. There's got to be like 50 songs that all use the same 4 chords in their song. They're like big Billboard songs that you've heard of a million times, like dun 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 dun.
Well,
And
in like
then they go and they sing all the
whatever,
songs that like
like rock and roll or all the genres around that from the 50s till now, like it would be hard to like be a band and not sound like somebody else or to write a new song that isn't like, oh, that sort of sounds like this or that because like everything's been played like
and there's so
so
many
much,
things that have been sampled that you don't realize what they're actually from, or
but
songs that are like,
where AI, yeah, it's gonna be able to like go outside the box and then all of a sudden like,
I can just
yeah.
imagine the classical music that it's gonna be able to make. Like I've been, I was listening to, you have too, I'm sure, where you listen to some symphony shit that just moves you.
Well, like
I
that
can
kind of
imagine that it's
music is
gonna
what
break
like is
barriers.
referred to as high information music, meaning even when you're listening to it, yeah, your mind is on all the range of all the dynamics and your ear, right? Like,
You're
okay,
following the
that's
music. Yeah.
like I love that stuff. Certain times, there's certain times where, yeah, it's not classical music time, but sometimes, yeah, that's like the best space you can have. Jazz too, like all forms of music when it's played by musicians or people that are comparable, like take it serious and are like really musicians somehow. Like there's all these people that have become like famous and rich and like I'm like, wait, are you even a musician?
I played the
Like even
saxophone in marching band.
even like that Post Malone guy, like I've come to like him because yeah, he actually plays a fucking guitar. You know what I'm saying?
He can sing too.
Yeah,
He was just at the Grand Old Opry singing.
yeah. I think even if you might have got there without that, if you really like are in the music business, well, then go take lessons somehow, like at least be able to play or you know the scales or know the basic shit.
Kind of like Terrence Howard in science. Boom, piss. Talking teriology over here.
But even though the business of music and the online, like the whole way, there's still a lot of great music out there. You just have to look for it.
And like a lot of the big hits and shit were all written by one person, or like, God, who's that guy?
Well, even when you talk about female bass players, like even at the time, it wasn't like put out that way. But this lady named Carol Kay, who was like basically always just looked like a housewife. I mean, she unassuming lady, right? But she did all the bass lines for like so many hits. She was part of that studio group that like put out all these hits. And so like some of the best bass lines ever are from this lady like called Carol Kay. She's still alive.
Max Martin. He's written 22 Billboard hits and has had has had 100 #1 hits. More than anyone but John Leonard and Paul McCartney. Or John Lennon and Paul McCartney, what am I saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, they definitely had like a spurt where holy shit, they were tapped in. Lennon,
He wrote
the Beatles, like end of story. Like you go read their history. It really was only these short years that they were like what like it wasn't like, oh, all this time went by and all this stuff got created. No, all that shit got created in a really short period of time.
Same guy wrote Hit Me Baby One More Time by Britney Spears. I Want It That Way by Backstreet Boys. Since You've Been Gone by Kelly Clarkson. So What by Pink. The Weeknd's Can't Feel My Face. Justin Timberlake's Can't Stop the Feeling.
Wait, my brother was the private chef for this lady named Diane Warren. Pull her thing up. She's just like, she's kind of mean, but my brother was her chef. And yeah, her list of hit records that she's written is like crazy, dude. Yeah.
Over 80 songs charted in the top 10 for people such as Elton John, Tina Turner, Barbra Streisand, Aretha Franklin, Roberta Flack, and Roy Orbison. Her biggest hit was If I Could Turn Back Time by Cher, Because You Love Me by Flea.
That's a good one.
I Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith. Well, that's fucking horse shit. I didn't need to know that. Fucking Steven Tyler didn't even write his own song.
Well,
I
it's
saw
a business.
Steven Tyler play one time when I was at WeFest, the country music festival thing, and he did a cover of Janis Joplin's Airplane and just fucking I wanted to put earplugs in. It was so bad. That's my Steven Tyler story.
Well, wait. I just saw this story on some music show. It was the guys from the band called Kansas. Remember them? Like they were a pretty big band.
Oh yeah.
They were on this tour opening for Aerosmith. Okay. And as it actually happened in Kansas, where okay, the story goes that at a certain point they were playing so good that Steven Tyler came up on the stage and tried to unplug them. And somehow him and the bass player got in this confrontation, which like, yeah, that was the last show they played on the tour. Because like, who knows which side of the story? Steven Tyler probably has a whole other story because it seems kind of ridiculous that he would come up onto the stage and try to unplug them in the middle of their set because they were like playing better than Aerosmith was. it seems like some weird story, but
it sounds like some sitcom shit.
Yeah. Kansas was all right. I remember I had a cassette. Forget the big song. Like I remember there was like, I guess that meant they were from Kansas. And then a band that was pretty good was called Boston. And I always assumed, oh, that must be from Boston. And then Jay Giles, he was always like Michigan or
Leonard wasn't from Alabama.
Yeah, like some of that's like, who knows? Well, they were Southern,
Kansas
definitely.
Carry On My Wayward Son was a Kansas song. The one that shows that I can think of.
But there was like throughout my youth and all that, like, yeah, I was of course way into the Dead, but oh, there was all this other great fucking shit that came out. And then somehow, I don't know if something was worthy, I'm not opposed to buying something to hear. Yeah, I don't know that like not much comes out, or it comes out in a way you don't have to buy it. That's what I realized. I listen to a lot of music, mainly Billy Strings, and he has albums, but I never bought one of them because they're like you could just listen to them online.
You heard of Estas Tones? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. That guy's a fucking god on the strings too. I know. I listened to. I used to listen to a whole lot of different like underground metal bands and shit, and a whole lot of like just underground pop music and shit too. But like, I used to scour like all the fucking. There's like Bandcamp and SoundCloud and all these music sites, and like there used to be ones back in the day. I can't even remember the name of it. But there's a bunch of digital sites where you could from all around the world people would upload the music, and there's all these just killer bands that were like unknowns, like fucking. And I started like a promo site on Facebook back in the day, and like I would just share these like usually it would be like a YouTube video. A lot of times it'd be, or sometimes it'd be like a SoundCloud clip or link, but it would be these bands that were just fucking like crazy good from fucking, from Russia or from fucking wherever the hell they were from. A lot of them from Germany and shit too. But like, I would share them, and like my page wouldn't make anyone famous, but like I had a whole bunch like there's like one of the sites that I kind of like envied or whatever is called Total Deathcore, where they were like the MTV of fucking pop music or whatever, like they would release all these fucking bigger bands and shit. Like a lot of times if I would find, I don't know about a lot of times, but I know in a few circumstances for sure, there was points where like there's this band called fucking that Kardashev that they only had like 200 fans on Facebook, and their album had been out for like 10 years. They had no, they were just, I don't even know if they were still together or whatever, but like I remember sharing them, and like that Total Deathcore picked it up from my page and shared them, and like overnight they had like 10,000 fucking fans. It was fucking crazy. But like, yeah, that's all I did for a long time. It was like just listen to all these obscure, and then it would like I would became a real music snob at that time too. Like if anyone would play anything that was mainstream, I would laugh. I would get all fucking on my high horse or whatever. I don't know. And then I ended up like booking shows for like a metal venue down in the cities for a little while. That was kind of cool. Got to fucking book the 4 bands a show and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, club bands playing at places that I guess if you looked hard enough, there's still some of that going on. But so many years ago, there was a lot of that going on, like local bands and people trying to make it in the game or whatever. Not so much of that anymore.
Yeah, I used to go. There used to be a fucking thing called Utterfest that used to be out where I'm at, out in the country for many years. There was some friends. They were in bands going like, and the one guy still is in a band and shit. But they used to have an outdoor music festival there that was mainly metal bands that went on for like I don't know 15 years, I think, something like that. And every year they'd have like they'd have bigger and bigger artists that would be there like the main event or whatever. It was like a whole weekend thing with camping and shit, fucking food truck. A lot of good times with that shit. Fucking I don't know if you ever heard the band Psycho Stick. They were there one year, like fucking they they were the one hit wonder that the beer is good song. Beer is good. Beer is good.
Now, by any chance, have you gone to that thing, the clown posse thing? What's that called?
The Gathering of the Juggalos. No, but
Right.
the guy that I shot that Joe Goes to WeFest video for, he's got a Joe Goes to the Gathering of the Juggalos. And I was talking about him earlier, the guy that went to Oxford and shit, because he's like a wordsmith. But like you wouldn't think that, like he's got a Wu-Tang tattoo on his ass or something like that. Where he's like, you look at him and you think he's just a white. Well, at the time you would look at him and think he's just a white nerd. Now you look at him and you
Now,
think
how do
he's
you
the
know he
white
has a
nerd.
tattoo on his ass?
Well, he would let people know. I mean,
Oh.
he's even, but he's done interviews with the RZA and shit. You know, like he's fucking he made it a little bit. But he went to the Gathering of the Juggalos and they do a rap battle there every year, and he won the rap battle and shit. But he does like man on the
Oh.
street interviews where he interviews people and does a lot of freestyle raps and shit. Or she, I
Well, I
should say.
mean, there's a talent there, and it's yeah, especially freestyle. Like I've seen things where I'm like, yeah, that's fuck.
Well, right now that Harry Mack, I think he's got to be the owner of that genre. He does fucking. You ever seen him before, Harry Mack? He does the freestyle. He'll have you give him suggestions or whatever. I think he does a lot of them on that Omegle and shit or whatever. Or like
Well,
you ever watch?
there was like a few years ago, I don't know, there was like a few shows, or I don't know how I watched it, but it was basically poetry, like typing uh, events or whatever. Where I remember, oh, and I think even on those, some people that were rap adjacent or uh, did that too. But then there was like people that were really good at that, whatever you call it, spoken word. Like I'd be like, yeah, that's a fucking talent. Like you don't no music to it, just them like
Yeah, the
poet.
acapella, the freestyle or
Yeah,
acapella. Or
yeah.
have I got into it for a while there. I was into oh, what do they call it? It's where they do all the sound effects and shit too when they're singing. Or like they do looping too is another thing where they use a kick pedal or whatever to do looping effects where you record something and then you play that into it, and you fucking and then it would be like beatboxing too at the same time where you would fucking within like the 5 minute song you create every single sound that's in that song, but it sounds like, I mean, at the end it can sound like an orchestra or some shit because it's all these different sounds that the guy makes, but he does it as he's doing it or as he's singing. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but like, what's one of the fucking? A lot of them are British too. A lot of the better ones that I saw. I'm trying to think of some of the fucking.
Well, if you're gonna make money off of entertainment, my only thing is at least have some talent, whatever it is. Like there's sometimes people that sneak through the and like don't have any talent and somehow become something.
Oh
But
yeah,
for
like
the
like
most part, people have talent. Even in the hip hop thing, I don't appreciate that genre at all. But I've heard things where I'm like, okay, I could feel that. I get it.
like that Bo Burnham. He was a comedy rapper, and he used to do videos on YouTube that were in his bedroom up above his parents' garage, or whatever the hell it was, and he would just make these funny fucking songs. Like I remember one of the lyrics was Oedipus was the first motherfucker. And that's a smart joke for a little kid that was making songs. But he would play these songs and fucking he ended up blowing up and like then the next thing you know, one of his music videos, he's like fucking it goes from him sitting in his room to like all these huge expensive graphics and everything, and he's like doing all this fucking like I sold out, I made it. I don't know.
Well, in the quest for fame, whatever it takes, I can see. Yeah.
Or like the opposite of that is like Little Dicky. when he got big, he put out a rap video. I can't remember what that one was called, where it was like he wanted to make the cheapest rap video out there. So he went and he like fucking had people that would like let him drive a fucking Rolls Royce in the car for free and like, you know, rent a mansion for free for 10 minutes to shoot some clips for their music video. I can't even remember that. My fucking memory shot. I'm stoned. I can't find my fucking paints or the right colors and shit.
Well, whatever. I grew up, and then MTV came along, and like MTV was like a thing for like a lot of years, whether it was really all the shit I liked or not. But no, there was all kinds of stuff on there. And then one year they just like changed and only did reality shows. And then at this point, there's not even like music video channel. Like,
I think they do still. They might. I think they still do music videos at like from 1 to 4 in the morning or something, maybe.
okay, but like for decades, there was like 24-hour VH1
Oh, yeah. They used to have fucking
music videos. Some of them were
Like my
shitty, some of them were
pregnant
better.
teen
Whatever they were,
teenage
there was a
pregnancy
whole
shit.
catalog of them, right? And then all of a sudden it died. There's no more music video channel.
Yeah, all the reality TV took over. So like,
Yeah.
they started and they had Singled Out and shit. Fucking, I remember I used to get home from school to watch Singled Out. And
Yeah.
it was
I think they made a bad decision.
Chris Hardwick still pretty fucking cool, but
VH1 tried to take over and they didn't do a good job. BET was always there playing music, but like you said, it's not your cup of Joe.
Well, no, I like there's at least there's some real musicians in that genre.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones that like
Dank.
got the Dr. Dre's and hip hop. So
Yeah.
don't worry too
I
much.
mean,
You don't have to worry.
certain people you realize, oh, there is like a real thing to producing and like not, you know, I'm not.
I still don't think Dr. Dre was a real doctor. I've got my suspicions about Dr. Lee Balone too.
Dr. Lee Balone, yeah. I don't know, man.
A nurse's practitioner, maybe. No, I shouldn't be making fun of him when he's not here. Where's the captain? I want to make fun of him tomorrow.
Like,
you board certified?
I might have already told this story, but like a few days back, I read it came on my phone and I read the whole thing. Mainly because the clickbait was like, they arrested the queen of ketamine, right? I'm like, what the fuck? And it turned out it's Matthew Perry, the actor guy. And it's a crazy story. And they arrest these doctors that were selling ketamine and all this shit, right?
Oh, yeah.
The one chick's name is the Queen of Ketamine. That's what she was known as. Okay. So like when YouTube pops up ads, since I read the story, all I did was read the story. Somehow they're like ketamine therapy, fucking like numerous ketamine, like,
that's awesome.
like it's been somehow from me reading a story, then somehow it's in my algorithm and they're feeding me ketamine ads. I'm like, yeah, you guys are fucking tricky dicky, huh? I mean, once you realize what's going on, I guess it's like, okay, but I'm not like, I see it for what it is, but damn, dude, like, how far are they going to take that shit, dude? Like, I remember they denied that they do that shit, right? At this point, there's been times when just because somebody on this show mentioned a certain keyword, that somehow it's in my algorithm. We were talking about whatever, and next thing you know, oh, you're interested in that?
Apparently, she hooked up Matthew Perry or whatever with the ketamine that killed him.
Well, even the part, because they have these texts and all this, her and the other doctor at one point were like, yeah, how much do you think he will pay for it? Because he's like an A-list celebrity and all this shit. because ketamine's pretty cheap.
That's
Somehow,
what the picture when I pictured
like
Bud
he
is, I'm
bought
telling you,
whatever amount of vials
Bud
of it,
celebrity.
but in the transaction he paid $55,000. I'm like, oh, they worked this guy. They probably sold him $1,500 worth of drugs for $55,000 because he's some A-lister, you know.
We used to do some.
He's living on friends' money, so fuck him.
That's crazy, bro.
And even the worst thing, months before that all happened, I saw some interview where he was on somebody, and maybe it was Bill Maher, where he was like bragging about being sober and all this shit. It turns out he was like telling everybody and going to these meetings and everything he was sober as he was like shooting up ketamine in the car. Like, wait, ketamine isn't sober, dude. I know you got off opiates, but like ketamine, you can't claim sobriety in AA and shit.
That one,
if you're shooting up
Kelly's sober.
ketamine.
Yeah, everybody's Kelly sober now, right? So they're taking
like
like
that one interview where the guy's like, I don't do drugs, but I mean, well, maybe every once in a while I'll have a snort.
Yeah, they're Kelly
But I
sober.
don't do.
That's what they're calling it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's Billy and Willie's song, but it kind of, yeah. But yeah, it's become a thing. There's like basically, yeah, you can even one of the reasons I didn't stick around 12-step programs when I was in need of rehabilitation and all that was because they were staunchly anti-weed. There's no way you could claim sobriety if you smoked weed. I didn't have a problem with weed. And I didn't like, even way back then, weed wasn't the problem. Right. So that was going to
crack.
That was going to be a hard thing. I have a couple friends that are, yeah, they've been sober for a long time, but they still frequent meetings sometimes. And they told me, oh, yeah, it's changed now. Like, it's okay to smoke weed.
That's
Now,
crazy.
he also said, oh, if you go to these meetings, these people, they kind of cool with weed. Oh, you go to like the old school meetings. Oh no, they're still by the book. No, weed's a drug, and you know.
I had to go to a couple of AA meetings when I got my Dewey way back fucking 15 and 20 years ago. And remember, I'd never seen more people addicted to coffee and cigarettes than.
Well, I didn't smoke cigarettes and barely had coffee in my life until I went to rehab, and then they would take us to these meetings. And then that's when I started smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. Because, yep, that's all you did. Oh, there was cake and cookies. Somebody was like destined to bring them. And there was, I learned a lot in those meetings. And actually, some of the things that were in that book, I still live by them. Right.
My buddies that were in that metal band, one of their practice places used to be this place called the Easy Does It. It's a fucking antique store now. But like they used to have there was an AA meeting that would come in after their practices on Sundays or something like that. And they would be in there fucking, they would drink a few cases of beer between the band, like during fucking their practice. And then like at the end of the band practice, they would just break like beer and alcohol in there. And all these drunks would come in to do their little thing. And they're like,
and then
on their faces.
even back then when I went to meetings, I met and associated with a few people that were I called old timers. They had like 20, 30 years sobriety and shit. They would come to meetings every day. And most of the time they would tell some story about their fucking drinking from like 20 fucking years ago. Same story over and over. I thought to myself, like, as I was like embarking on this path, and I was like, yeah, no, like, there's no way I'm going to quit all this shit. And for the rest of my life, every day of my life, come to these little fucking meetings and talk about that. Like, that seemed weird. And then over the time I went there, a couple of those old timers, all of a sudden they wouldn't be around for a week or so, and then they'd show back up. Like after 25 years of sobriety, and they'd gotten fucking drunk or some shit, right? And then they would tell the whole story, right? I remember thinking, yeah, if all you do is talk about it every fucking day at these meetings, you're eventually going to go back and drink. Like you'd be better off just forgetting all about it and moving on in your life.
War stories, they used to call those, I think.
Oh God, like, geez, it was a trip, sharing and all these people, and oh my God, it helped people, and at the time, it helped me.
Oh yeah, I'm
Like,
sure it's helped. No, it just
like,
pissed me
oh,
off. I
even
didn't
like the one thing. Wait, the
remember
one
never
thing.
did drinking.
Even the time I slipped and got loaded on blow, like I was off of it for like 18 months. And
Did
then
you
one
slip into a
night
pile of
I
blow?
was I was at this bar where I'd gone to bars and I didn't drink, but it was a place to pick up girls. And this like hot Latino chick, like at the bar, somehow we hit it off. And next thing you know, she's like, oh, you want a bump or blow? And I was like, okay. So in AA, they say in the step thing or whatever, there'll come a time in an addict or alcoholic's life where they won't have a mental defense against the first drink or drug, right? So there I was, humming along. Yeah, I didn't have a mental defense because, like, the next day when I had to accept what happened, I never thought about it. It wasn't like, oh, should I? Should I give up my sub? No, I just did it, right? Because, like they said in the thing, there'll come a time where you won't have a mental defense, right? If you're an addict or an alcoholic. Okay, I'm an addict alcoholic, all right? I there's no question on that. Okay, and then the next step or whatever it is, the traditions, or they got all this shit. But yeah, I was like, oh, I experienced that in real time. And I was like, yeah, you don't have,
Accept the Lord as your savior.
like, yeah, you don't.
No, it's a
Like,
higher power.
regardless what path, that's even why somebody 25 years sober can go back and drink or use drugs. Like, it's crazy.
I've had some good times on drugs.
Yeah.
Personally.
Well, one thing, it's not that I don't use drugs, not often, but like all of a sudden I got older and then I can like use drugs where it's like, oh, that was fun for a day or two or whatever. And then not be hung up on it or not like just, oh, that was fun. Like whether it's balloons or this or that. I'm not the type that says no. But like in the when I was younger, oh, some of those times I said yes led to like months or longer of like an addiction. I don't know. When I got into my 50, a long time ago now, probably 15 years. Yeah, no, like I could take it or leave it. Like it doesn't have no power over me. No. Sometimes it's fun though. I'm not against any of it. Like I think one of humans'
I'd say
instincts.
you probably shouldn't shoot fentanyl between your toes.
Well,
But hey,
no, I've never
that
fucked
could be
with
your
that,
thing.
even though it's around and I see the damage it does. And no, I don't fuck with that ever. I wouldn't even know what that is. I mean, I do know what it is, but no, I'm not into that. They're off and on, like started with I had a dentist for years when we were doing root canals and shit. When you left, his assistant would give you these little manila envelopes with like 10 Vicodin in them. And if you ask for a couple, oh, can I have a couple more? They go, oh yeah, sure. Here. They didn't even write you a script. They just gave them to you. Right. I remember a couple times doing dental work and going, ooh, I like the buzz of these. And then back then everybody had them. Like I remember my one friend that's a vet would have the 500 in the jug. Like his thing get prescription or whatever. He's a disabled vet or whatever. This is 20 years ago. And back then he'd be like, oh, just give me an ounce and you can have them all. And then,
Allegedly.
yeah, I would have like handfuls of those things for periods of time. Never ended well. Like when you finally were like, yeah, no, fuck that shit.
Well, at least you didn't end up like Matthew Perry.
No, I like somehow, no, I don't like a lot of things. Like that's not my thing really. Oh no. If I'm like if I had to say, what are you an addict from? I'm a cocaine addict. Like I was born and raised on that shit. The first time I did coke was lines with my parents when I was 13 on Christmas Eve. And it was like, oh, yeah, it's Christmas Eve. You like I remember my mom going, you want to try one?
I was a couple years older than that. But
Now, part of my parents, because they were hippies, they were beatniks that became hippies. Yeah, their whole ideal was, well, you're gonna like come across it out there. We would rather have you know you could just ask us, and like we feel like it's better that you just at least you know it's good or whatever. Don't like go and get drugs on the street. If you want any drugs, just ask us. Like and the weed, there was always a shoebox. There was like always weed around my whole life. Uh, yeah, they like from that age on, my brother was 2 years younger than me. So like when I started, so did he. Yeah. I can remember having friends like, oh, he was the jock, because later on he became the star quarterback and his parents, the Smiths. Because we could go to my house after school and smoke weed. Their parents were super straight and had a whole different idea about their kids' future, right? So one time, all of a sudden, I hear my dad and some other yelling at the front door, and I remember peeking out my bedroom window, and basically this guy was confronting my dad about, is it true that you let your kids smoke weed? And my dad was like, fuck you, or whatever. They got into a fight. Like literally, we're fighting on the ground in the front yard. And then the next day at school, Todd told me, yeah, you're not allowed to come over to my house, and I'm not allowed to go to your house. And yeah, that was the first time I realized, yeah, um, I came from like a different family than most of the other kids. Not that my parents weren't, no, because I also had other friends. And then my mom and dad would meet their friends, and then they became friends and would get loaded all the time.
I remember when I was 15 years old, it was 420. Fucking, and I had a bunch of friends over. It was like maybe like half a dozen of us or something like that. And back then, 420 was, that was all the rage, even though it still lingers today. But we were smoking out in my fucking living room because my mom, she was a charge nurse at a fucking VA hospital, and she had to like she would be gone for the whole weekend for at work. So I would just raise hell all weekend long and shit. And this one on 420, apparently that year, she came home early, and she just came into the house just fucking screaming. And like all my friends are just like fucking frozen. I am too. I'm pissing my pants. And she's like fucking like the last part of her fucking she's I can smell that shit from outside. What the fuck are you doing in and then like and the last thing that she said was, there's absolutely no smoking pot in this house. And then she stopped and she smiled and she goes, without offering your mother a hit. And she grabbed the pipe from my buddy and fucking took a hit of it. And we all just like, I don't know, we had no idea what was going on. And that was the first time I smoked weed with my mom. I know Greenfingers smoked weed with his mom once or twice.
What was that?
Said you allegedly smoked weed with your mother, perhaps, right? You remember the first time?
First time? I don't remember. like smoking in the same room. She's like, wouldn't look. Like, I'm gonna look the other way. You're still my kid. Like I fucking don't even go to school anymore. I was supposed to go to school, but I dropped out. Stay in school, kid.
I got my GED at a boot camp when I was 16 because I got busted with felony possession with intent, felony possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
I remember my mom took me to the first grow room I ever seen. She took me to her friend's house, and we climbed out of his window of his room. And I thought we were going outside. So why are we climbing through this window to go outside? And then there was like a room he built on the side of his house, the lung room, and it went into the grow room. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was like,
The first plant I ever seen, my dad's friend was one of the horn players in Supertramp, right? And he lived in
God, you guys, that's a fucking crazy stupid
into-
lifestyle, man.
in Topanga Canyon in this really nice house. And like I don't know, maybe 11 or 12. We went over there, and yeah, in his entranceway he had like an atrium with like a whatever sunlight glass roof on it, and had this one plant. It was like Maui Wowie or whatever, it was some Hawaiian strain. And yeah, I remember looking at it. It was like budding and all that. It was the most beautiful thing. I was like, yeah, this like 8-foot plant right in his atrium thing. That was
I
the
had a
first
buddy
plant I ever saw.
I had a buddy whose dad used to he used to grow it in Minnesota, and he was an over the road trucker that spent most of his time in Alaska. And he used to bring it up there to Alaska, but like it was back in the 90s, and I remember it was bubblegum and sweet tooth were the two strains. And fucking he had like this whole thing up above his garage that was I remember it was like all foil, like the ceilings and everything were all foil. And he had like a hydro setup up there, and he had fucking 5-gallon buckets full of weed and like all these drying racks that he had that had fucking buds on them. And my buddy we'd steal big like forearm size fucking buds and go smoke them. Good shit. First time I grew weed was fucking when my stepdad, when I was 15 probably, he handed me like a couple hundred seeds of his dry sand thunderfuck, or no, what was it called?
Well, like it was like 8th grade. I was friends with older
Jack Pine
guys
thunderfuck.
that were my neighbors, Mitch and what was his brother's name? They already had like a truck, right? And in Tarzana was this big new medical center. And I don't even know how they knew to do this, but we backed like back then, I think it's still that way, but now it's much more fortified. There's like a fenced off area where they have all the nitrous tanks, oxygen tanks, all that. And in his truck, we backed up against this fence until the lock broke. And then we didn't even know which ones were which, empties or full. We like took like a dozen tanks, 6-footers that were blue. We knew, oh, the blue ones, get the blue ones. And we took all these tanks. Now, my parents were cool in all this, but somehow, I don't even know how we had the mask. Like, we had the actual mask that they use in the hospital you could put on your face. And in my bedroom, I had a 6-foot tank under my bed. And like, I must have went out in the ozone because my mom said she heard like a shh and came in. Like, I remember coming to, my mom and dad are standing over my bed going, what the fuck are you doing? And then like I get out of my shit together. My dad's like, get this thing out of here. It was like a 6-foot tank. I was like in 8th grade. I had a 6-foot tank under my bed.
We had a buddy, we must have just turned 16. Because remember fucking he went and stole, he had it was a Chevy Caprice. I don't know if you know how kind of trunk size that is, but he had it took him 4 trips to fill his trunk up with cases of warm beer that he allegedly took from a place. And so we had like there was like 100 cases of beer or something like that. And we're fucking there was a party in his fucking one of my friends' basement because his one of the friends, his dad was cool, and his dad like I think he told him for like you give me half the beer and I'll let your friends drink here. And then that lasted for like a week until there's some fucking fucked up kids on a drunk alcohol shit happened. And some kid went crazy and fucking was like punching walls and shit. And
Yeah,
that was the
even
end.
as a kid, we used to be able to steal beer and alcohol from my parents or my friends' parents. Yeah, I only used to get. I've never acquired a taste for alcohol. I used to drink a little in my 20s, but it's been like fuck 25 years, not even one sip. I don't like this stuff.
When I was must have been 16 because I had my car. No, I think I was 15. I had my permit, but I drove to work illegally. But I used to be a dishwasher and fucking at like this dinner, what do you call it? A supper club or whatever. It was on a golf course and shit. But they did catering too, and they would always have this fucking they would make these fruit salad things in the watermelon where it had like strawberries and all this shit in it. And then they would make this fucking like jungle juice shit. And like they would always have extra jungle juice at the end of all these catering things. And I would take that shit home all the time. And then I would like steal bottles of tequila to put in it and like throw parties with this fucking jungle juice. I would just get you fucking way too fucked up. Yeah, I had I had a couple beers at the bar maybe like a month ago. I think that was the first time I'd been in a bar in like a year. When I worked on the road though in my early 20s, I used to put away like a dozen beers every night at least at the bar paying fucking $3 or $4 a beer.
Well,
Mm.
most of that time when people, even my or in the beginning, when people say, "Oh, you don't drink anymore," I go to house dinners or barbecues. People, "Hey, you want a beer?" I'm like, "Oh no, I don't drink anymore." And I used to say, because for the whole time, 20 years with Sabrina, my wife, oh, she drank enough for both of us. All right. She'd down a whole bottle of tequila herself, kill bottles of wine like nothing, pretty much on a daily basis. She kept her shit together, most part. Uh, yeah. So in our whole existence, she drank enough for the both of us. Like if we both were drunk, oh, we'd probably gotten busted. Because sometimes she'd get stupid, man. She'd get blacked out drunk. It was fun, but it was
I used to
also
have a girlfriend
hectic.
that she would speak in a British accent when she would get drunk on her wine, but she didn't know how to do a British accent. It was it made for some comical memories. Woo! What's your favorite 5 strains, Green Fingers? Is the Mendo
Favorite,
up there?
favorite what?
Your 5 favorite strains,
I
like
don't
cultivar.
know. It's too hard to pick five. Yeah, I couldn't do it right now. I can only name the five that I'm smoking on that I just cut down. So like the five that I remember most recently. This wouldn't help. Like Roxanne, Red Rager, Julius Caesar, Japples. Yeah,
What's
Japples
your
is
favorite?
good. That's
What's
a
your favorite 3?
I couldn't say. The Mendel Breath Banana God, pretty good.
What's your best releases that Salton Sea Seeds has out right now?
I like the Mendel Breath Banana God F2.
Where can you get those at?
You can't. Only available free for now. And then they're gonna be $300 a peck. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's fine.
$10,000 a cut.
$1,000 a cut. Fucking crazy
Just missed
shit.
20.
No, there's some good stuff in the extreme cream Endo breath banana gut too. It's just there's full of males. That one just wants to have more males than female. So every time I pop them, I get like 5 fucking boys. I'm like, what the hell? It's not what I'm trying to do every time. I don't need more pollen. I want a female so I could smoke it, see what it's actually like. I still haven't got a female out of it. So the ones I did get, the rat got. So I only saw how it grew.
What caused that? Were they like feminized seeds or something like that? They would have,
No, feminized, no.
I don't know. I had some of those. I can't remember what I.
Kind of feminized seeds. Gotta make some. That'll be the next thing I do.
Is that with STS or whatever?
Yeah, but first I gotta do so I got a Panama red outside. I'm gonna put that on a couple things. And then I got some Maui Wowies I gotta make more of. You know, probably put the Panama on the Maui and then the Maui on the Panama. Just because yeah, that's what I'm messing with.
I want to hear some more bud stories. It's been a while since I've heard a good bud story.
He's like, uh-oh, I have to tell more stories. That's funny.
What was the most paranoid you've ever been, bud? Like if you ever like had to take down rooms and shit, like under the darkness of the night when it was just turned out to be like the mailman or something like that?
Mute.
The most paranoid I've ever been had nothing to do with weed. Like when I was a total cocaine freak, there'd be times when like, holy fuck, dude, I was sure that all these things. I'd look out windows and see all kinds of shit. Like, yeah, that shit. Like, didn't do that for the first so many years, but at a certain point in it, that was like pretty common to get totally skitsed out, paranoid. Like, yeah.
Even like regular by the beginning of the night for me, and then like didn't even know it's like 2 days later, like all flacked out, bent over, still looking for something in the corner. Like it's not even here, is it? Like, I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah, like I used to just call it like psychosis. Like the later years of my abuse of that shit. Yeah, it was just total nuts. And then I still couldn't like, yeah, I tried to stop so many times and all this and had some success, but no, I was like, I don't know, one day to the next, like, oh, it was something I heard in AA. Oh, when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? And yeah, like if I had to say, well, what finally changed? Yeah, I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. Like it, like, yeah, it was like insanity. Like what do they say? Doing the same thing over and over. I can remember for a lot of years that I thought I would go on these binges where I'd think, no, I'll just do a little. I won't fucking like go into total fiend mode and like an hour later, like be total fiend mode for like weeks on end.
Yeah.
The same thing over and over, no matter what. Oh no, just do a little, or only get this, or yeah, I won't take any home, or whatever.
I'll tell half
never
and do
work. Yeah. Oh no, this like it was like full blown like psychosis. Like it was crazy.
Endless.
That's the best one. I'll tell half and do half.
And like there, it coincided with Like first few years of coke, oh, you had to have a connection. It was this whole thing. Oh, toward the end, it was like on every fucking corner in the fucking city, like from the valley to there was people waving and whistling, selling blow, like it open, like you just drive down the street and there'd be blow. Oh, you go to a park,
It's a
there'd
Coke
be
here.
like,
Quad
yeah.
Coke.
It was like I don't even know how that. It was like crazy. Like LA went like totally ballistic on that shit for like years. It's still out there. I mean, it exists, but not at the proportion it like it did in during that era.
Yeah, the freeway rigs out there.
Yeah, like even like yeah, I guess I could have a because like actually I'm a victim of our own government's bullshit because yeah, all that and all that time, yeah, I was like the age I am and the time yeah, I was like right in the middle of this like c-
Drugs
cocaine
and MK Ultra fucking.
yeah, and war on drugs told you, oh, it's these bad people and this and that. But then now that the truth has come out, turns out, oh, yeah, the CIA. And that's like the one guy that I still question, like, wait, what was he? The president of, uh, forget which country, Panama, Noriega. Remember Noriega? He was a beloved leader. And somehow we took him out for some like he was basically set up by the CIA and was involved in some drug deals.
Oh, there's
Right,
there's more than that to the Noriega story.
right. But do you realize he's been silenced? Like we have him in this prison buried underground in Colorado. All these years later, he's like got life. Like wait, like
Well,
like,
because it's good. A lot of there is
and because
we
I
lost
think
like
if
15,
you
I
let
think like
him tell the
1,500
story,
Americans or something like that in the war against him.
yeah, it got complicated, but like I also remember seeing stuff that showed that he was like a patsy, right? And was like, it's questionable really his like, oh, what do you call that? Entrapment. But
Well,
like
yeah, the government set him up to
set him
take him
up
down. I think. But
and have kept him so silenced that like, oh, you never hear like like anything from him, right?
used to be a rap group called Al
Nor
Capone and Noriega.
like the whole world's changed, all this information's come out, right? No, you never hear his side of the story because they got him so wrapped up tight, you'll never hear his side of the story. They don't want that story out.
There's a podcast that I'm gonna look it up right now what it was, but it's where this guy I think he was like the FBI prosecutor or something like that, the FBI agent that was involved in this. He infiltrated one of the biggest marijuana smuggling operations at the time, and he like he wrote a book about it or whatever, and like there's this podcast where the guy interviews the different guys that were in the book and shit, but a lot of that had to do with fucking with Noriega and like their the Colombian government and all these different places where this guy had all these connections with all that shit. It's a really interesting podcast. So I think my old Instagram, there's videos of me just painting where it has just that shit playing in the background.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird how I guess Freedom of Information Act and just time, so many things that were never meant to come out, like and the internet have come out, right? Where
In
yeah,
the
they
future, it's
still
going to be where
deny
like
and they
you
still
won't
try
be
to.
able to deny. Yeah, everything will be free to the public and shit. That porno you made with your girlfriend back 20 years ago, will just all of a sudden resurface because AI will recognize your face in it or your asshole pimple, or maybe not pimple, wart, or not. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Your mole, your ass mole. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never have thought of any of that. Oops, sorry.
I don't know what I came back to. I only got a bottle of water and I just was ass mole. What the heck?
Yeah.
It's me talking. It could be anything.
Got this cotton mouth. And,
Well, it's just I just remember like about half hour ago you were talking about some guy that had a tattoo on his ass, and then now you're talking about an ass mole. You seem to have
Tattoo on the
ass
ass.
on your
Whoa.
mind.
got ass
I don't
on
even know
there.
what that is. I don't even know what story you're talking about there. A guy that had a tattoo on his ass?
It's
You sure that was me?
Sure it was you.
Sounds like something I'd talk about, but I don't remember it.
I do not remember.
Can't remember from earlier tonight. Guy with a tattoo on.
Good stuff. So the Japples grows this really small plant that's from Breeder X. It's the apples and bananas times jokers. It's pretty good. I like it a lot. I wish I grew like 6 of them. I didn't know it was just gonna be like a 2-foot plant. So I learned my lesson. Grow more than one. Grow more than one. I'll smoke this in like a week. It's like not even funny. It's like one big jar, but it's not even fair. It's not even fair. The best plant's the smallest one all the time.
The runt, they call that.
Yeah, the mutant runts. Like sometimes, yeah, I never took a clone from it. Whatever, it was like mutated runt, and I'd still just flower it. It wouldn't even be getting the same conditions as everything else because it was quarter the size. But then somehow it'd dry it would be just like barely a couple buds, and it'd be like, holy shit, this is the biggest shit ever. And to be like, oh well, yeah, like there is this power in those. Like, truth is, if you're like a breeder, and I guess you could try to, the next breed of it would maybe straighten out the vigor. Yeah, sometimes those weird mutant runts are the dankest fucking weed ever.
Makes the whole house smell just when you touch it.
What do you call that? Like Murphy's
Law. Out all their defenses
like
and shit.
There's things that are like, yep, it's like Murphy's Law, like, or weird things like that. That can you imagine how many of the like things that were like, yeah, I wouldn't take a clone of it. It wasn't even big enough to present a clone. Oh, the other ones were off and going. But yeah, in the end, I'd be like
Kyle
holy
Cushman.
Shit. Like, what is this? This is the tastiest bud ever.
More than
like Kyle Cushman's story of how he got the strawberry cough was that he was at.
Oh yeah.
It was when he was first writing for High Times, and one of the other guys that worked for High Times or whatever had a buddy that just really wanted to see him, so he went and he paid a visit to this guy's place, and it was like he said it was like just like a fucking mad scientist in the laboratory where it was just this guy had all these little tiny scraggly plants like growing in all sorts of different, like oil cans, or not oil cans, but like, growing out of all these like coffee cans and just weird fucking, nothing was right and all this shit. And the guy fucking gave him like a thumbnail worth of weed to smoke, and was like, that's the last of the strawberry cough. He said he remembered smoking it, and he doesn't remember if it got him high or not. And then the guy gifted him a little seedling of it that was, like 6 inches high or something like that. And he like said he brought it home because he was just planning on throwing it away. But when he opened up the bag, he said it smelled like strawberries. And he's like, "Oh no, they're fucking trying to prank me or something." Fucking turned out being strawberry cough. And Kyle made probably a lot of money off of that strawberry cough. But
like before I was a grower myself,
he never gave any money to the guy
and just sold weed. I remember like the first time I had like blueberry flavored weed and a few other flavors. and then because I didn't know any better, I always would assume, oh, this patch of weed must have grown right next to the blueberries. That's why it smells like blueberries,
Like the
right?
guys that put, yeah, like
Like
the guys that put,
like when I was younger and didn't know, I would always just assume, oh, it smells like this. Oh, it must have grown next to like whatever plant, right? That's
like
why it
guys that think that
smells like that.
molasses will make their buds sweeter and shit.
Yeah.
There are
Well, I
plants though
mean,
that are like companion
that's
plants that
still
will
like a
bring out the terpenes.
multi-million-dollar business because it's a product that's still stocked by the gallon, 2.5 gallon, 5 gallon. The sugars, like Cutting Edge has Sugar-Ree and this and that. Every brand, all the major ones, Newts, sell the sugar water as like a sweetener, flavor.
Well, what they're
Like
doing is they're feeding the microbes, and the microbiology is what's giving
okay,
you the
well, if
edge.
that was the case, it would tell you on the label to use it like in the beginning when you'd want the microbe life. But most of those tell you to like use it at the end, right? Right? Like, and I think I learned it on here was one of the PhD guys, and just straight out science says the roots cannot take in sugars. Oh, the plant makes sugars, but the root system doesn't have the ability to take in sugars, right? Okay, it's for the microbes. That might be a thing. I think there's better things you could feed the microbes
And
than
you want
fucking
to feed them, if you do feed them
sugar
that, it's
with a
like
flavoring in it, right?
unsulfured blackstrap molasses.
I'm just gonna
But
bounce in
like,
here for a second because this is my show and I can't stand I cannot fucking stand nonsense on my show. So the sugars that they sell you, there's one spectacular benefit that they offer for anybody, and that's the bottom line of the company that's selling them to you. So they make lots of money selling you sugar. It has absolutely no fucking benefit on the plants.
yeah,
Basically, if you were to feed the sugars to the plants, it's like feeding a person through their butthole. It just fucking doesn't work that way. You don't do it that way. And if you did, you'd have problems as a result. It's an illogical, idiotic thing. The plant photosynthesizes and really creates magic, frankly. One of the most magical things in the world that they literally create sugar from fucking sunlight. It's incredible. It's absolutely fucking incredible. And they send those sugars into the rhizosphere, basically into the soil zone. Essentially, the plants don't even, I guess you could say, they don't even necessarily make use of the sugars. That's not 100% true, but a lot of the benefit of the sugars is basically feeding the microbial field around the soil. So if in a fucking million to one shot, those companies that sell those sugars actually manage to sell the sugars in a proportion that wouldn't overwhelm the microbes in the soil, then maybe that would be some kind of a benefit. But the reality is that most of those fucking solutions are just sugar water. I've used the Sugar-E, I've used a few of those other ones. The Cutting Edge Solutions is a little bit more legit company, but let's be honest, no company is immune from selling you garbage they know you're going to pay for. So the fact of the matter is, even if what's his guy's name? John Picarilli or whatever, the guy that runs Cutting Edge Solution, even if he is a nice guy, he's not going to turn down however many fucking thousands of dollars he makes from stupid Sugar-E every year. But we've talked about it many times. Unfortunately, we can't really ask Coot to come back on here to tell us about it, but he went into great length about how sugars are essentially nonsense for feeding to plants. It's
and if
really
even if
just a
those
mechanism to
sugars
fucking take money.
were beneficial to the microbes, that most of them are flavored. So like I'm pretty sure that flavoring, whatever it is, you open the jug, you can smell it, like apple flavor, this flavor, that flavor. The microbes are probably highly allergic to the flavoring, okay?
Yeah, what are those flavors made from? I can't imagine it's the highest quality fucking apple juice. It's literally just some shit that smells like apples chemically, and it's for the grower. It's literally just for the grower.
Yeah, I mean they've been pulling that those products first came around so many years ago, and it's been totally, like you say, the science disproves it. But oh, they still stock that shit. No one's pulled back and said, "Oh yeah, we discontinued our sugar fucking bottles."
I was gonna say, use unsulfured black molasses if you're doing it. Like I used to use it in my teas. And I would make
what do you
Yeah.
call it? Backstrap
Aerobically
molasses.
aerated microbe teas, or what are they called? Compost teas.
The compost teas, that's what Boogie Brew would say. Put one, whatever of the black strap to help it feed the
Yeah, but
microbes.
you don't want to put too much because else the one bacteria that will get over,
Right.
like you said, overfed or whatever, and
Yeah, just a little,
overtake the population and shit, and then you'll
just to, yeah.
Hey,
And
way back in the 90s, like I remember there was a thing where, oh, you flush them with Dr. Pepper.
I remember that.
like well, earlier we talked about bro science. Oh, if I really dig through my memory banks, I like some of them are so laughable.
and a lot of them are probably just because you're beating up your plant by whatever you're doing, and you're killing it, so that makes it want to
Yeah, the
shoot
stress.
out its defenses. Yeah, stress. It's like
But
Kevin
if
Jodry,
you
his best
go
plants are on the top of a hill that gets whipped by wind all
if
year.
you go back and look at old high times where they had the centerfold where there was all the examples of the cup entries of the year or different times, and you just look at those pictures and like, yeah, whatever we were doing back then, we were on the wrong path. Like we've come a long way with all the different stuff. Because back then, like it was heat. I don't know what it was, but we used to grow this like indoor larf. Like the first years indoor was around, outdoor, like, yeah, indoor weed was shit compared to outdoor weed. And then over the years, indoor just kept improving. But sometimes I've seen these old high times where they show these pictures. And some of these are the legendary strains that we still talk about, Super Silver Haze and this and that. And you look in the 90s at these pictures at high times, you'll be like, holy shit, I wouldn't smoke that larf.
Yeah.
But at the time, it didn't matter what it looked like because, oh, most of those weeds you would smoke because they were dank as fuck.
Yeah. They're like those japples I was talking about. They look so ugly and they're like very larfy, and it's just so fire that you just want to smoke it all up. It's like, dang.
You know what, Ryan? I want to ask you a question because you're from Minnesota and seem to be somewhat aware. This guy, Tim Walz, he was your governor.
Tim Waltz,
He,
yeah.
he passed cannabis laws.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they say. Is he part of that?
I'm guessing so. I don't
You
keep
don't
up
have
with
an
it.
opinion? Like it's not like,
I
oh,
don't
we
keep up
have
with
a
our
good
government.
governor. They paint him out to be this beloved governor of the state, but like I always question that shit.
I mean, he's no Jesse Ventura, I guess, but yeah, I haven't really paid attention to our governor since Jesse Ventura. But we do have
has his own weed, right?
marijuana is currently legal in the state, even though it is taking a while for the cannabis department to get their shit together and get licensing and all that shit. Like it's been legal for nearly a year now,
But
but
that's happened everywhere.
can't go
Like
buy it anywhere.
even California, we voted for it 1 year and it took them like a year and a half to enact it.
Yeah.
That's understandable, I guess.
And I'm not in a big city where people, I haven't seen how the scene has reacted as far as like, I'm sure they're smoking like chimneys down in the, they can on the sidewalks in Minneapolis and shit because it's legal, or like out at bars and all that shit. But I guess I don't know.
Well, I'm sure the Twin Cities are partying. I've been there a few times for concerts. I always had a good time there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's cool. I don't go there too often because I'm a country boy a little bit, but yeah, you give me a couple nights in the city and I'm ready for the country again. But there's a scene down there and shit. But shit, I don't think been a couple years since I've been to Minneapolis last time, I think. Like any other big city, there's always
How
stuff,
many hours is it away?
About 3 hours, maybe 2.5.
No,
It's not too bad. I'm closer to Fargo.
that's Dakota.
That's north. It's right on the border of North Dakota and Minnesota. Like, it's got a sister city too called Moorhead, which is in Minnesota. And that's, I don't know. I've done a lot of work out in Fargo and shit, built a lot of houses and apartment complexes and shit up there. It's a lot more, Fargo's a lot more country too. I mean, it's like, it's nowhere near the size. I mean, it might be 1 million people if that combined. For the cities is several million, but yeah, I don't know. Like I say, it's happening in all the little towns. I just saw something in our local newspaper today at the gas station where it's fucking all the little towns are trying to get together to make their city ordinances and everything before it gets legal, so they have everything in place. Like I imagine they're gonna be changing the laws here because like it used to be, or um, like the big city from around here is like there's a city of 10,000 people that's like 20 minutes away or something like that,
Yeah.
and there they made an ordinance right away
All
where
right.
there's no
I'll open it.
public smoking. So like, but I don't think that my town caught on to that yet. So technically, you can still smoke walking down the sidewalk here, or if you're at the back, back patio of a bar or something like that, you can light up, and it's not unless the establishment out, makes it a rule that you can't. It's kind of like wherever you can smoke a cigarette, you're allowed to smoke weed technically. But a lot of the cities, like they say that city, that big city next door, they made an ordinance right away that said that there's no outlaws or no outside smoking within the city limits, or no public smoking, I should say. Smoke in your backyard if you want. But there's also you can have they already had nuisance laws in place where if there's an exceeding amount of smoke or something like that, you can get charged with fucking disturbing the peace type shit. I don't know. Fucking stupid. But shit, when my town, so I live in a town, it's still kind of big. I mean, there's 3,000 people, but it's also like it's a lake. There's like a lot of lake people that live on like there's 21 miles of lake shore, so there's a lot more than just 3,000 people kind of live in the area. But it's like when we had the town, there was a public meeting on on their cannabis laws or whatever, just talk about cannabis. And this was after the state had already made it legal. And I was the only member of the public that went to it, because they were sitting there going through everything. And then like at the end, I guess there's a place where they're supposed to ask for the public's opinion. And the one guy just looked at me and he just addressed me as public. He's like, well, now it's time to hear the public comments. He looked at me, he's like, well, you're the public. What do you have to say? And I just shook my head no and and they said, okay, now it's time for our private closed door session. So they kicked me out and they talked about whatever they talked about. But from what it sounded like to me, my county at least was kind of, they were okay with it. They wanted to because like the only thing they talked about during that was the CBD laws and shit. Because like um a lot of the smoke shops have been making a lot of their money selling CBD shit, and they're like, what they want. The guy said that he wouldn't mind seeing a CBD store in this town, kind of type deal. But so people don't have to drive all the way to the big city, type deal. But it sounds like from what I haven't checked lately to see what the new proposals are and anything, but like it sounded like there was going to be like micro business laws or micro business license were only like $500 or something like that for the first 2 years, and you get like it's like half an acre worth of outdoor grow space or something like that, something fucking ridiculous. And with that license, you can also be like a fucking like people can partake on your property and shit, and you can be like you can sell it on your property, kind of like a fucking if you're a farmer growing fucking tomatoes and shit.
Well, if
But if you
all
want to get
that's
like they're
true,
saying like that
that's like
upward,
sounds like the best state as far as like the barriers. I mean,
yeah. And then there's also a thing where they're gonna do where they say they're gonna do a what is it called, like a fucking where the people that I forget what's like what status they call it or something like that, but people that have had um like felony marijuana convictions and shit before kind of get um special treatment when it comes to
equity,
yeah equity whatever shit.
which most places that's turned into like kind of being like a, I don't know,
Sounds like a joke to me.
questionable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we do have like our limits right now is 2 ounces in public, and you can have up to 2 pounds at home, and you can have fucking 8 plants with 4 in flower, the terminology, in a gated area away from public view. Or if you grow 24 little ones and twist them together 3 at a time, it looks like 8 plants, allegedly.
Allegedly, to start any type of plant with roots is considered one of your plants of your 6 or 12 here. So, in other words, as soon as you get a clone, that's it. We lost Robert. Now it's 3:30 in the morning. We got someone coming in the airport. Oh, guys, I gotta get going. Everybody have a good night. Chat. Peace. See you on next go around.
Like the high noon safety meeting tomorrow at noon if you're on the West Coast, or you got to do math otherwise. And my phone charger is in my truck, and my phone just beeped at me, so I'm gonna jump out next. Might stick around for a moment to see if Yumi hops on to yap at you for a second about how you should go to Fumador Seed Co. or fumesofgold.com or fumadoro.com or thechronictable.com. Any one of these lovely websites will send you to a place where you can purchase some seeds for your collection. And there's merch. Get a Morgana t-shirt for your girlfriend. She might blow you for it. Blow kisses at you. Well, yeah. Suppose can I fucking, I don't know, I suppose I don't think I can cut the actual stream with my co-host rights. Where's Buddy to save the day with some soliloquy? My phone's gonna die. How about a moment of silence for all the fallen seeds that you threw away that you could have saved? Listen to the sound.
Not one comment, not one text, not nothing. There's people still watching this or what? Yeah, 20 people watching. Hmm. I find it kind of rude. I really do. It's like here's this trash can that we find on the street and we just throw our junk on it. That's like this channel. Oh, it's here, so we just kind of stop by. Motherfucker, you just leave it running? Oh, I should just fucking stop doing these goddamn things. All right, have a good one. We'll see each other in a few hours later. Just chat say.